Section 1 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. Preface and Note. قال لبيد بن ربيع بالينا وما تبلى النجوم التوالي وتبقى الجبال بعدنا والمساني. We wither away, but they wane not, the stars that above us rise. The mountains remain after us, and the strong towers when we are gone. Labid ibn Rabi'a. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. Aleppo to AʿMAR, February 3rd through February 21st. Part 1. A small crowd had gathered round one of the booths in the saddlery bazaar, and sounds of controversy echoed down the vaulted ways. I love to follow the tortuous arts of Oriental commerce, and, moreover, at the end of the dark gallery, the February sun was shining upon the steep mound of the citadel. Therefore I turned into the Saddler's Street, for I had no other business that afternoon than to find the road back into Asia, back into the familiar enchantment of the East. The group of men round the booth swayed and parted, and out of it shouldered the tall figure of Fatah. "May God be exalted," said he, stopping short as he caught sight of me. "It is well that your Excellency should witness the dealings of the saddlers of Aleppo. Without shame are they. 30 years and more I have lived in Aleppo, and until this day no man has asked me to give 2 piastres for a hank of string." He cast a withering glance, charged with concentrated animosity, upon the long-robed figure that stood, string in hand, upon the counter. "Allah," said I warily, for I did not wish to parade my ignorance of the market value of string. 2 piastres? "It is good string," said the saddler ingratiatingly, holding out what looked like a tangled bundle of black wool. "Ahwa," intervened a friend. "Abdullah sells naught but the best string." I took a seat upon a corner of the counter, and Fatah came slowly back, shaking his head mournfully, as one who recognizes but cannot amend the shortcomings of mankind. The whole company closed in behind him, anxious to witness the upshot of the important transaction upon which we were engaged. On the outskirts stood one of my muleteers, like a man plunged in grief. Even the donkey beside him, a recent purchase, though acquired at what cost of eloquence only Fatah can know, drooped its ears. It was plain that we were to be mulcted of a farthing over that hank of string. Fatah drew a cotton bag out of his capacious trousers. "Take the mother of 8, said he, extracting a small coin. "He gives you the mother of 8, whispered one of the company encouragingly to the saddler. "By God and the Prophet, it cost me more. Wallah, it did. Oh, my uncle!" expostulated the saddler, enforcing his argument with imaginary bonds of kinship. Fatah threw up his eyes to the vault, as though he would search heaven for a sign to confound this impious statement. With averted head, he gazed hopelessly down the long alley, but the vault was dumb, and in all the bazaar there was no promise of divine vengeance. A man touched his elbow. "Oh, father," said he, "give him the mother of 10. The lines of resolution deepened in Fatah's face. "Sir, we would finish," he cried, and fumbled once more in the cotton bag. The suspense was over. Satisfaction beamed from the countenances of the bystanders. "Take it, O father, take it," said they, nudging the saddler into recognition of his unexampled opportunity. The hank of string was handed over to Hajj Amur. who packed it gloomily into the donkey's saddlebags, already crammed to overflowing with the miscellaneous objects essential to any well-ordered caravan on a long journey. Fatah and Hajj Amar had been shopping since dawn, and it was now close upon sunset. I climbed down from the counter. "With your leave," said I, saluting the saddler. "Go in peace," he returned amicably. "And if you want more string, Fatah knows where to get it. He always deals with me." The crowd melted back into its avocations, if it had any, and the excitement caused by our commercial dealings died away. "Oh, Fatah," said I as we strolled down the bazaar with the donkey, "there is great labor in buying all we need." Fatah mopped his brow with a red handkerchief. "And the outlay," he sighed. "But we got that string cheap." And with that he settled his tar-brush more jauntily, kicked the donkey, and "Yalla, father," said he. If there be a better gate to Asia than Aleppo, I do not know it. A virile population, a splendid architecture, the quickening sense of a fine Arab tradition, have combined to give the town an individuality sharply cut, and more than any other Syrian city, she seems instinct with an inherent vitality. The princes who drew the line of massive masonry about her flanks and led her armies against the emperors of the West, the merchants who gathered the wealth of Inner Asia into her bazaars and bartered it against the riches of the Levant Company, have handed down the spirit of enterprise to the latest of her sons. They drive her caravans south to Baghdad, and east to Van, and north to Konya. And even in the remotest cities of the Turkish Empire, I have seldom failed to find a native of Aleppo, eager to provide me with a local delicacy and to gossip over local politics. "Here is one who heard we were from Aleppo," says Fatah, with an affected indifference. "His brother lives in the street next to mine, and he has brought your Excellency some apples. But they are not like the apples of Aleppo." Then we exchange a greeting warm with fellow citizenship, and the apples are flavored with goodwill, even if they cannot be expected to vie with the fruit of our own countryside. It was at Aleppo that I made acquaintance with the Turkey which had come into being on July 24th, 1908. Even among those whose sympathies were deeply engaged on behalf of the new order, there were not many Europeans who, in January 1909, had any clue to public opinion outside Constantinople and Salonika. The events of the 6 stirring months that had just elapsed had yet to be heard and apprehended, and no sooner had I landed in Beirut than I began to shed European formulas and to look for the Asiatic value of the great catchwords of revolution. In Aleppo, sitting at the feet of many masters, who ranged down all the social grades, from the high official to the humblest laborer for hire, I learnt something about the hopes and fears, the satisfaction, the bewilderment, and the indifference of Asia. The populace had shared in the outburst of enthusiasm which had greeted the granting of the Constitution, a moment of unbridled expectation when, in the brief transport of universal benevolence, it seemed as if the age-long problems of the Turkish Empire had been solved with the stroke of the pen. They had journeyed back from that utopia to find that human nature remained much as it had been before. The public mind was unhinged. Men were obsessed with a sense of change, perplexed because change was slow to come, and alarmed lest it should spring upon them unawares. The relaxation of the rule of fear had worked in certain directions with immediate effect, but not invariably to the increase of security. True, there was a definite gain of personal liberty. The spies had disappeared from the official quarters, and with them the exiles who had been condemned by Abdullah Ahmed, on known or unknown pretexts, to languish helplessly in the provincial capitals. Everywhere, a daily press had sprung into existence, and foreign books and papers passed unhindered through the post. The childish and exasperating restrictions with which the Sultan had fettered his Christian subjects had fallen away. The Armenians were no longer tied to the spot whereupon they dwelt. They could, and did, travel where they pleased. The namusier, the identification certificate, had received the annual government stamp without delay and without need of bribes. In every company, Christian and Moslem, tongues were unloosed in outspoken criticism of official dealings. But it was extremely rare to find in these freely vented opinions anything of a constructive nature. The government was still, to the bulk of the population, a higher power, disconnected from those upon whom it exercised its will. You might complain of its lack of understanding, just as you cursed the hailstorm that destroyed your crops, but you were in no way answerable for it, nor would you attempt to control or advise it, any more than you would offer advice to the hail cloud. Many a time I have searched for some trace of the Anglo-Saxon acceptance of a common responsibility in the problems that beset the state, a sense the germs of which exist in the Turkish village community and in the tribal system of the Arab and the Kurd. It never went beyond an embryonic application to small local matters, and the answers I received resembled, mutatis mutandis, that of Fatah when I questioned him as to the part he had played in the recent general election. Your Excellency knows that I am a carriage driver. What do I have to do with government? But I can tell you that the new government is no better than the old. Look now at Aleppo. Have we a juster law? Voila, no. In some respects they had indeed a yet more laggard justice than in the days of tyranny. So we spoke of the years that were past. Or perhaps it would be truer to say, a yet more laggard administration. The dislocation of the old order was a fact considerably more salient than the substitution for it of another system. The officials shared to the full the general sense of impermanence that is inevitable to revolution, however soberly it may be conducted. They were uncertain of the limits of their own authority, and as far as possible, each one would shuffle out of definite action, lest it might prove that he had overstepped the mark. In the old days, a person of influence would occasionally rectify by processes superlegal a miscarriage of the law. The miscarriages continued, but intervention was curtailed by doubts and misgivings. The spies had been, in part, replaced by the agents of the committee, who wielded a varying but practically irresponsible power. How far the supremacy of the local committees extended, it was difficult to judge, nor would a conclusion based upon evidence from one province have been applicable to another, but my impression is that nowhere were they of much account, and that the further the district was removed from the coast, that is, from contact with the European centers of the new movement, the less influential did they become. Possibly in the remoter provinces, the local committee was itself reactionary, as I have heard it affirmed, or at best an object of ridicule. But in Syria, at any rate, the committees existed in more than name. Their inner organization was at that time secret, as was the organization of the parent society. They had taken form at the moment when the Constitution was proclaimed, and had undergone a subsequent reconstruction at the hands of delegates from Salonika, who were sent to instruct them in their duties. I came across one case where these delegates, having been unwisely selected, left the committee less well qualified to cope with the local conditions than they found it. The committees opened clubs of union and progress, the members of which numbered, in the bigger towns, several hundreds. The Club of Aleppo was a flourishing institution lodged in a large bare room in the center of town. It offered no luxuries to the members, military and civilian, who gathered round its tables of an evening, but it supplied them with a good stock of newspapers, which they read gravely under the shadow of a life-size portrait of Midhat Pasha, the hero and the victim of the first Constitution. The night of my visit, the newly formed Subcommittee for Commerce was holding its first deliberations on a subject which is of the utmost importance to the prosperity of Aleppo, the railway connection with the port of Alexandretta. To this discussion I was admitted, but the proceedings after I had taken my seat at the board were of an emotional rather than of a practical character, and I left with the cries of "Yasha Inglaterra!" "Long live England!" in my ears. I carried away with me the impression that whatever might be the future scope of its activities, the committee could not fail in these early days to be of some educational value. It brought men together to debate on matters that touched the common good, and invited them to bear a part in their promotion. The controlling authority of the executive body was of much more questionable advantage. Its members, whose names were kept profoundly secret, were supposed to keep watch over the conduct of affairs and to forward reports to the Central Committee. I say supposed, because I have no means of knowing whether they actually carried out what they stated to be their duties. They justified their position by declaring that it was a temporary expedient which would lapse as soon as the leaders of the new movement were assured of official loyalty to the Constitution, and, arbitrary as their functions may appear, it would have been impossible to assert that Asiatic Turkey was fit to run without leading strings. But I do not believe that the enterprise of the committees was sufficient to hamper a strong governor, and, so far as my observation went, the welfare of each province depended, and must depend for many a year to come, upon the rectitude and determination of the man who is placed in authority over it. Underlying all Turkish politics are the closely interwoven problems of race and religion, which had been stirred to fresh activity by exuberant promises. Fraternity and equality are dangerous words to scatter broadcast over an empire composed of many nationalities and controlled by a dominant race. Under conditions such as these, equality in its most rigid sense can scarcely be said to exist, while fraternity is complicated by the fact that the ruling race professes Islam, whereas many of the subordinate elements are Christian. The Christian population of Aleppo was bitterly disheartened at having failed to return one of their own creed out of the 6 deputies who represent the Vilayet. I met in the house of a common friend a distinguished member of the Christian community who threw a great deal of light on this subject. He began by observing that even in the Vilayet of Beirut, though so large a proportion of the inhabitants are Christian, the appointment of a non-Muslim governor would be impossible. So much, he said, for the boast of equality. This is, of course, undeniable, though in the central government, where they are not brought into direct contact with the Moslem population, Christians are admitted to the highest office. He complained that when the Christians of Aleppo had urged that they should be permitted to return a representative to the chamber, the Moslems had given them no assistance. They replied, interposed our host, that it was all one, since Christians and Moslems are merged in Ottoman. I turned to my original interlocutor and inquired whether the various communions had agreed upon a common candidate. No, he answered with some heat. They brought forward as many candidates as there are sects. Thus it is in our unhappy country. Even the Christians are not brothers, and one church will not trust the other. I said that this regrettable want of confidence was not confined to Turkey, and asked whether, if they could have commanded a united vote, they would have carried their candidate. He admitted with reluctance that he thought it would have been possible, and this view was confirmed by an independent witness who said that a Christian candidate, carefully chosen and well supported, would have received in addition the Jewish vote, since that community was too small to return a separate representative. As for administrative reform, It hangs upon the urgent problem of finance. From men who are overworked and underpaid, neither efficiency nor honesty can be expected. But to increase their number or their salary is an expensive business, and money is not to be had. How small are the local resources may be judged from the fact that Aleppo, a town of at least 120,000 inhabitants, possesses a municipal income of from 3,000 to 4,000 pounds a year. Judges who enjoy an annual salary of from 60 to 90 pounds are not likely to prove incorruptible, and it's difficult to see how a mounted policeman can support existence on less than 12 pounds a year, though one of my Cbteddies assured me that the pay was sufficient, if it had been regular. In the Vilayet of Aleppo and the Mutsariflik of Dayar, all the Cbteddies who accompanied me had received the arrears due to them, as well as their weekly wage. But this fortunate condition did not extend to other parts of the empire. The plain man of Aleppo did not trouble his head with fiscal problems. He judged the new government by immediate results and found it wanting. I rode one sunny afternoon with the boy, Fatah's brother-in-law, who was to accompany us on our journey, to the spring of Aintel, a mile or two north of the town. Yusuf, his name, as Fatah was careful to point out, is French. "I thought your Excellency knew French," he said severely, in answer to my tactless inquiry. Yusuf conducted me across wet meadows, where in spring the citizens of Aleppo take the air, and past a small mound, no doubt artificial, a relic, perhaps, of the constructions of Seif Addullah, whose palace once occupied these fields. Close to the spring stands a mill with a pair of stone lions carved on the slab above the door, the heraldic supporters of some prince of Aleppo. They had been dug out of the mound, together with a fine basalt door, like those which are found among 4th and 5th century ruins in the neighboring hills. The miller dusted it with his sleeve and observed that it was an antica. A party of dyers, who were engaged in spreading their striped cotton cloths upon the swarth, did me the honors of their drying ground. Merry fellows they were, the typical sturdy Christians of Aleppo, who hold their own with their Muslim brothers and reckon little of distinctions of creed. "Christians and Moslems," said one, "see how we labor. If the Constitution were worth anything, the poor would not work for such small rewards." "At any rate," said I, "you got your namusia cheaper this year." "Ah, true," he replied, "but who can tell how long it will last?" "Please God, it will endure," said I. "Please God," he answered, "but we should have been better satisfied to see the soldiers govern. A strong hand we need here in Aleppo, that the poor may enjoy the fruits of their toil." "Hey, wah," said another, "and a government that we know." Between them they had summed up popular opinion, which is ever blind to the difficulties of reform, and impatient because progress is necessarily slow-footed. We passed, on our return from the Tekiah of Abu Bekr, a beautiful Mamluk shrine with cypresses in its courtyard, which lift their black spires proudly over that treeless land. The brother of the hereditary sheikh showed me the mosque. It contains an exquisite mihrab of laced stonework, and windows that are protected by carved wooden shutters, and filled with old colored glass. Near the mosque is the square hall of a bath, now fallen into disrepair. 4 bendentives convert the square into an octagon, and 8 more hold the circle of the dome. As fine a piece of massive construction as you would wish to see. The sheikh and his family occupied some small adjoining rooms, and the young wife of my guide made me welcome with smiles and lemon sherbet. From the deep embrasure of her window I looked out upon Aleppo citadel, and congratulated her upon her secluded house set in the thickness of ancient walls. "Yes," she replied, eagerly detailing the benefits of Providence, "and we have a carpet for winter time, and there is no mother-in-law." Aleppo is the Greek Berea, but the town must have played a part in the earlier civilizations of North Syria. It lies midway between two Hittite capitals, Carchemish on the Euphrates and Kadesh on the Orontes, in the heart of a fertile country strewn with mounds and with modern mud-built villages. The chief town of this district was Chalcis, the modern Keneshrin, a day's journey to the south of Aleppo. But with the development of the great Seleucid trade route between Seleucia on the Tigris and Antioch on the Orontes, which Strabo describes as passing through Hierapolis, Aleppo, being on the direct line to Antioch, must have gained in importance, and it was perhaps for this reason that the little Syrian village saw the Seleucid foundations of Erea. The Arabic name, Haleb, retains a reminiscence of the original local appellation, which never slipped out of memory and finally conquered the Greek Berea. Mohammedan tradition recognizes the fact that Haleb was the ancient name of the city in the foolish tale which connects it with the cows of Abraham, the root of the word Haleb being the verb signifying to milk, and the Emperor Julian knew that Berea was the same as Caleb. Aleppo is not without evidences of a remote antiquity. Every archaeologist in turn has tried his hand at the half-obliterated Hittite inscription, which is built, upside down, into the walls of the mosque of Kikhan, near the Antioch gate. Among the ruins of the citadel are two roughly worked Hittite lions. Mr. Hogarth was the first to identify them, and I found in the French consulate a headless eagle carved in basalt, which belongs to the same period. The steep escarpment of the castle mound is akin to the ancient fortified sites of northern Mesopotamia. Julian mentions the Acropolis of Erea. It was protected in a later age by a revetment of stone slabs, most of which were stripped away by Timur Lenk when he overwhelmed the town in 1401 and laid it in ruins. I know of only one building in Aleppo, the origin of which can be attributed with certainty to the pre-Mohammedan period, the Jamil Helawaya, near the Great Mosque. It has been completely rebuilt. The present dome, resting on pendentives, with a tambour broken by 6 windows, belongs to one of the later reconstructions, but the beautiful acanthus capitals must be ascribed to the 5th century on account of their likeness to the capitals in the Church of St. Simeon Stylites, a day's journey northwest of Aleppo. The great school of architecture which they represent affected the builders of Islam through many a subsequent age, and you will find the Mamluks still flinging the leaves of the wind-borne acanthus about the capitals of their mosques. In the 10th century, Aleppo was the chief city of the Hamdanid prince Sayf el-Dalu, a noble patron of the arts. It was he who built the south gate in the walls, the Bab Kenessaran, and rebuilt the Antioch gate after its destruction by Nicephorus Phocas. He repaired the citadel, set the shrine of Hussein upon the hillside west of the town, and erected his own splendid dwelling outside the walls to the north. His palace was ravaged before his death. His gates and mosques have been rebuilt, and there remains for the period before Saladin little or nothing but the mosque inside the citadel, built in 1160 by Nur el-Din, the greatest of the Syrian Atabegs, and the Jami es-Shebishe, near the Antioch gate, which, in spite of its ruined condition, is one of the loveliest monuments of the art of Islam in the whole town of Aleppo. Along the top of the wall, and carried uninterruptedly around the square minaret, runs a Sufic inscription, cut in a Cavetto molding. Below it is a band of interlacing rinceaux, unsurpassed in boldness and freedom of design, and above it a heavy cimatium, borne on modillions and adorned with rinceaux. The classical outline of the cornice, together with the exquisite oriental decoration, give it a singular hybrid beauty. This mosque apart, the finest buildings are due to the Ayyubids, and chiefly to al-Malik es-Zahir, the son of Saladin, who ruled in Aleppo at the end of the 12th century. Beyond the walls, to the south of the city, in the quarter of Firdaus, the descendants of Saladin held their court, and though their palaces have disappeared, how much more we should know of Mohammedan architecture if each successive conqueror had not ruined the house of his predecessor. The suburb is still resplendent with mosques and tombs. Here stands the madrasa of El-Malik ez-Zahir, with an arcade borne on capitals that retain a reminiscence of classical form, though they are hung with a garland of leaves that are closer to the Sasanian than to the Greek. Near it is the Mosque of Firdaus, built by the king's widow when she was regent for her son. Over the mihrab of this mosque is a bold entrelac decoration, which is to be found also in the shrine of Hussein, a building that owes its present form to El-Malik el-Zahir. The Mosque of Es-Salahin shelters a gigantic footprint of Abraham, and about it lie the tombs of the pious who sought a resting place near the site sanctified by the patriarch, tombstones worthy of a museum, carved with Sufic inscriptions and with vine scrolls and bunches of grapes. And falling now into unheeded decay are other memorials of the dead, their walls covered with delicate tracery and their windows filled with an exquisite lacework of stone. They were great builders, these princes of Islam, Ayyubid and Mamluk, and in nothing greater than in their mastery of structural difficulties. The problem of the dome, its thrust and its setting over a square substructure, received from them every possible solution. They bent the solid stone into airy forms of infinite variety. Their splendid masonry satisfied the eye, as does the wall of a Greek temple, and none knew better than they the value of discreet decoration. The restraint and beauty of such treatment of the wall surface as is to be found in the Khan of Wazir or the Khan of Sabun bear witness to a master hand. The grace and ordered symmetry of these facades are as devoid of monotony as are the palace walls of the early Venetian Renaissance, to which they are closely related, and here, as in Venice, the crowning beauty of color is added to that of form and proportion. But it is color of the sun's own making. The sharp black outline of a window opening, the half-tones of a carved panel lying upon the smooth brightness of the masonry, soberly enhanced by the occasional use of a darker stone, either in courses or in alternate vissoirs. If you are so fortunate as to have many friends in Aleppo, you will find that the domestic architecture is no less admirable, and drinking your coffee under paneled ceilings rich with dull golds and soft deep reds, you will magnify once again the genius of the artificers of Asia. The walls and gates of the city, though they are not so well preserved as those of Diyarbakir, are fine examples of medieval fortification. To the north, a prosperous quarter lies beyond the older circuit, and the heraldic lions of the Mamluks look down upon streets crowded with traffic. Armorial bearings played a large part in the decorative scheme of the Mohammedan builders. The type characteristic of Aleppo is a disc projecting slightly from the wall, carved with a cup, from the base of which spring a pair of leaves. Upon the cup there are strange signs, which are said to have been imitated from Egyptian hieroglyphs, a motive introduced by the Mamluks, but I have noticed a variety of coats of the same period, such as the whorl, which fills the disc upon the Bab el-Makam, and the pair of upright pot-hooks, set back to back, upon the Jamil Mak Amat, in the Firdaus quarter. These discs, together with bands of inscription, are the sole ornaments placed upon the city gates. The somber splendor of the architecture of Aleppo is displayed nowhere better than in the Bimaristan of El-Malik ez-Zahir, which was built as a place of confinement for criminal lunatics, and is still used for that purpose. The central court terminates at the southern end in the lewan of a mosque covered with an oval dome. Before it lies the ceremonial water tank, if anyone should have the heart to wash or pray in that house of despair. A door from the court leads to a stone corridor, out of which open rectangular stone chambers, with massive walls rising to a great height, and carrying round and oval domes. Through narrow window slits, feeble shafts of light fall into the dank well beneath, and shiver through the iron bars that close the cells of the lunatics. They sit more like beasts than men, loaded with chains in their dark cages, and glower at each other through the bars. And one was sick, and moaned upon his wisp of straw. And one rattled his chains, and clawed at the bars as though he would cry for mercy, but had forgotten human speech. "They do not often recover," said the jailer, gazing indifferently into the sick man's cell. And I wondered in my heart whether there were any terms in which to reckon up the misery that had accumulated for generations under El-Malik Es-Sahir's domes. Like the numismatic emblem of a city goddess, Aleppo wears a towered crown. The citadel lies immediately to the east of the bazaars. A masonry bridge, resting on tall, narrow arches, spans the moat between a crenellated outpost and the great square block of the inner gatehouse. Through a worked iron door, dated in the reign of El-Malik Es-Sahir, you pass into a vaulted corridor, which turns at right angles under an arch decorated with interlaced dragons, and ends at another arched doorway, on which stand the leopards of Sultan Baybars, who rebuilt the castle in the 13th century. Above the entrance is a columned hall, grass-grown and ruined. Passages lead down from it into vaulted chambers, which would seem to have been repaired after Timur sacked Aleppo. Some of the blocks used in the walls here are Jewish tombstones dated by Hebrew inscriptions in the 13th century, and since it is scarcely possible that Baybars should have desecrated a cemetery of his own day, they must indicate a later period of reconstruction. The garrison was supplied with water from a well 80 meters deep, which lies near the northern edge of the castle mound. Besides the well hole, a stair goes down to the water level, near which point vaulted passages branch out to right and left. Tradition says that the whole mound is raised upon a substructure of masonry, but tradition is always ready with such tales, and the only inscription in the passages near the well is Sufic. At the northern limit of the enclosure stands a high tower. If you would know Aleppo, you must climb. From the Muhaddin's gallery, the town lies revealed, a wide expanse of flat roof covering the bazaars, broken by dome and minaret, by the narrow clefts of streets and the courts of mosque and khan. The cypresses of Abu Bakr stand sentinel to the north. From that direction, Timur entered through the Bab el-Hadid. In the low ground beneath the Antioch gate, the armies of the Crusaders lay encamped. The railway, an invader more powerful than Baldwin, holds it now. Turn to the east, and as far as the eye can see stretch rolling uplands, the granary of North Syria, and across them wind the caravan tracks that lead into Inner Asia. There, through the waste, flows the Euphrates. You might, almost, from the tower, catch the glint of its waters, so near to the western sea does its channel approach here. I have never come to know an Oriental city without finding that it possesses a distinctive personality much more strongly accentuated than is usually the case in Europe. And this is essentially true of the Syrian towns. To compare Damascus, for example, with Aleppo would be to set side by side two different conceptions of civilization. Damascus is the capital of the desert, Aleppo of the fertile plain. Damascus is the city of the Arab tribes who conquered her and set their stamp upon her. Aleppo, standing astride the trade routes of northern Mesopotamia, is a city of merchants, quick to defend the wealth that they have gathered afar. So I read the history that is written upon her walls, and impressed deep into the character of her adventurous sons. At Aleppo, the current of the imagination is tributary to the Euphrates. with Xenophon, with Julian, with all the armies captained by a dream of empire that dashed and broke against the ancient East, the thoughts go marching down the river, which was the most famous of all frontier lines. So we turned east, and on a warm and misty February morning, we passed under the cypresses of Abu Bekr and took the high road to Hierapolis. End of section 2. Section 3 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. Aleppo to Tell Ā'MAR, Part 2. It was a world of mud through which we journeyed, for the rains had been heavy, and occasionally a shower fell across our path. But rain and mud can neither damp nor clog the spirit of those who are once more upon the road, with faces turned toward the east. The corn was beginning to sprout, and there were signs, too, of another crop, that of the locusts, which had swarmed across the Euphrates the year before, and, after ravaging the fields, had laid their eggs in the shallow earth that lies upon the rocky crest of the ridges between cornland and cornland. Whenever the road climbed up to these low eminences, we found a family of peasants engaged, in a desultory fashion, in digging out the eggs from among the stones. Where they lay, the ground was pitted like a face scourged with smallpox. But for every square yard cleared, a square mile was left undisturbed, and the peasants worked for the immediate small reward which the government paid for each load of eggs, and not with any hope of averting the plague that ultimately overwhelmed their crops. It comes and goes, for what reason no man can tell, lasting in a given district over a term of lean years, and disappearing as unaccountably as it came. Perhaps a storm of rain kills the larvae as they are hatching out. Perhaps the breeding season is unfavorable. God knows, said Haji Ali, the Zaptea who accompanied me. The country is set thick with villages, of which Capert marks not the 10th part, and even those not always rightly placed. We passed his Sheikh Najjar, and at Sheikh Zahid I went up to see the Ziyara, the little shrine upon the hilltop, but found there nothing but a small chamber containing the usual clay tomb. We left Serbs on the right. It was hidden behind a ridge, and took a track that passed through the village of Sâmarrâ. Not infrequently there were old rock-cut cisterns among the fields and round the mounds whereon villages had once stood. At Tel El Hul, 5 hours from Aleppo, a modern village lies below the mound, and by the roadside I saw part of the shaft of a column with a molded base, while several more fragments of columns were set up as tombstones in the graveyard. An hour before we reached Bab, we caught sight of the high minaret of the Ziyara above it. It is a flourishing little place with a bazaar and several khans, in one of which I lodged. The heavy rain clouds that had hung about us all day were closing down as evening approached, but I had time to climb the steep hill to the west of the village, where a cluster of houses surrounds the Ziyara of Nabi Hashil. So I heard the name, but Abdul Fida calls it the Mashhad of Aqil ibn Abi Talib, brother of the Caliph Ali, an old shrine of which the lower part of the walls is built of rusticated stones. The tomb itself was closed, but I went to the top of the minaret and had a fine view of the shallow, fruitful valley of the Deheb, which, taking its source near Bab and the more northerly Tel Batnan, runs down to the salt marshes at the foot of Jebel El Has. Across the valley there is a notable big mound with a village at its foot, the Baza of the Arab geographers, smaller than a town and larger than a village, said Ibn Jabbar in the 12th century. The ancient Bathni, where Julian rested under a pleasant grove of cypress trees, is represented by Baza and its gate Bab. He compares its gardens with those of Daphne, the famous sanctuary of Apollo near Antioch, and though the gardens and cypresses have been replaced by cornfields, it is still regarded by the inhabitants of Aleppo as an agreeable and healthy resort during the hot months of summer. Perhaps we may carry back its history yet earlier, and look here for the palace of Bel Isis, the Persian governor of Syria, at the source of the river Dardus, which Xenophon describes as having a large and beautiful garden containing all that the seasons produce. Cyrus laid it waste and burned the palace, after which he marched 3 days to Thapsacus on the Euphrates. But the Arab geographers place Balis, which some have conjectured to have occupied the site of the Persian palace, 2 days from Aleppo, and the position of Thapsacus has not been determined with any certainty. If it stood at Dibsay, as Moritz surmises, Cyrus could well have reached it in 3 marches from Bab, and I'm inclined to think that Xenophon's account identifies the satrap's pleasance with the gardens of Bathni. In Kiepert's map, the relative distances between Aleppo and Bab and Manbij are not correct. I rode the 2 stages in almost exactly the same time, 7¼ hours, and the caravan took 9 hours each day, whereas the map would have the march to Manbij a good 2 hours longer than the march to Bab. A stormy wind, bringing with it splashes of rain, swept us the next morning over the wet uplands. About an hour from Bab, we were joined by a Circassian, wrapped in a thick black felt cloak, which, with the white woolen hood over an astrakhan cap, skirted coat with cartridges ranged across the breast, and high riding boots, is the invariable costume of these emigrants from the north. His name was Mahmud Aga. His father had left the Caucasus after the Russians took the country, and had gone with all his people to Romalia, where they had settled down and built houses. And then the Russians seized that land also, and again they left all and came to Manbij, and the Sultan gave them fields on his own estates. But if the Russians were to come here too, he concluded, with the anxious air of one who faces an ever-present danger, God knows where we should go. Their frontier is far, I said reassuringly. Please God, said he. I asked him about the recent elections, and found that he took a lively interest in the politics of the day. He knew the names of the deputies who had been returned for the Vilayet of Aleppo, and said that 1,000 people had given their votes in the Manbij district, though there should have been many more if all had been on the register, but they would not trouble to have their names placed upon it. Wallah, no, observed Haji Ali. Do you think that the fellahin of all these villages wish to vote? If they knew that their name was written down by the government, they would take to their heels and flee into the desert, leaving all that they have, so great would be their fear. This was a new view of the duties and privileges of citizenship, and once more I had to shift my ground and look at representative institutions through the eyes of the Syrian peasant. Then none of the Arab vote? I asked, when I had accomplished this revolution of the mind. The Arab are the Bedouin. God forbid, replied Haji Ali. Where is Aleppo, and where their dwelling place? We are all equal now before the law, said Mahmud Aga, inconsequently, but he was thinking of townsfolk, not of the Arab. And all will be given an equal justice. We shall not wait for months at the door of the Sâmarrâ before we are given a hearing, and then only with bribes. I have heard that all are equal, said I, and that Christian and Moslem will serve together in the army. What think you? Without doubt the Christians may serve, he answered, but they cannot command. In 3½ hours we reached the village of Aramay, where there are 2 Roman milestones that have been copied by Mr. Hogarth. He dates them A.D. 197, in which year the emperor, Septimus Severus, whose name is inscribed upon them, probably completed the road, I suspect that it followed the Seleucid trade route mentioned by Strabo. There are not more than a dozen houses at Aramea, but the ancient settlement was more important. Cut stones lie about the modern hovels, and behind them are ruined foundations, among which we found the fragment of a bas-relief, a pair of shod feet and another foot beside them. I did not judge it to be earlier than the Roman period. A large stone block built into the wall of one of the courtyards bore a much-worn foundation inscription of El-Malek el-Zahir, his name, and the words, "He built it," being alone decipherable. We rode on to Hierapolis, across a hollow plain, all cultivated, the sacred domain of the Syrian goddess, whom some call Nature herself, the cause that produces the seed of all things. When we passed over the ground it was still a chiflik, the private property of Abdul Hamid, wrested by him bit by bit during the last 30 years from its owners, the half-settled Arabs. With all the rest of his landed estates, it was appropriated after his deposition in April by the state, and if it is put up for sale, there will be no lack of customers in Aleppo, for the merchants are eager to lay field to field, and I have heard them complain of the difficulty of buying land near home, since it was all held by the Sultan. We rode between the air-holes of underground canals, of which there were a great number bringing water to Hierapolis. The old line of the city walls is clearly marked, though the Circassian colony, which grows in numbers and prosperity in spite of the antagonism of the neighboring Arabs, is rapidly digging out the stones and using them in the construction of houses. Just within the walls, as we approached from the west, is a large pond, surrounded by masonry, the remains of the stairs by which the worshippers descended into the pool of Atargatis, that they might swim to the altar in its middle. Lucian declares that the pool wherein were kept the sacred fish was over 200 cubits deep, but his informants must have exaggerated, inasmuch as Pocock, who visited Hierapolis in 1787, mentions that the pool was dry, and does not speak of so remarkable a hole as Lucian's estimate would imply. Mondrel, who saw it in 1699, describes it as a deep pit containing a little water, but choked by the walls and columns of great buildings that had stood all about it. East of the pool there is a modern mosque erected by Abdul Hamid on the site of a foundation of El-Malek el-Zahir. Nothing remained of the earlier building, I was told, but a ruined minaret, which has now gone. In the San, the court, I saw 3 inscriptions of El-Malek el-Zahir, which had belonged to his mosque. Below the pavement of the San, said the guardian of the mosque, a second pavement had been found, which he believed to have been that of a Christian church. There were 1 or 2 columns lying about here, and an acanthus capital, which was certainly pre-Mohammedan and probably pre-Christian. Monbej was, at one time, a bishopric. The earlier travelers mentioned several ruined churches which have now vanished, and Ibn Kherdadbeh, one of the first of the Arab geographers, remarks that there is no wooden building fairer than the church at Monbej, for it has arches of jujube wood, an observation which is repeated with wearisome iteration by many of his successors. The pool and the mosque stand for the 2 periods of former splendor, the pagan and the Mohammedan. Bombais, to give it the classicized form of its ancient local name, must have been a shrine of some importance when the Seleucids rechristened it Hierapolis, but, as at Aleppo, the older word was never forgotten, and Strabo in the 1st century calls it by both names. His account is suggestive of the conditions that prevailed in the Seleucid Empire. The road for merchants, says he, quote, going from Syria to Seleucia and Babylon, lies through the country of the Senete, and through the desert belonging to their territory. The Euphrates is crossed in the latitude of Anthamusia, a place in Mesopotamia. Above the river, at a distance of 4 Shonai, is Bombais, where the Syrian goddess Atargatis is worshipped. After crossing the river, the road runs through a desert country on the borders of Babylonia to Senai. From the passage across the river to Senai is a journey of 25 days. There are on the road owners of camels who keep resting places which are well supplied with water from cisterns or transported from a distance. The Senetai exact a moderate tribute from merchants, but do not molest them. The merchants, therefore, avoid the country on the banks of the river and risk a journey through the desert, leaving the river on the right hand at a distance of nearly 3 days' march. For the chiefs of the tribes living on both sides of the river are settled in their midst of their own peculiar domains, and each exacts a tribute of no moderate amount for himself." End quote. It is evident that the Alexandrids never succeeded in subduing the Arab tribes who pushed up in a wedge along the Euphrates between their Mesopotamian and their Syrian provinces, and Strabo has here left us a description of the pre-Parthian line of traffic. Where it crossed the river, it would be hazardous to pronounce. The two most famous passages of the Middle Euphrates were at Barajek and Thapsacus. At the former, Seleucus Nicator built a bridge, and Croesus, in the 1st century before Christ, found a bridge at Barajek, and crossed with all the omens against him, even the eagle of the first standard turning its head backwards when it was brought down to the river. But between these 2 points the Euphrates can be easily crossed in boats at many places, and in numerous Roman expeditions against the Sassanians, when Hierapolis came to be used as a convenient starting point for eastern campaigns, the passage seems usually to have been made lower down than the Barajek, more nearly opposite Hierapolis, and the Mesopotamian road ran thence by Thalatacomum and through the desert to Bathnai and Osrane. Julian, marching from Hierapolis, presumably took this shorter road, for he was anxious to reach Mesopotamia before intelligence of his movements should have come to the enemy, and it has been conjectured that he threw his bridge of boats across the river from Sicilania, a place mentioned in the Putinger tables, and identified, tentatively, with Kalat en Nejim. There is, however, a ferry just below the mouth of the Sajur River, which during the last few years has been used regularly by caravans and carriages going to Urfa, the ancient Edessa, in preference to the longer road by Barajek. This route had long been abandoned on account of the insecurity of the deserts through which it passes. Before the granting of the Constitution, some advance had been made towards order, and since the overthrow of Ibrahim Pasha, the Kurd, in the autumn of 1908, it has become as safe as can reasonably be expected. The landing place on the east bank is at Tel Ahmar, a tiny hamlet which has inherited the site of a very ancient city. Here, perhaps, Strabo's road crossed the river. Here Julian may have constructed his pontoon bridge, and it is not improbable that for the first 400 or 500 years of the Christian era, it was the customary point of passage for travelers from Hierapolis to Edessa. Thapsacus, which lies lower down than Siciliana, Kalat en Nejim, was of earlier importance. Xenophon crossed there, and nearly 100 years later, Darius, fleeing headlong eastwards with his broken army after the battle of Issus, with Alexander headlong at his heels, passed over the river at Thapsacus. Julian saw Manbej in the last days of its pagan glory, and for him, as for Croesus before him, the omens of Hierapolis were unfavorable. For as he entered the gates of that large city, a portico on the left fell suddenly while 50 soldiers were passing under it, and many were wounded, being crushed beneath the vast weight of the beams and tiles. A couple of 100 years later, its estate was so much diminished that no attempt was made to defend it against Khosrow, who held it to ransom and then treacherously sacked it. Procopius says that the space enclosed by the wide circuit of the walls was at that time a desert, and since it was far too large to be defended by the scanty remnants of the population, Julian drew in the walls to a smaller compass. After the Mohammedan conquest, Harun el-Rashid made Manbij one of the fortresses of his frontier province, el-Walasim, the strongholds. It passed from hand to hand in the wars carried on by the Greek emperors and the Crusaders against the caliphs, and finally remained in the possession of the latter. Under the house of Saladin, it enjoyed a second period of prosperity, and the inscriptions near the mosque show that El-Malik Ez-Zahir, that great builder, must have expended some of his skill upon it. Ibn Jubair found it rich and populous, with large bazaars and a strong castle, but its fortifications could not protect it against Hulaku, who took and sacked it in 1259, and 60 years later Abdul Fida found most of its walls and houses in ruins. It never recovered from this disaster, but sank gradually into the featureless decay from which the Circassian colony is engaged in rescuing it. The Kanji and all others interested in our arrival being happily engaged in receiving the news of the day from Fatu, I slipped away alone and walked round the western and southern line of the ruined city wall. All space within is covered by shapeless heaps of earth, with cut stones and fragments of columns emerging from them. Towards the northeastern corner, where the ground rises, the hollow of the theatre is clearly marked just inside the wall, and beyond it a large depression probably indicates the site of the stadium. The rain clouds scuttled past upon the wind. Little and solitary, a Circassian shepherd boy came wandering in over the high downs, driving his flock of goats across the ruins of the wall and through the theatre, where they stopped to graze in shelter from the furious blast. I followed them half across the wasted city and turned aside to pay my respects to the tomb of a holy man, a crumbling mosque with the graves of the faithful about it. The Circassian, who has his dwelling in the courtyard, hastened to open the shrine and to relate the story of Sheikh Akil. He lived in the days of Timur Lenk and enjoyed so great a reputation that when the conqueror was preparing to besiege the town, he thought fit to warn the sheikh of his intentions. Sheikh Akil begged him to hold aloof for 3 days, and, having obtained this respite, he counseled the inhabitants to destroy all that might tempt to pillage. They followed his advice, and Timur, finding nothing but smoking ruins, passed the city by, while the populace escaped with their lives. So ran the Circassian's tale. I give it for what it's worth. Meantime, the baggage had come in, and the horses were being watered at the sacred pool, amid anxious cries from the muleteers, who had heard rumors of its fabulous depth. "Oh, father, look to yourself! May God destroy your dwelling, no further!" Besides Haji Amir, who had traveled with me before, Fatu had engaged 2 others, both Christians, Selim and Habib, the latter a brother of his own. These 3, with Yusuf, accompanied me during all the months of the journey, and I never heard a word of complaint from them, neither had I cause to complain. I had intended to ride next day to Karchemish, sending the caravan across the ford to Tell Ahmar, where I meant to join it in the evening, but the Kanji and Mohammed Aga, who had dropped in to see that we were comfortably lodged, dissuaded me, saying that if the wind rose, as it had done that evening, the ferry boats would not come over from Tell Ahmar, and I should be left on the river bank with my camp on the opposite side. I was reluctant to give up my scheme, and Fatu backed me with the observation that the passage was easy and need not be taken into account. "Oh, my brother," Mahmud admonished him, "it is the Euphrates." And we were all silenced. Early in the morning, I left Manbij with Yusuf and Haji Ali, and rode past a bewildering number of villages unmarked by Capert. I noted Manga Bay and Wardana on our left, and after them on Nakhila, on our right, to the Sajur Valley, which we reached near Chat. We had left the carriage track and now followed the windings of the Sajur by a path narrow at best and none the better for the recent rains. A man on a donkey jogged along behind us, and I caught fragments of his conversation with Haji Ali. He asked the meaning of the word huraya, liberty, a question to which he received no very definite answer. He did not press the point, but remarked that, for his part, he knew nothing of the new government, but this he knew, that no one in these villages had done military service. I suppose on account of the exemption that was extended to all who dwell upon the Sultan's domains. And no one was written down, and El Hukame, on the official register. He prayed God that this fortunate estate might not suffer change. In 3 hours from Manbej, we reached Ashiriye, turned a bit of rising ground, and came in sight of the Euphrates, flowing beneath white cliffs. If I had been instructed in the proper ceremonies, I should have wished to offer up a sacrifice or raise a Bethel stone, but failing these, I paid the only tribute that can be accorded in an ungracious age, and photographed it. Haji Ali drew bridle and watched the proceeding. "I see it for the first time," I said apologetically. "Ah, yes," he replied, "this is our Euphrates." And he turned an indulgent eye upon the rolling waters that are charged with the history of the ancient world. The path dropped down into the valley and ran under cliffs which are honeycombed with chambered caves, made, or at least deepened, by the hand of man. The water was low at this season, and where we joined the river, it was divided into 2 arms by a long island. Half an hour further down, the arms met, and lower still another little island, which is covered after the snows begin to melt in the northern mountains, was set in the wide stream. Here was the ferry. A company of bedraggled camels and camel drivers waited on the sands while the cumbrous boats were dragged up from the point to which they had been washed by the current. The ferrymen had been weather-bound at Tel Ahmar, and the caravans had spent a weary 2 days by the river's edge. They had eaten misery, sighed the camel drivers. Voila! No bread they had had, no fire and no tobacco. But with the patient deference of the East, they stood aside when the first boat came lumbering up, and observed that the council effendi had best cross while the air was still. We drove our horses into the ferryboat, and by a most unnautical process, connected with long poles, our craft was run ashore upon the island, over which we ploughed our way and found a second boat ready to take us across the smaller channel. We landed in Mesopotamia at the village of Tel Ahmar, which takes its name from the high mound, washed by the Euphrates, under which it lies. Yusuf spread out my lunch on top of the tell, and we watched the caravan embark from the opposite bank, and were well pleased to have accomplished the momentous passage in good order, with all our eagles pointing the right way. I lingered on the mound, making acquaintance with a world which was new to me, but immeasurably old to fame. The beautiful, empty desert stretched away east and north and south, bathed in the soft splendor of the February sun, long, gentle slopes and low, bare hills, and the noble curves of the Euphrates bordering the waste. Near the river, and scattered over the first 2 or 3 miles of country to the east of it, there are a number of isolated mounds which represent the site of very ancient settlements. Of these, Tel Ahmar is by far the most important. The ridge of silted earth which marks the line of the walls encloses 3 sides of a parallelogram, the river itself defending the 4th side. Strewn about the village are several stone slabs carved in relief with Hittite figures. Outside one of the gates in the east wall are the broken remains of a Hittite stela, and before the second, more southerly gate lie 2 roughly carved lions with inscriptions of Shalmaneser II. By the time I had finished lunch, Haji Ali had selected a villager to serve me as guide to the wonders of Tel Ahmar, and we set off together to inspect the written stones. My new friend's name was Ibrahim. As we ran down to Shalmaneser's lions, he confided to me that for some reason, wholly concealed from him, wallah, he was not beloved of the Kaimakam of Bumbadj, and added that he proposed to place himself under my protection. Please God. Please God, said I, wondering to what misdeeds I might, in the name of my vassal, stand committed. The fragments of the Hittite stela were half buried in the ground, and I sent Ibrahim to the village, bidding him collect men with picks and spades to dig them out. The monument had been a four-sided block of stone with rounded corners, covered on 3 sides with an inscription, and on the 4th with a king in low relief standing upon a bull. When we had disengaged the bull from the earth, the villagers fell to discussing what kind of animal it was, and Ibrahim took it upon himself to pronounce it a pig. But Haji Ali, who had been tempted forth from the tents to view the Antica, intervened decisively in the debate. In the ancient days, said he, they made pictures of men and maidens, lions, horses, bulls, and dogs, but they never made pictures of pigs. This statement was received deferentially by all, and Ibrahim, with the fervor of the newly convinced, hastened to corroborate it. No, wallah, they never made pictures of pigs. The whole village turned out to help in the work of making molds of the inscriptions. Those who were not actively employed with brush and paste and paper, sitting round in an attentive circle. There is little doing at Tel Ahmar, and even the molding of a Hittite inscription, which is not, to the European, an occupation fraught with interest, affords a welcome diversion, to say nothing of the prospect of earning a piastra if you wait long enough. But on the 3rd day, wind and rain called a halt, and guided by the sheikh of the neighboring village of Quba, I explored the river bank. Half an hour before Tel Ahmar, among some insignificant ruins, we found a small Hittite inscription cut on a bit of basalt, and close to it a block of limestone carved with a much effaced relief. A few minutes further to the east, a lion's head, roughly worked in basalt, lay upon a mound. The head is carved in a round, but we dug into the mound and uncovered a large block on which the legs were represented in relief. We rode on to Quba, where the inhabitants are Arab-speaking Kurds, and found in the graveyard the fragment of a Latin inscription in well-cut letters, COMF, LONG, HFR, VIAS. We left the hamlet of Cbteddy a little to the right, and an hour further down, past the village of Bagara, beyond which the eastern ridge of the high ground draws in towards the river. In a small valley, just before we reached the slopes of the hill, I saw the remains of some construction that looked like a bridge built of finely squared stones, and on the farther side, a graveyard with a couple of broken stone sarcophagi in it. The sheikh said that after rain he had found glass and gold rings here. He insisted on my inspecting some caves by the water's edge, where he was positive we should find writing, and I went reluctantly, for a series of disillusions has ended in destroying the romantic interest that once hung about caves. These were no better than I had expected, and the writing was a cross incised over one of the entrances. The rain had stopped, and we rode on to the big mound of Kazak. Kiepert calls it Kazak, at the foot of which there is a considerable area covered with cut and molded stones, and massive door jambs still standing upright with half their height buried in the earth. I should say that it was the site of a town of the Byzantine period. When we returned to camp, Ibrahim brought me 2 fragments of a large earthenware jar, decorated round the top with a double line raised and notched in the clay. In the band between were set alternately a head in high relief and a semicircle of the notched clay. The heads were finely worked, the eyes rather prominent, and the cheeks round and full, a type which recalled that of the stone heads carved upon the walls of the Parthian palace at Hatra. Whether it were Parthian or not, the jar was certainly pre-Mohammedan. The night closed in, cloudless and frosty, and I resolved to risk the caprices of the river and ride up next morning to Carchemish, for it's impossible to lie within half a day's journey of a great capital and yet make no effort to see it. Before dawn we sent a messenger up the river and charged him to bring us a boat to a point above the camp, that we might land on the west bank of the Euphrates above its junction with the Segur, a river which we were told was difficult to cross. In half an hour, Fatou and I reached Tel Abrir, the mound of the ford, where there is a small village, and on going down to the river found, to our surprise, that the boat was there before us, but not ready. That would have been too much to expect. I left Fatou to bail out the water with which it was filled, and went off to inspect Tel al-Kamluk, a quarter of an hour away, if you gallop. Here there was no village, but only a large graveyard with broken columns used as tombstones. By the time I returned to the river, the boat had been made more or less seaworthy, but a sharp little wind had risen, the swift current of the Euphrates was ruffled, and the boatmen shook their heads and doubted whether they would dare to cross. We did not leave the decision to them, but hurried the horses into the leaking craft and pushed off. The stream swept us down, and the wind held us close to the east bank, but with much labor and frequent invocation of God and the prophet, we sidled across and ran aground on the opposite shore. Our troubles were not yet over, for our landing place turned out to be a big island, and there was still an arm of the river before us. The stream had risen during the rain of the previous day, and was racing angrily through the second channel. But we plunged in, and with the water swirling round the shoulders of our horses, succeeded in making the passage. We shook ourselves dry, and turned our faces to Carchemish. The road under the bluffs by the riverside was impassable, and we climbed up a gorge into the rocky country that lies along the top of the cliff. At one point we saw a mass of ruins, door jambs and squared stones, which Kiepert, I know not on what ground, calls Cloister Ruin. In that bare land we met a cheerful old man driving a donkey and carrying a rifle. "Whither going in peace?" said he. "To Carchemish," we answered, only we called it Jarablus. And I fell to considering how often the same question had met with the same answer, when the stony path was full of people from Tel Amar's city, going up and down to learn the news of the capital and bring back word on the movements of Assyrian armies and the market price of corn. Fatou, elated by the conquest of the river, bubbled over with talk. Simple tales of his beloved Aleppo, of the ways of its inhabitants, great and small, and of his many journeys to Kalitz and Aintab, Urfa, Diyarbekir, and Baghdad. Your Excellency knows that I was the first man to take a carriage to Baghdad, for there was no road then, but afterwards they made it. And as for my carriage, Zekaiah has lined it inside and filled it with cushions, so that the gentry may lie at ease while I drive them. And I have told you how I got Zekaiah?" "No," I said mendaciously. I have traveled with Fatou before, and have not been left unaware of the episodes that led to his betrothal. But reminiscences that take the listener into the heart of Eastern life bear repetition. The lady of Fatou's choice was 14 when he first set eyes on her. He went straight to her father and made a bid for her hand. But the girl was very fair, and the father asked a larger dowry than Fatou could give. "Fortunately," continued Fatou ingeniously, He had an illness of the eyes, and I said to him, 'There is in Aleppo a doctor who loves me and will cure you for my sake.' But he answered, 'God give you wisdom! None can cure me save only God.' And I mounted him in my carriage and drove him to that doctor, and look you, he healed him so that he saw like a youth. Then he said, 'There is none like Fatou, and I will give him my daughter, even without a dowry.' So I bought her clothes and a gold chain, and all that she desired, for I said, 'She shall have naught but what I give her.' And since we married, I have given her gold ornaments and dresses of silk, and when we return from this journey, I will take her on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. And indeed she loves me mightily, and I her." Said Fatou, bringing his idyll to a satisfactory conclusion, "I have seen Zakaya in all the bravery of her silk gowns and gold ornaments, and I do not think she has ever had cause to regret the day when Fatou mounted her father in his carriage." We rode fast, and in a couple of hours came down to the Euphrates again, and so over the low ground for another hour, till we reached a tell by the river with a village close to it. This village and tell, as well as the large mound half an hour away to the northwest, and the farm near it, are all called Jerablus, and probably local tradition is right in drawing no distinction between the widely separated mounds, the whole area between them having been, in all likelihood, occupied by the houses and gardens of the Hittite capital. Until you come to Babylon, there is no sight on the Euphrates so imposing as the northern mound of Carchemish. It was the Acropolis, the strongly fortified dwelling place of king and god. At its northeastern end, it rises to a high ridge enclosed on two sides with a majestic sweep of the river. From the top of this ridge, you may see the middle parts of the strategic line drawn by the Euphrates from Samsara to Thapsacus, strung with battlefields whereon the claims of Europe and Asia were fought out, while to the west stretched the rich plains that gave wealth to Carchemish, to Europus, and to Hierapolis. They are now coming back into cultivation, as the merchants of Aleppo acquire and till them, or enter into an agricultural partnership with their Arab proprietors, and if the Baghdad Railway is brought this way, as was confidently expected, the returns from them will be doubled or trebled in value. The northern mound is covered with the ruins of the Roman and Byzantine city. Columns and molded bases, foundations of walls set round paved courtyards, and the line of a colonnaded street running across the ruin field from the high ridge to a breach that indicates the place of a gate in the southern face of the enclosing wall. A couple of carved Hittite slabs, uncovered during Henderson's excavations and left exposed at the mercy of the weather, bear witness to the antiquity of the site. It has long been desolate, but there is no mistaking the greatness of the city that was protected by that splendid mound. Fatou had ordered the boatman to pull or punt the boat over to the west bank during our absence. The river was rising, and the arm we had crossed with difficulty in the morning might have been impassable by nightfall. The boat was surrounded, when we arrived, by everyone in the district who happened to have business on the opposite bank, and recognizing in our passage an unusually favorable opportunity for getting over for nothing. As soon as we had embarked, some 20 persons and 4 donkeys hustled in after us and were likely to swamp us. But Fatou rose up in anger and ejected half of them, pitching the lean and slender Arab peasants over the gunwales and into the water at haphazard, until we judged the boat to be sufficiently lightened. Those who were allowed to remain earned their passage, for when we presently ran aground on the head of the island, as it was obvious to the most inexperienced eye that we must, they leapt out, and wading waist-high in the stream, pushed us off. So we galloped home, beside the swiftly flowing river, aglint with the sunset, and found the campfire lighted and the cooking pots a-simmer, and Tell AGHMAR settling down to its evening meal, and to rest. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. Tel AʿMAR to BUSEIRAH, February 21 to March 7. The water of the Euphrates is much esteemed by the inhabitants of its banks. It is, I think, an acquired taste. The newcomer will be apt to look askance at the turgid liquid that issues from the spout of his teapot, and to question whether a dequatation of ancient dust can be beneficial to the European constitution. Fatou, being acquainted with my idiosyncrasies in the matter of drinking water, accepted without a murmur the sacrilegious decree that which was destined for my flask must be boiled, whereby, though we did not succeed in removing all solid bodies, we reduced them to a comparative harmlessness. But if it cannot be described as a good table river, the Euphrates is the best of traveling companions, and the revolution of the seasons will never again bring me to the last week of February without setting loose a desire for the wide reaches of the stream and the open levels of the desert through which it flows, the sharp cold nightfall, the hoar frost of the dawn, and the first long ray of the sun striking a dismantled camp. There is no road, said Fatou, like the road to Baghdad, the desert on one hand and the water on the other. Our way next morning took us past Keba to Mugharah, which we reached in 3 hours. Here we left the river, and climbing the low, rocky hill to the east, found ourselves in a stony and thinly populated country bounded by another ridge of eastern hill. After 25 minutes' riding, we saw the hamlet of Caïque Débou about half a mile to the left of the track. In another quarter of an hour we reached a few deserted houses. 4 hours from Tel AʿMAR, we pitched camp on the further bank of a small stream near the village of Sâmarrâ, for I wished to examine 2 towers which stand up upon the crest of a high ridge about half an hour to the east. They are called by the Arabs the windmills, but in reality they are tower tombs. The more northerly, which is the best preserved, is 420 meters square and 2 stories high. The walls of the lower story rise in solid masonry to a height of about 6 meters and are crowned by a plain course of projecting stones, which serves as a cornice. On the east and west sides, just below the cornice, there is a pair of gargoyles much weathered. They represent the head and forequarters of lions. A little below the pair of heads on the west side is a Syriac inscription dated in the year 385 of the Seleucid era, i.e. A.D. 74, which states that the tomb was built by one Manu for himself and his sons. The second story is decorated with fluted engaged columns, 4 on either side, the outer pair forming the angles. The bases of these columns rest upon a course of masonry adorned with 3 fasciae. It is to be noted that the moldings are not carried straight through to the angles, but are returned one within the other like the moldings of a door lintel. The Ionic capitals carry a plain Ionic entablature consisting of an architrave with fasci, which here are taken through to the corners, a narrow frieze, and a cima of considerable projection. Probably the whole was surmounted by a stone pyramid. There are 2 burial chambers, 1 in each story. The lower chamber can be entered by a door in the east wall, which was originally closed by a large block of stone. The entrance to the upper chamber, high up in the east wall between the columns, was closed in the same fashion, and the block of porphyry which sealed it over is still intact. Pognon, who has given the best description and illustrations of the monument, mentions 5 other examples of tower tombs crowned with pyramids, one of them being the southern tower at Seren. The well-known tower tombs of Palmyra and the Hawan are not capped by a pyramid, nor is the face of their walls broken at any point by engaged columns. I believe the type illustrated at Seren to be compounded of the simple tower tomb and the canopy, or ciborium tomb. The ciborium tomb exists in an infinite number of variations in Syria, in the mountain district near Berejik, where Monsieur Coumont has supplied me with 4 examples, 3 of them as yet unpublished, in Asia Minor and in the African Tripoli. Sometimes the columns stand free, sometimes they are engaged in the walls, sometimes they are represented only by engaged angle piers, sometimes by freestanding angle piers, and occasionally column and pier have dropped away and the plain wall alone remains. But the pyramidal roof is an almost constant feature which, even in the simplest of these tombs, recalls the original canopy type. In the hillside near the tower I noticed several rock-cut mausoleums, now half choked with stones and earth, and the hill was no doubt the necropolis of a town lying in the low ground that stretches down to the modern village by the stream. The second tower, of which only the south wall remains, is situated on the southern end of the ridge, half an hour's ride from the first. It differs slightly in detail from the other. In the lower story, a shallow engaged pier stands at either angle, while in the upper story, in place of the porphyry block, there is an arched niche between the two central engaged columns. The fasciae returned at the corners reappear, but the columns are not fluted. The hilltop commands a wide view over country which appears to be entirely desert. My guide, who was a Christian from Aleppo, an agent of the Licorice Trust for the Saran district, said that there was no settled population to the east of us, and that the few Arab encampments which were visible upon the rolling steppe were those of the Beni Said, a subdivision of the Beni Fal. As we sat in the sunshine under the tower, Gertrude related tales of his neighbors, the Arab sheiks, for whom he entertained, as the townsmen will, feeling that ranged between contempt and fear, contempt for their choice of a black tent in the desert as a dwelling place, and fear inspired by the authority which they wielded from that humble abode. But chiefly his simple soul was exercised by the swift downfall of Ibrahim Pasha, who for so many years had been, as the fancy prompted him, the scourge or the mighty protector of all the inhabitants of northern Mesopotamia, a man with whom the government had to make terms, while the great tribes stood in awe of him and the lesser tribes fled at the whisper of his name. Gertrude, like many another, refused to believe that he was dead, and entertained us with wild surmises as to the manner of his possible return from the unknown refuge where he lay in hiding. "God knows he was a brave man," said he. "O lady, do you see Kalat and Nejem yonder?" And he pointed west, where across the Euphrates the walls and bastions of the fortress crowned the precipitous bank. There he forded, he and 800 men with him, when he hastened back from Damascus to his own country. Hearing that the government was against him, they swam the river with their horses and rested that night at Saran. But the Pasha was grave and silent. God's mercy upon him, for he befriended us Christians. Hajj Ali shook his head. "He wrecked the world," said he. "Praise God he is dead." Somewhere between the two opinions lies the truth. I suspect that though the way in which his overthrow was accomplished left much to be desired, the Malay Kurds, of whom he was the chief, had gained under his bold leadership a preeminence in lawlessness which no government was justified in countenancing. But since he is dead, peace to his memory, for he knew no fear. We could not see the river from Saran, but next morning I rode down to it and looked across to the splendid walls of Kalat and Nejem. The castle, seated upon a rocky spur, encloses the steep slopes with its masonry until it seems like a massive buttress of the hill, as ageless and no less imperishable than the rock itself. We turned away from the stern ghost of ancient wars and rode from the Euphrates up a bare valley wherein we came upon a great cave, inhabited by a few Arabs. It contained 3 large chambers, the opening of which had been fenced in by the latest inhabitants with screens made of rushes. Upon one of the walls I found a curious inscription written in characters not unlike those seen by Satchau in a cave near Ufah. The Arab women with their children in their arms clamored round me, and I distributed among them what small coins I had with me, without satisfying the claims of all. One scolding wench ran after us up the valley, vociferating her demand that 10 paras should be given to her swaddled babe. We had not ridden far before Yusuf's horse slipped and fell upon a smooth stone, dismounting his rider, who was at no time too certain of a seat. "Allah!" ejaculated Hajj. "Ali! It was the woman's curse that brought him down." But the malediction had misfired, or perhaps it was only 10 paras worth of damnation, for Yusuf and his horse scrambled up together unhurt. At the head of the valley we came out onto a green sward. The rains on this side of the river had been scanty, and the grass had scarcely begun to grow, but already there were a few encampments of the fall, in sheltered places which later in the season would be set thick with the black tents of the Anas, who do not come down to the river until the rain pools are exhausted in their winter quarters. The thin blue smoke of the morning campfires rose out of the hollows, and my heart rose with it, for here was the life of the desert. In open spaces under the open sky, and when once you have known it, the eternal savage in your breast rejoices at the return of it. As we rode near the tents, a man galloped up to us and begged for a pinch of tobacco. He was clothed in a ragged cotton shirt and a yet more ragged woolen cloak. But Hajj Ali looked after him as he turned away and observed, "His mare is worth 200 pounds." In 3 hours from Saran, we caught up the baggage animals at the last village we were to see until we reached Raqqa. Mas Udaya is its name. On a mound close to the river Oppenheim found 3 mosaic pavements, parts of which are still visible, but the most beautiful of the 3 has been almost destroyed, and nothing remains of it but a simple geometrical border of diagonal intersecting lines. Beyond Mas Udaye, we crossed a long belt of sand lying in a bend of the river. We left a small mound, Tel et Banat, a mile to the east, climbed a ridge of bare hill, and dropped down into a wide stretch of grass country, empty, peaceful, and most beautiful. It was enclosed in a semicircle of hills that stood back from the river, and from out of the midst of it rose an isolated peak known to the Arabs as Kulib. This land is the home of the Welda tribe, and not far from the Euphrates we found a group of their tents pitched between green slopes and the broad reaches of sand which give the spot its name, Rum Elea, the Little Sands. It was the encampment of Sheikh Salal, and no sooner had we arrived than the Sheikh's son, Mohammed, came out to bid us welcome and invite us to his father's tent. The 2 Zaptais and I took our places round the hearth, while Mohammed roasted and pounded the coffee beans, telling us the while of the movements of the great tribes, where Hakim Beg of the Anaza was lying, and where Ibn Hudahal of the Amurath, and similar matters of absorbing interest. Sheikh Salal was in reduced circumstances by reason of a recent difference of opinion with the government. His brother had been enlisted as a soldier and had subsequently deserted, whereupon the government had seized Salal's flocks and clapped the sheikh into gaol, and finally he had sold the best mare left to us, Wallah, for 37, and with the money procured his own release. "El-Billah," said Hajj Ali, shaking his head over the confused tale in which, as is usual in these episodes, the wrongdoing seemed to be shared impartially by all concerned. Such is the government. "And now, O lady," pursued the sheikh, "we have neither camels nor sheep, for the government has eaten all." "How do you live?" said I, looking round the circle of dark, bearded faces by the campfire. "God knows," sighed the sheikh, and turned to Hajj Ali. He asked him what was this new government of which he heard, and liberty, what was that? "Liberty," said Hajj Ali, evading the question. "How should there be liberty in these lands? Look you, they talk of liberty, but there is no change in the world. In Aleppo many men are murdered every week, and who knows what they are doing, those envoys whom we sent to Constantinople?" In spite of his misfortunes, Sheikh Salal designed to entertain me at dinner, and had set aside for the purpose an ancient goat. My attention was attracted to it by the sound of bleating in the women's quarters, and I was just in time to save its life, expending myself, however, in protestations of gratitude. Mohammed ibn Salal took me round the encampment before the light failed, and pointed out the foundations of a number of stone-built houses. Behind my tents, the summits of some grassy mounds were ringed round with circles of great stones, of the origin of which he knew nothing. I counted 5 of them, and the largest lay foundations of small rectangular chambers. As we walked back to the tents, Mohammed said reproachfully, "O lady, you have not laughed once, not when I showed you the ruins, nor when I told you the name of the hills." I hastened to amend my ways, and thus encouraged, he enumerated a string of ruined sites in the neighborhood, and accepted an invitation to serve us as a guide next morning. He prepared himself for the journey by slipping on 4 cartridge belts, one over the other, although our whole road lay in the Weldak country, and the worst enemy we encountered was a raging wind, which sent the Euphrates sands whirling about us, and obscured the landscape near the river. In about an hour we climbed up on to the higher ground of the grass plain at a point called Shems ed-Din, where among a heap of cut stones I found fragments of an entablature carved with dentils and palmettes. Perhaps the ruins were the remains of a tower tomb. At Tel ez Zahir, an hour further south, we saw heaps of unsquared building stones. Above this site stood Sheikh Sin, a steep hill which we ascended, but found no trace of construction on it. I sent my Zabtai down to stop the baggage and bid Fatu camp at the mound of Munbayah near the river, and with Muhammad turned inland to a hill called by him Jernaya, some 5 miles to the east. Muhammad rode across the downs at a hand gallop in the teeth of the wind, and I behind him, too much buffeted by the storm to call a halt. The immediate reason for our haste, as I presently discovered, was a couple of peddlers from whom he desired to buy soap, a commodity of which he stood in great need. The 2 men were Turks. They greeted me with effusion as a fellow alien in those wastes, and at parting pressed upon me a handful of raisins with their blessings. We galloped on faster than before, and arrived breathless at Jernaya, which lifts its solitary head 100 feet or more above the surrounding plain. On the summit are 3 large mounds into which the Arabs had dug and uncovered fine-cut stones. I conjecture that there may have been here watchtowers or tower tombs belonging to the town of which the ruins lie below, to the south of the hill. These ruins comprise a large low mound ringed round with a wall and a ditch, and a considerable area covered with remains of buildings made of unsquared stones. Occasionally the plan of house or court was marked out upon the grass, and Muhammad showed me several deep cisterns, although a very remarkable ruin field, though it is not named on Kuipert's map. On our way back to the river we climbed Tel el Garah, and found the foundations of a fort at the top of it. Here we picked up a much weathered Byzantine coin and a quantity of sherds of glazed Arab pottery, blue and green and purple. Munbayah, where my tents were pitched, the Arabic name means only an elevated spot, has been conjectured to be the Beersheba of Ptolemy's catalogue of place names. It is an irregularly shaped double enclosure resting on one side of the river. The line of the walls is marked by high grass mounds, but here and there a bit of massive polygonal masonry, large stones laid without mortar, crops out of the soil. The outer enclosing wall is not continued along the north side, but ends in a heap of earth and stones, which looks like the ruins of a tower or bastion. To the south there is a clearly marked gate in the outer wall, corresponding with a narrower opening in the inner line of fortification. Another gate leads out to the north, and facing the river there are traces of a broad water gate, protected on either side by a wall that drops down the slope towards the stream. 20 minutes further down the bank lies another mound, Tel Sheikh Hassan. There are vestiges of construction by the water's edge between the 2 mounds, and south of Tel Sheikh Hassan the ground is broken by a large stretch of ruin mounds, among which I saw a rude capital. In another half hour downstream, at Anab, there is again an enclosure of grassy heaps strewn with stones. For a distance of about 3 miles, therefore, the left bank of the river would seem to have been inhabited and guarded, though possibly at different dates. Jernai and Munbayah are by far the most interesting sights which I saw on the little-known stretch of the river between Tel A'MAR and Kal at Ja'abar. It is useless to conjecture in what way, if at all, they were connected with each other, but in both places I should like to clear away the earth and see what lies beneath. If it had been possible to cross the Euphrates, I would have examined the high tell of Sheikh Arud, which had been all day the fixed point for my compass, but though there was a boat to be had, the intolerable wind continued till nightfall and made the passage impracticable. The mental exasperation produced by wind when you are living and trying to work out of doors passes belief. The blast seizes you by the hand as you would hold your compass steady, dances jigs with your camera and elopes with your measuring tape, and when after an exhausting struggle you return vanquished to your tent, it is only to find your books and papers buried in sand. Moreover, commiserate arrangements were complicated by the interruption of communications with the opposite side of the river. Fortunately, I had foreseen that there would be little food for man or beast on the left bank, where no travelers pass, and contrary to my habits, had laid in a provision of tinned meats for which we had reason to be thankful. The baggage animals were lightly loaded and could carry 4 days' corn besides their packs. When this ran short, Fatu went foraging in every Arab encampment, but occasionally the horses were without their full allowance, for at this time of the year the Arabs themselves are very scantily supplied. We soon learnt to place no reliance on assurances, however emphatic, that the next sheik down the river would be well furnished, as our road led us into regions that had suffered more and more severely from the lack of rain. We gave up all hope of eking out our corn with the grass, which never grew that year. The corn, too, became dearer, until at Baghdad it touched famine prices. On the upper parts of the river there was no fuel, and we carried charcoal for cooking purposes. But when the tamarisk bushes began to appear about a day's march north of Raqqa, the muleteers boiled their big rice pot over a fire of sticks, and the Zaptais warmed their hands in the sharp chill of the early morning at the heap of embers that had been kept alive all night. The Zaptas are supposed to feed themselves, but except on the rare occasions when we were on a high road, they shared the meals of my servants. I would find them sitting in the dark round the steaming dish served up by Hajj Ammar, and with them the Arab who had been our guide that day, or one who had dropped in toward supper time to give us information of the road, or any aged person considered by Fatu to be worthy of our hospitality. We held many a frugal feast under the stars where the waters of the Euphrates roll through the wild. During the next day's ride, we followed the course of the river closely, save where the grassy edge of the desert was separated from the water by a tract of sand and stones covered in time of flood, and therefore devoid of all trace of settled habitation. The tents of the Welda were scattered along the banks, and occasionally a small bit of ground had been scratched with the plow and sown with corn. At one point we saw the white canvas tent of a man from Aleppo who was engaged in negotiating an amicable partnership with the Welda sheiks. The majestic presence of the river in the midst of uncultivated lands, which, with help of its waters, would need so little labor to make them productive, takes a singular hold on the imagination. I do not believe that the East Bank has always been so thinly peopled, and though the present condition may date from very early times, it is probable that there was once a continuous belt of villages by the stream, their sites being still marked by mounds. Half an hour from Anab we passed Tel Jifna, with remains of buildings about it. In another hour and a half there were ruins at Halawa, and 40 minutes further we came to a big mound called Tel Mariabat. From this point the grasslands retreated from the Euphrates, leaving place for a wide stretch of sand and scrub opposite old Meshkina. Kuipert marks 2 towers on some high ground to the east, but they must have fallen into ruin since Chesney's survey, for I could not see them. 6 hours from Beersheba we reached in heavy rain the tents of Sheikh Mabruk, and pitched our camp by his, so that we might find shelter for our horses under his wide roof. We were about opposite Dibsah, which was perhaps the famous ford of Thapsacus. Mabruk told me that in summer, when the water is low, camels can cross the river just above Dibsah. At Mackensa, a ferry boat is to be had, but at no other point until you come to Raqqa. Next morning, a young man from the sheik's tent, cousin to Mabruk, all the unmarried youths of the sheik's family are lodged in his great house of hair, rode with us to Khalat Jabbar. He told me of a ruin called Mudawawar, the Circle, an hour and a half away to the east. It may represent one of Kuipert's towers, but according to Ibrahim's account, nothing is now to be seen but a heap of stones. We rode out of the camp with a troop of women and children, driving donkeys into the hills, where they collect brushwood. Last year, said my companion, they dared not stray from the tents, lest the horsemen of Ibrahim Pasha should attack them and seize the donkeys. Wallah, the children could not drive out the goats to pasture, and every man sat with his loaded rifle across his knees and watched for the coming of raiders. For indeed he took all, O lady. He robbed rich and poor. He held up caravans and killed the solitary traveler. Wah, said the Zapta, and the soldiers of the government he killed also. He was sultan in the waste. But now that he is gone, continued Ibrahim, we are at rest, and as soon as we heard of his death, we blessed the government, and all the men of the Welda rode out and seized the flocks that he had captured from us, and more besides. And behold, there they pasture by the river. And he pointed to some sheep grazing under the care of a couple of small boys. Then all the desert is safe now, said I. Praise God, he answered, for the Anas are our friends. We have no foes but the Shamar, and their lands are far from us. Before we reached Khalat Jabbar, we galloped up into the low hills to see a rock-cut tomb. Through a hole in the ground, we let ourselves down into a chamber of 5 by 10 meters by 7 meters, with 9 arcosolia set round it, each containing from 4 to 6 loculi. On one of the long sides there was a small rectangular niche between the arcosolia. Ibrahim called the place Mahal es Safsaf, and assured me that it was the only cavern known to him in these hills. From here he took me down to a mound named Tel el Afrai, which lies about 1/4 of a mile from the river. On the landward side, it is protected by a dike forming a loop from the Euphrates. At one time, the water must have filled this moat, but the upper end had silted up and the channel is now dry. Out of the mound, which is unusually large, the rains had washed a number of big stones, some of them squared. We were now close to the two towers of Qal'at Jabbar, one being a minaret that rises from the center of the fortress, while the other, known to the Arabs as Nishaba, stands upon an isolated hill to the northwest. Of the Nishaba tower nothing remains but a rectangular core of masonry, unworked stones set in thick mortar, containing a winding stair which can be approached by a doorway about 4 meters from the ground. Below the door there is a vaulted niche which looks like the remains of a sepulchral chamber. All the facing stones have fallen away, but the core is rigid in a manner that suggests the former existence of engaged columns, and I believe that Nishaba is a tower tomb older than the castle, rather than the outlying watchtower of an Arab fort. The buildings at Qal'at Jabbar are mainly of brick, though some stone is used in the walls and bastions that surround the hilltop. The entrance is strongly guarded. From the outer gatehouse is a long, narrow passage, hewn out of the rock, leads into the interior of the castle. Among the ruins within the walls are a vaulted hall and parts of a palace composed of a number of small vaulted chambers. The construction of the small vaults struck me as having stronger affinities with Byzantine than with the typical Mesopotamian systems, and I should not assign to them a very early date. The palace has also contained a hall of some size, but only the south wall is standing. It is broken by a deep recess, possibly a mihrab, with a doorway on either side, and the upper part is decorated with a row of flat, trefoiled niches. In the center of the castle, a round minaret rises from a massive square base. Towards the top of the minaret, there is a double band of ornamental brickwork with a brick inscription between. I could not decipher the inscription, owing to its great height, but the characters were not Kufic, and the round shapes of the minaret makes it improbable that it should be earlier than the 12th century. Beyond the minaret is a vaulted cistern. The shelving northwest side of the hill is defended by a double ring of brick towers, but on the southeast side, where the rocks are precipitous, there is little or no fortification. The brick walls of the buildings above the gateway are decorated with string courses and bands of diamond-shaped motifs, the diamonds set point to point or enclosed in hollow squares. The history of the castle is not easy to disentangle from the accounts left by the Arab geographers. An earlier name for it was Dawsar, but even this does not seem to have been applied before the 7th century, though Idrisi, writing in the 12th century, ascribes its foundation to Alexander. He is the first author who mentions Dawsar, and he gives no authority for his statement as to its origin. Opposite Dawsar, on the right bank of the Euphrates, stretches the battlefield of Siffin, where in AD 657 the Caliph Ali met the forces of the Umayyad Muawiyah. Tradition has it that Ali entrusted his ally, Numan, a prince of the house of Mundhir, with the defense of these reaches of the Euphrates, and that a servant of the latter, Dawsar by name, built the castle which was called after him. It took its present name from an Arab of the Kushair, from whose sons it was wrested in AD 1087 by the Sultan Malik Shah, the Seljuk. It was held by the Franks of Edessa during the First Crusade and captured by the Atabeg Nur ed-Din towards the middle of the 12th century. It passed into the hands of the Ayyubids, and in Yakut's time, 1225, was held by Hafiz, the nephew of Saladin. Benjamin of Tudela says that he found a colony of 2,000 Jews settled at Jabbar, which was then a much frequented ferry. I did not observe any signs of habitation outside the castle, except a few caves in the rocks to the south. But half an hour further down the river, on a bluff called Chof in the Bedouin speech, Zak, there are traces of houses which may represent the Jewish settlement. In Abu Fidah's day, 14th century, the castle of Jabbar was ruined and abandoned. The greater part of the existing buildings might well have been erected by Nu'ayr ad-Din, and failing further evidence, it is to him that I should ascribe them. Under Kaf-e-Zik, we found the tents of Hamri, one of the principal sheiks of the Welda, a sturdy, white-bearded man in the prime of age, with the fine free bearing of one long used to command. He sat in the sunshine and watched the pitching of our camp, ordering the young men of the tribe to bestir themselves in our service, one to gather brushwood, another to show the muleteers the best watering place on the muddy river bank, a third to fetch eggs and sour curds, and when he had seen to our welfare, he strode back to his tent and bade me follow. The coffee was ready when I arrived, and with the cups the talk went round of desert politics and the relation of this sheik with all that through the Welda camps. The glow of sunset faded, night closed down about the flickering fire of thorns, a crescent moon looked in upon us and heard us speaking of new things. Even in this primeval world a rumor had penetrated, borne on the word liberty, and the men round the hearth fell to discussing the meaning of those famous syllables, which have no meaning save to those who have lost that for which they stand. But Sheikh Hamri interposed with the air of one whose years and experience gave him the right to decide in matters that passed the common understanding. "How can there be liberty under Islam?" said he. "Shall I take a wife contrary to the laws of Islam and call it liberty? God forbid." And we recognized in his words the oldest of the restrictions to which the human race has submitted. "God forbid," we murmured, and bowed our heads before the authority of the social code. On the following day, a dense mist hung over the valley. An hour from Kaf Ezak, the path left the Euphrates at a spot called Mahariz, where there are said to be ruins, but owing to the fog I could see nothing of them. 3/4 of an hour later, we returned to the river and rode under low cliffs in which there were caves. My guide called the place Ukheiḍir, which is, I suppose, Kuiper's Girin. Here again we left the water's edge, and half an hour later the fog melted away and revealed a monotonous green plain with the camels of the Welda pasturing over it. In summer it is a favorite camping ground of the Anazai. At Bilani, 3½ hours from our starting point, we rejoined the Euphrates. Bilani is visible from afar by a reason of a number of bare tree trunks set in the ground to mark the Arab graves which are grouped about the resting place of some holy man. The ancient sanctity of the place is still attested by numerous shafts of columns among the graves, but 70 years ago Chesney could make out a small octagonal temple. It was a fine site for temple or for tomb. The river comes down towards it, through many channels in the shape of a great fan, gathers itself into a single stream, broad and deep, and so sweeps under the high bank on which the fragments of the shrine are scattered, and beyond it round a wide bend clothed with thickets of tamarisk and thorn and blackberry. Through these thickets we rode for 2 hours and a half, and then camped under a mound called Tel Abd Ali, not far from a couple of very poor tents of the Afadal with the river a mile away. The night was exquisitely still, but from time to time an owl cried with a shrill note like that of a shepherd boy calling to his flocks. Our camp proved to be but 2 hours' ride from Raqqa. A little more than halfway between the two places we reached the enigmatic ruin which is known to the Arabs as Haragla, a name which may be a corruption of Heracula. It consists of a rectangular fortress, almost square, with a series of small vaulted chambers forming the outer parts of the block, and, as far as I could judge, larger vaulted chambers filling up the center. At the 4 angles there are round towers. The building as it now stands is merely a substructure, a platform resting on vaults, on which stood an upper story that has disappeared. The masonry is mostly of unsquared stones laid in a bed of very coarse mortar mixed with small stones, but the vaults are of brick tiles, and it is noticeable that the tiles are not laid in the true Mesopotamian fashion, whereby centering could be dispensed with, i.e., in narrow slices leaning back against the head wall, but that the double ring of tiles is treated like the voussoirs of a stone arch and must have been built on a centering. This structure would be enough to show that the work does not belong to the Mohammedan period. The fortress is ringed round by an outer wall, now completely ruined. Beyond it to the south runs a dike, and beyond the dike, some 500 meters southeast of the central fort, there is another mound on which I saw cut stones larger than the stones used at Haragla. Still further to the south lies a third mound, Tel Marash, with a second dike to the south of it. The 2 dikes appeared to be loop canals from the Euphrates, and must therefore have formed part of an extensive system of irrigation. Probably there had once been a considerable area of cultivation under the protection of the fortress. So we came to Raqqa, and there joined forces with the army of Julian, who had marched down from Karai and the headwaters of the Balik 1,500 years ago and more. The account of the march given by Ammianus Marcellinus is, however, irreconcilable with the facts of geography, for he says that Julian reached Callinicum in 1 day from the source of the river Belias, whereas it is at least a 2 days' journey. Callinicum was not the earliest town upon the site of Rakah, though the record of history does not go back further than to its immediate predecessor, Nicephorium, which some say was founded by Alexander and others by Seculus Nicator. When Julian stopped there to perform the sacrifice due to that season to Cybele, Calnicium was a strong fortress and an important market. Chosroes, a couple of 100 years later, finding it insufficiently guarded, seized and sacked it. Justinian rebuilt the fortifications, but in AD 633, according to Abu al-Fida, it fell to the Mohammedan invaders. In AD 772, the Caliph Mansur strengthened the position with a second fortified city, Rafika, the Comrade, built, it is said, upon the same round plan as Baghdad, which was another city of his founding. Harun-er-Rashid built himself a palace either in Raqqa or in Rafika, and used the place as his summer capital. In the subsequent centuries, the older foundations fell into ruin, and the Comrade, which continued to be a flourishing town, usurped its name so that in Yaqut's day, 1225, the original Raqqa had disappeared, but Rafika was known as Raqqa. Here is fine matter for confusion among the Arab geographers, and they do not fail to make the most of it. White Raqqa, Black Raqqa, Burnt Raqqa, and no less than 2 Middle Raqqas figure upon their pages, and it is impossible to determine whether any or none of these titles stands for Rafika, or which of them denotes the old Raqqa. But by 1321, when Abu Fida wrote, all the Raqqas were reduced to uninhabited ruin, perhaps by the Mongol hordes of Hulagu, and it only remains for the traveler to collect the names of sites, which his Arab guide will furnish with an alacrity that runs ahead of accuracy, and apply them as he thinks best to the list of recorded towns. And lest I should fail to add my quota to the tangled nomenclature, I will hasten to state that at a distance of an hour and 10 minutes east of the ruins that lie about the modern village, I rode over a large stretch of ground on which there were traces of habitation, and was told that its name was Brown Raqqa, Rakat es Sâmarrâ, and on further inquiry I learnt that nearer to the Euphrates there was a similar area called Red Raqqa, Rakat el-Hamra, but as I neglected to visit the spot, I need not do more than mention that Kirpart marks Black Raqqa, Rakat es Sauda, at about the same place where it must be. End of section 4. Section 5. Of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. Tell AʿMAR to BUSEIRAH, continued. To come to matters less controvertible, the modern Raqqa consists of 2 villages, of which the westernmost has recently been erected by a Cistercian colony upon high broken ground that certainly indicates the existence of an older settlement. Beyond it to the east there is a large semicircular enclosure, the straight side turned towards the Euphrates, and lying at a distance of about a mile from that river. The walls are built of sun-dried brick, alternating with bands of burnt brick, and set at regular intervals with round bastions. There are clear traces of a moat or ditch, and of a second less important wall beyond it. The Arab village lies in the southwest corner of this enclosure. Near the center are the ruins of a mosque with a round minaret. On the east side of the remains of a large building, probably a palace, and at the southeast corner part of a gate called the Baghdad Gate. Still further east there is yet another ruin field. Towards the middle of it rises a square minaret standing in a rectangular space which has been enclosed by walls of sun-dried brick, no doubt a mosque. The minaret is of brick, but it rests upon a square base formed of large blocks of marble. The brickwork is broken by 6 horizontal notched rings, the uppermost surmounting a wide band of ornamental brick. The notches in the brick were obviously intended to contain some other material, possibly wood, which has now perished. There are numerous fragments of columns in the neighborhood of the minaret. The only other buildings are north of the minaret, a small domed ziyarah, which local tradition would have to be the tomb of Yahya el-Barkmaki, who, as well as his more famous son Jafar, was vizier to Harun-er-Rashid. And not far from the Baghdad Gate, a similar shrine known as Ziyarah of Uwais el-Qarani. Uwais fell in AD 657 in one of the engagements fought on the Euphrates between the Ali and Mu'awa'a, but his tomb is of no great interest except in so far as it is composed of older materials. Over the doorway is an inscription which states that this fortress and shrine were repaired by Sultan Suleiman, son of Salim Khan, who reigned from 1526 to 1574. It is obvious that the stone must have been brought from elsewhere, since the inscription cannot refer to the insignificant structure on which it is placed. In the adjoining graveyard there are many fragments of columns, presumably taken from the mosque, and some much battered capitals, one of them worked with acanthus leaves. I saw, too, a small marble double column of the type so common in the early Christian churches of Asia Minor. It is tempting to suppose that in the eastern rune field we have the site of the oldest city, Nicephorium Callinicum Raqqa, that the columns were derived from Hellenistic or Byzantine buildings and reused in a mosque of which nothing now remains but the square minaret. I think it not improbable that the semicircular enclosure represents Mansur's foundation, Rafiqa, though it does not follow that any of the existing ruins, except perhaps parts of the wall, belong to his time. They are nevertheless of great importance in the history of Mohammedan art. The mosque is surrounded by a wall of sun-dried brick broken by round bastions. In the center of the san, or court, there is a small ziara, recently rebuilt, and in the northeast corner the round brick minaret springs from a stone square base composed of ancient materials. The upper part of the minaret is decorated with bands of brick dogtooth ornament. One of the great arcades which enclose the san still stands on the south side. An inscription over the central arch states that the mosque was repaired by the Atabag Nur ed-Din in 1166, and I conjecture that the minaret is of his building. The mosque is of the true Mesopotamian type, of which the most famous examples are the two mosques at Sâmarrâ and the mosque of Ibn Tulun at Cairo. With all these, it shows the closest structural affinities, and it may be assumed that Nur ed-Din retained the original plan when he repaired the building. The stucco capitals of the engaged columns on the piers belong to the same family as the elaborate stucco ornaments of Ibn Tulun, which date from the latter half of the 9th century, and in both cases the decorative motifs employed are probably Mesopotamian in origin. Stucco decorations are also the main feature of the group of palace ruins near the east wall. The most notable of these is a rectangular tower-like structure where the chamber on the ground floor shows bold stucco ornament on which are traces of color. On the walls of another chamber of the palace, which was covered with a dome set upon squinch arches, there is a row of arch niches, the arch being cusped on the inside. Below the niches is a brick dogtooth string course. The squinches contain a primitive stalactite motif. There are two other small rooms, both of which are roofed with an oval dome, 3 by 87 meters and 3 by 32 meters, and 4 by 2 meters and 2 by 3 meters. In both cases, the dome is very shallow, and the rectangular substructure is adapted to the oval by means of wooden beams laid across the angles. Everywhere wooden beams were used in conjunction with brick, and it is to be borne in mind that though the country round Raqqa is now entirely devoid of trees, all the Arab geographers speak of the well-wooded gardens and groves of fruit trees that surrounded the town. In the tower-like building and in the Baghdad gate bands of wood were laid in the face of the wall, but the wood has perished, leaving the space it occupied to tell of its former presence, as in the eastern minaret. The cusp motif can be seen in the blind arcade on the exterior of the Baghdad gate. In the interior there is a bay to the south which appears to have been covered by a barrel vault, and may have been balanced by a similar bay to the north of the doorway, for the blind arcade on the outside of the gatehouse breaks off abruptly at the northern end, and must certainly have been carried further. This would allow for a northern bay corresponding to the bay that still appears south of the door. The vaulting of the gate has fallen, but from the indications that are left it appears certain that while the south bay was covered by a barrel vault, the central space was occupied by a groin. The whole of the two areas of ruin are strewn with potsherds of Mohammedan period, and over the greater part of the walled city the ground is honeycombed with irregular holes and trenches, the excavations of peasants in search of now celebrated Raqqa ware. A few years ago, their laborers were rewarded by a large find of unbroken pieces, many of which made their way through the hands of Aleppo dealers to Europe. And though such a stroke of good fortune is rare, perfect specimens are occasionally unearthed, and I saw a considerable number together with 1 or 2 fragments of exquisite glass embossed with gold, during the 2 days I spent at Raqqa. In some instances, the original factories and kilns have been brought to light, and it is not unusual to see bowls or jars which have been spoilt in the baking and thrown away by the potter. No exhaustive study of Raqqa ware has yet been made, though it is of the utmost importance in the history of the arts of Islam. The fabrication of it must have reached a high state of perfection during the 12th and 13th centuries, to which period the pieces have been preserved are usually assigned. At Raqqa, matters fell out in a way which, if they had not been handled firmly, might well have wrecked my plans, for a telegram arrived from the Vali of Aleppo directing all whom it might concern to put a stop to my progress down the left bank of the Euphrates on account of the disturbed condition of the desert. The Vali commanded that I should be turned back across the river and conveyed carefully from guardhouse to guardhouse along the high road. It was the Mudir of Raqqa who was ultimately responsible for the execution of these orders, and he, honest man, was much perplexed when he discovered that one side of the Euphrates was not the same to me as the other, nor was he helped to a better understanding when I explained that I preferred the Jazira, the Mesopotamian bank, because no one traveled there. The Shamaya, the Syrian bank, he hastened to assure me, was also Chol, wilderness, if that was what I desired, and he begged me to believe that I should find the guardhouses most commodious. Thereupon I took up the question on a different issue, and called his attention to the fact that the Vali, who was newly appointed to Aleppo, could not have heard how peaceful the desert had become since the death of Ibrahim Pasha. The Mudir admitted the truth of this observation, and we compromised by sending a telegram to the Vali asking him to reconsider his decision. But the telegraphic system of the Turkish Empire leaves an ample margin for the exercise of individual discretion in emergencies, and since upon the third day no reply had been received, I was spared from showing a direct disregard of official dictates, while the Mudir, seeing my caravan set out towards the Balik, wisely made the best of a bad business, and sent a couple of Zaptis with me. One of them was a Circassian who had little Arabic, but the other, Mahamud, by name, proved an agreeable and intelligent fellow-traveler, well-informed and a keen politician. It is exactly 2 hours' ride from Raqqa to the Balik. Our path lay between stretches of marsh, which must always have existed hereabout, for the word Raqqa means a swamp. Where we crossed the Balik, it was a muddy brook, almost all the water having been drawn off for irrigation purposes, and the bridge was merely a few bundles of brushwood laid upon some poles. I sent the caravan down the bank of the Euphrates, and taking one of my Zaptis with me, I turned slightly inland toward a group of hills called Jebel Manakahir, the Nebs. In about 2 hours we reached a small outlying limestone tell on the top of which there were traces of masonry. Jebel Muknakir, a mile or so from the tell, is an extinct volcano, and the lava beds extend almost to the tell. We climbed to the summit of the mountain and found the crater to be a distinctly marked basin with broken sides. On one of the peaks there is a zirawa, a square enclosure made of undressed stones piled together without mortar, and a small tomb chamber of the same construction. I looked carefully for any trace of ancient work, but my search was rewarded only by finding clumps of pale blue irises growing among the rocks. The west massif of Jebel Munakir, on which we were standing, rises several hundred feet above the level of the plain, and we had an extensive view over the unknown desert to the north. About 3 miles to the east lay another but smaller block of hill called Jebel Munkar Est Sharqi, the eastern Neb, and on the horizon, almost due north, we could see some rising ground which my guide, an Arab of those parts, stated to be Jebel Ukheiḍir. Below it there are wells, and another well, Abu Tuta, lies between it and the Balik. Between Jebel Munakir and Jebel Abdul Aziz, which I could not see, there is a low ridge of hill, Jebel Bada. All through this desert country there are small wells of water, Jub is the Arabic word, sufficient to supply the Anaza, who pasture their flocks here during the spring. I saw a few of their encampments, but the greater part of the tribe was still in winter quarters further to the east and south. The tents along the river were those of the Afadla. Agil el-Hamri is the chief sheikh of the tribe, but I did not happen to meet him. An hour's ride from the hills, we reached a large encampment at a spot called Kabur el-Jebel, near the Euphrates. The name means the graves of the mountain, but I could not hear of any tombs in the neighborhood. Our own tents were pitched an hour further down on some grassy mounds by the river far from any Arabs. Maida, my guide called the place. In the low ground between Kabur el-Jebel and Maida, but above floodwater level, we crossed an area ringed round with a notable deep ditch. Somewhere near my camp, Julian must have received his Arab reinforcements. On leaving Nicephorium, he marched along the bank of the Euphrates, and at night he rested in a tent where some princes of the Saccharin tribes came as suppliants, bringing him a golden crown and adoring him as master of the world and of their own nations. While he was addressing them, pursues Ammianus Marcellinus, a fleet arrived as large as that of the mighty lord Xerxes. They threw a bridge over the broadest part of the Euphrates. The fleet consisted of 1,000 transports bringing provisions and arms, and 50 ships of war, and 50 more for the construction of bridges. At this point, a hubbub arose in the servants' tents. The golden crowns and the battleships went tumbling on to the grass, and I ran out just in time to see a troop of little shadowy forms hurrying in the moonlight across the sands by the water's edge. They were wild pig, the only herd we encountered. It is essential to have a local man by you if you would ascertain local names. Even then the nomenclature is apt to be confusing, and accordingly I took an Arab with me next morning. We rode in 5 minutes to a grassy mound by the river Khirbet Hadawi, in another quarter of an hour to Khirbet ed Dukhahaya, and in 20 minutes more to Jedediah. At none of these places did I see any trace of construction, but at Abu Sa'id, 10 minutes further, there is an Aniazeh Mazar with graves round it marked by fragments of columns and small basalt mills for grinding corn. It would be interesting to know from what period these mills date. I saw quantities of them in the burial grounds between Munbaya and Tel Marabiat, but none of these Arabs know what they are, and when they find them they use them as tombstones. At Abu Sa'id we turned away from the river and rode inland in a northeasterly direction. The great bare levels were more than usually enchanting that morning. The hot sun beat upon them, a sharp little wind, the very breath of life, swept across them, and all the plain was aromantic with sweet-scented plants. Presently we passed a few Anazi tents, and I stopped and gave the aristocracy of the desert a respectful salutation. An inmate of the tents, hearing my greeting, picked up his spear, mounted his mare, and bore us company for a mile or two. I do not know what dangers he expected to encounter, or whether the spear was merely for sharif, honor, but when time hangs as heavy as it does in an Arab tent, you may as well put in the hours by carrying a spear about the countryside as in any other manner. We engaged in an exceedingly desultory conversation, in the course of which he called out to me, "Lady, my mare is sick." "God cure her," said I. "Please God," he returned, "it is her mind is sick." But I could suggest no remedy for that complaint, whether in man or beast. When he left us, the Zapti and I began to talk of the prospects of good administration under the new order. Mahmud was by birth a Turk, a native of Kars, whence he had migrated when it fell into the hands of the Russians. His long acquaintance with the Arabs had only served to enhance in his estimation the Turkish capacity for government, and the granting of the constitution had raised it yet higher. "The Turks understand politics," said he, "and look you, the constitution was from them. But as for the Arabs, what do they know of government?" He placed great confidence in the young Turks, and said that every one except the Effendis was in favor of the Dastur, the constitution. The Effendis fear liberty and justice, for these are to the advantage of the poor, but they, being corrupt and oppressors of the poor, set themselves in secret against the Dastur, and because of this we have confusion everywhere. And if one of them is sent to Constantinople as a deputy, his work will not be good, for he will work only for himself. And in the Vilayets there will be no justice until the English will send into each province an overseer, Mufatish, who will look to it that the Dastur is carried out. Effendim, do you see my clothes? I examined his ragged, nondescript attire. Save for the torn and faded jacket, it would have been difficult to recognize it a military uniform. Twice a year the government gives us clothes, but they never reach us at Raqqa. The officers in Aleppo eat them, and with my own money I bought what I wear now. "Are you paid?" I inquired. "The government owes me 24 months' pay," he answered. I asked what he thought of the scheme for enlisting Christians. "Why not?" said he. "The Christians should help the Muslims to bear the burden of military service." And then he added, "if there be no treachery." There was no need to ask him what he meant by that last phrase. I had heard too often from the lips of Christians the expression of a helpless fear that the new regime must founder in blood and anarchy, after which the nations of Europe would step in, please God, and take Turkey for themselves. This forecast was not by any means confined to the Christians, but they of all others should have refrained from putting it into words, for it did not encourage patriots like Mahmud to believe in their loyalty. We reached our goal, Tel esh Sharir, in 2 hours and 40 minutes from Abu Said, but the time in this case represents about 12 miles, since we were not riding at caravan pace. There were no buildings on the Tell, but a number of large stones had been dug out of it and set up as landmark, regime. The Arabs call such guiding stone heaps. 2 shepherds of the Anas joined us while we were at lunch, much to their material advantage, for we shared our provisions with them. From them I learnt that there had once been a well here, but that now it was choked up. They knew of no ruins in the desert beyond, and my impression is that there has never been any settled population in this region away from the Euphrates. We struck back to the river in a southeasterly direction, and in 3 hours came to our camp, pitched by some Afadallah tents on a mound of which I had not recorded the name. It is the boundary between the Khazas of Raqqa and of Dir, and lies about an hour's march below a site called by Kuipert the Khan. From our camp we rode in an hour to the ruins of Kamida, where there were vestiges of a considerable town, squared stones, baked brick walls, and a stone sarcophagus. An Arab on a broken-down mare joined us here, and as we rode together, Mahmud described to me the nature of the authority exercised by the government over the tribes, and particularly the incidence of the sheep tax. "Effendim," he said, "you must know that the government levies the sheep tax from each sheik. 4 piastres per head of sheep is the amount, and the scribe having computed the number of sheep that belong to those tents, he calls upon the sheik to make good the sum due, and perhaps the sheik will have to pay 2,000 piastres. Then he levies from the men of his tents 3,000 piastres, and to the government he gives 1,800. "True, true," said the Arab beside us. "Wallah, it is so." "And then," pursued Mahmud, "another man is sent out by the government, with his clerk and 6 of us Zapis. And all this costs much money, and the sheik levies another 500 piastres, and pays 150 piastres. And so it goes on till the sum is found, but the expenses of collection are heavy. And as for the tax on cultivated land, the owner gives a bribe to him who is sent to value it, and he estimates the produce at less than half the real amount. And so it is with the sheep tax. Effendim, do you think that all the sheep are counted? No, wallah. Last year the cornlands of the Shamaya between Raqqa and Dir paid only 800 pounds, and the sheep tax in the Jazira was no more than 2,000 pounds. Yes, said the Arab, but the government takes much. The sheiks take much, returned Mahmud. O Malul, is it not true that they levy a tax for themselves on every tent? Wallah, said the Arab. But if the men of the tents make complaint, the sheik attacks them and slays them. Allah, Allah, he knows the truth, cried Malul in vociferous approval. And they have no protection, concluded Mahmud. Wah, responded the Arab, who is there to protect us? So the ancient tyrannies bear sway even in the open wilderness. 3/4 of an hour from Kamida, we passed another mound strewn with potsherds, and 35 minutes further down we came upon the ruins of Abu Atik. They lie upon high rocky ground that drops steeply into an old bed of the Euphrates, from which the river has retreated into a new bed a few hundred yards away. The whole area is covered with stone and brick foundations, some of them built of great blocks of hewn basalt, and the site must represent a city of no small importance. Below it, the river is forced into a narrow defile where it flows between steep hills. A little valley, Wadi Mali, joins the main stream half an hour from the ancient town, and it was here that we were overtaken by a breathless Zapti from Raqqa, who was the bearer of the answer to my telegram to the Vali of Aleppo. It was a refusal, politely worded, to my request that I should be permitted to travel down the left bank of the Euphrates, and with it came a covering letter from the Madur of Raqqa saying that if I did not return, he would be obliged to recall the Zaptis he had sent with me. I fear that even those who cannot properly be numbered among the criminal classes catch an infection from the lawless air of the desert, but whatever may be true explanation of our conduct, we never contemplated for a moment the alternative of obedience, and bidding a regretful farewell to friend Mahmud, we went on down the defile. Mahmud came galloping back to give us a final word of advice. "Ride," said he, "to Rijaba. where you will find a kishala, a guardhouse, but do not camp tonight in a solitary place, for this is the country of the Baggara, and they are all rogues and thieves. The Euphrates, gathered into a single channel, flows very grandly through the narrow gorge. At first the hills slope down almost to the water's edge, but afterwards they draw back and leave room for a tract of level ground by the stream. An hour and a half from Wadi Mali, the valley widens still more, and on the opposite bank the great castle of Owlivia lifts its walls from the river almost to the summit of the hill, a towered triangle of which the apex is the citadel that dominates all the defile. 20 minutes lower down, the Mesopotamian bank is crowned by the sister fortress of Owlivia. It is a much less important building. The walls, set with rectangular towers, enclose 3 sides of an oblong court. The fourth side, that towards the river, must also have been walled, and it is probable that the castle approached more nearly to a square than at present appears, for the current has undermined the precipitous bank and the western part of the fortifications has fallen away. The masonry is of large blocks of stone faced on the interior and on the exterior of the walls, while the core is mainly of rubble and mortar. There are 6 towers, including the corner bastions, in the length of the east wall, and between the 2 central towers is an arched gate. On the north and south sides there is now but 1 tower beyond the corner. Each tower contains a small rectangular chamber approached by an arched doorway. The court is covered with runes, and on either side of the gate there is a deep arched recess. Under the north side of the castle hill there are foundations of buildings in hewn stone, but the area of these ruins is not large. The name Owlivia carries with it the memory of an older title. In the heyday of Palmyrini, Prosperity, a fortress called after Zenobia, guarded the trade route from her capital into Persia, and all authorities are agreed that the fortress of Zenobia, described by Procopius, is identical with Owlivia. Procopius states further that Justinian, who rebuilt Zenobia and Circesium, refortified the next castle to Circesium, which he calls Anuka. The Arab geographers make mention of a small town, Kanunha, midway between Karkisya, Circesium, and Raqqa, and the probable identity of Anuka and Kahunuk has already been observed by Moritz. But I think it is likely that the flourishing medieval Arab town was situated not in the confined valley below Owlivia, but at Abu Atik, where the rune field is much larger. It may be that there was yet an older settlement at Abu Atik, and that the stone foundations there belonged to the town of Anuka, which stood at the head of the defile, while the castle of the same name guarded the lower end. We struck across the barren hills, and so came down in an hour and a half to Kubra, a ziyara lying about 1/4 of a mile from the river. There were no tents to be seen, whether of the Baggara or of any other tribe, and no man from whom we could ask the way. By misfortune, we happened to be that day without an Arab guide, and mindful of Mahmud's parting injunctions, we began to look eagerly ahead for the Kishla. Some way lower down, the Euphrates swept close under a low ridge which we obliged to climb, and once on top we espied Kishala el Mungara nestling under the further side of the slope. It had taken us 2.5 hours to reach it from Owlivia. The Kishala, which was built 10 years ago and is already falling into ruin, was garrisoned by 8 soldiers. They gave us an enthusiastic welcome and helped us to pitch our tents under the mud walls of the guardhouse. Visitors are scarce, and the monotony of existence is broken only by episodes connected with the lawless habits of the Baggara. I never came into contact with the tribe, but I was told that, alone among the river Arabs, they had been the allies of Ibrahim Pasha and were consequently foes of the Anaz and their group. Enmities of this kind are usually accompanied by overt acts, and the Baggara had their hand against every man. It would be difficult to exaggerate the isolation of the guardhouses, which are scattered through remote parts of the Turkish Empire. The garrisons receive but a scanty allowance of their pay and a still scantier of clothing. Frequently they are left unchanged for years in the midst of an ungrateful desert where the task assigned to them is too heavy for them to perform. 8 men, as the soldiers at Mungara observed, cannot keep a whole tribe in check, and where there is no alternative occupation. Often enough I have contemplated with amazement in some lonely Kishla or Karagal the patient oriental acceptance of whatever fate may be allotted by the immediate or the ultimate authority. and many an hour has passed, far from unprofitability for the understanding of the East, while a marooned garrison has shown me, with a pitiful and childlike eagerness, its poor little efforts to while away the weary days. Here a patch of garden snatched from the wilderness, where only a hand-to-hand struggle with the drifting sand can keep the rows of wizened onions from total extinction. There a desultory excavation in a neighboring mound, in which if you dig far enough, a glittering treasure must surely lie. A captive quail for snaring, warmly pressed upon me for my evening meal, or the small achievements in what may, for want of an exacter term, be called carpentry, with which the living room is adorned. If you will reckon up the volume of unquestioning, if instructed, obedience upon which floats the ship of the Turkish state, you will wonder that it should ever run aground. The relaxation of the men of Mungara was taken among the ruins that cover the top of the hill. Rijaba is a large area enclosed in a wall clearly marked by mounds, with a ditch beyond it. On the north side, an old channel of the river sweeps under the hill, and before the water left this course, it had carried away a part of the ground on which the city stood. The walls break off abruptly where the hill has fallen away, and it is therefore difficult to determine the exact shape of the enclosure. It appears to have been an irregular octagon. Towards its northern extremity, the hilltop is seamed by the deep bed of a torrent draining down to the present channel of the Euphrates. It cuts through the ruins and reveals in section what is elsewhere hidden by an accumulation of soil. On the slope of its bank, the soldiers had observed traces of masonry, and by digging a little way into the hill had disclosed a small circular chamber with brick walls and a white tessellated pavement. Just above the Kishla, in an Arab graveyard, there are fragments of columns and basalt flour mills. The oldest, raggedest, and most one-eyed of the garrison accompanied us to Deir. I had not the heart to refuse his proffered escort, since it would enable him to spend a night in the local metropolis. The road was entirely without interest. About an hour from Deir, cultivation began on the river bank in patches of cornland, irrigated by rude water wheels. Jird is the Arabic word for them. We reached the ferry in 6 hours. The road from Aleppo to Mosul crosses the Euphrates at Deir, and some 10 years ago it was proposed to replace the ferry by a bridge. The work was actually put in hand and has advanced at the rate of 1 pier a year, according to my calculations. But it can scarcely be expected that this rate of progress will be maintained, since the point has been reached where the pier must be built in the bed of the stream, and construction will necessarily be slower than it was when the masons were still upon dry ground. We pitched our camp upon the left bank, and there spent 36 hours resting the horses and laying in provisions. The bazaars are well supplied, but Deir is not in other respects remarkable. It is first mentioned by Abul Fida in AD 1331, and contains, so far as I know, no vestiges of older habitation. It is built partly upon an island. The gardens of this quarter, exactly opposite my camp, were rosy with flowering fruit trees. None but the richer sort, and such as have flocks to bring over, cross the river in the ferry boats. More modest persons are content with an inflated goatskin. I had not seen this entertaining process, except on the Assyrian reliefs in the British Museum, and I watched it with unabated zest during the greater part of an afternoon. You blow out your goatskin by the river's edge, roll up your cloak and place it upon your head, tuck your shirt into your waistcloth, and so embark, with your arms resting upon the skin and your legs swimming in the water. The current carries you down, and you make what progress you can athwart it. On the further side, you have only to wring out your shirt, don your cloak, and deflate your goatskin, and all is done. The Mutsarif of Deir had recently been removed, and the new man had not yet arrived, but I paid my respects to his vicegerent, the Kadai, a white-bearded old Turk who did not regard my visit as an honor, though he promised me all I wanted in the matter of Zafis. The interview took place while he was sitting in the seat of judgment, and was presently interrupted by a case. It was a dispute concerning a debt between a merchant and an Arab sheik. The sheik came in dressed in the full panoply of the desert, black and gold cloak, black kerchief, and white underrobe. His skin was darkened by the sun, his beard coal-black. The merchant was a shaven, white-faced townsman in a European coat. The pair were, to my fancy, symbolic of the East and the advancing West, and I backed the West if only because the merchant had the advantage of speaking Turkish, and the Kadai was anything but proficient in Arabic. After a few moments of angry recrimination, they were both dismissed to gather further evidence. But the Kadai called the sheik back and shook his finger at him. "Open your eyes, O Sheikh," said he. "Asia, open your eyes." I have some friends in Deir, Mohammedan gentlemen of good birth and education. To them I went for information as to passing events, no news from the outer world having reached me for a fortnight. They told me that the Grand Vizier Kiamil Pasha had fallen, which was true, and that the Majils had quarrelled with the Sultan and were about to depose him, which was only prophetic. They made me realize how different an aspect the newborn hopes of Turkey wore on the Bosphorus, or even on the Mediterranean, from that which they presented to the dwellers on the Euphrates. I had already passed beyond the zone that had been quickened by the enthusiasm of European Turkey into some real belief in the advent of a just rule. One of my friends had received an invitation to join the local committee, but he refused to do so. "I am lord over much business," said he, "but they are the fathers of idle talk." All thinking men in Deir were persuaded that a universal anarchy lay before them. The old rule was dead, and new was powerless, and the forces of disorder were lifting their heads. "Yes," said another, "revolution means the shedding of blood, and the land of the Ottomans will not escape." "Then perhaps the nations of Europe will come to our aid, and we shall all have peace," I replied, that the only substantial peace would be one of their own making, and that good government takes long to establish. "What benefit have I," he protested, "if my children's children see it?" I asked whether they had heard any rumors of an Arab movement, and they answered that there was much wild writing in the newspapers of a separate Arab assembly, and that the words like these might stir up trouble and revolt. "But where is unity? Aleppo hates Deir, and Deir hates Damascus, and we have no Arab nation." The financial position, both public and private, they pronounced to be hopeless. "I know a man," said one, "who has land on the Euphrates that might be worth 15,000 pounds, and is worth as many piastres. He dares not put money into irrigation, because he could not get protection against the tribes, and his capital would bring him no return. But indeed there is not enough capital in all Deir to develop the land." He complained that the best land was Chiflik, the private property of the Sultan, and this I mention because it is a grievance that has already been remedied. May it be of good omen. The conversation left me profoundly discouraged. There was so much truth in all that I had heard, together with so complete an absence of political initiative. Thus it is through all the Asiatic provinces, and the further I went, the more convinced did I become that European Turkey is the head and brains of the empire, and that if the difficult task of reform is to be carried out in Asia, it can only be done from Western Turkey. I believe that this has been recognized in Constantinople, for the provincial governors appointed under the new regime have been almost invariably well chosen. On March 6, we took the road again, still following the left bank of the Euphrates. The country down these reaches of the river is, as Xenophon says, exceptionally dull. The ground was a plain as level as the sea. Below Deir, the Euphrates has left its original channel and now runs further to the west, and there was generally a stretch of low ground, an older bed, between our road and the stream. This alluvial land is thinly populated and partly irrigated by water wheels. Along the higher ground, which had once been the bank but is now touched only by the extreme points of the river loops, there were occasional mounds representing the village of an earlier age. The baggage animals traveled in 6 3/4 hours to Buseirah, which lies in the angle formed by the Khabur and the Euphrates. The site is very ancient. Xenophon, when he arrived at the Araxes, the Khabur, found there a number of villages stored with corn and wine, and the army rested for 3 days collecting provisions. Diocletian made Circesium the frontier station of the Roman Empire. He fortified it with a wall, says Procopius, terminating at either end on the Euphrates in a tower, but he did not protect the side of the town along the Euphrates. The stream sapped one of the towers, the walls were allowed to fall into decay, and Charax in his first expedition had no difficulty in taking possession of the fortress. Justinian repaired the ruined wall with the large blocks of stone, built a wall along the Euphrates, and added an outer wall to that which already existed, besides improving the baths in the town. Under the name of Carkesia, Circesium continued to be a place of some importance during the Middle Ages. Ishtakari, 10th century, praises its gardens and fruit trees, but the later geographers describe it as being smaller than its neighbor Rabbah, on the opposite side of the Euphrates, and with this it fades out of history. Extensive, though not very scientific, excavations were being carried on when I was at Buseirah. The peasants were engaged in digging out bricks from the old walls, ostensibly to provide materials for a bridge over the Khyber. I was therefore able to see more of the ruins than was revealed to former travelers, and my conviction is that I saw nothing that was older than the time of Justinian, while most of the work belonged to the Arab period. The excavations were so unsystematic that it was never possible to make out a ground plan, but in one place the peasants had dug down at least 5 meters below the upper level of the ruin heaps and had cleared some small chambers near the northern fortification wall. The materials used in these buildings were square tiles in 2 sizes, 42 by 45 by 3 centimeters and 21 by 21 by 3 centimeters, laid in mortar as wide as the tiles themselves, and small, roughly squared stones also laid in thick mortar. The lower parts of the chambers were of large tiles, the upper parts of stone. From the traces left upon the walls, the rooms would seem to have been roofed over with barrel vaults, and there were some remains of brick-arched niches below the stonework. Above these rooms, which were possibly only a vaulted substructure, there were foundations of upper rooms constructed of the smaller tiles. The face of the tile walls had been covered with plaster. There were simple patterns molded in the broad sides of tiles. At the southeast angle of the enclosing wall stands a tower round and domed and built entirely of the smaller tiles. The dome is slightly flattened, and I believe the structure to be Mohammedan work. The Euphrates flows at a distance of about a mile from the city enclosure, but in all probability its course was once immediately under the wall, and the bed has made the same change here as it has done immediately above Cistercium. The modern Buseilah must be the site of the ancient city, and I conclude that in Diocletian's time the Euphrates flowed under the mound, and that this was the side which was not fortified until Justinian's day. In the Arab village, which has sprung up near the southwest corner of the ruins, there are portions of a large building which the natives call the church. It is surrounded on 3 sides by a very thick wall, roughly built of brick and rubble, with round towers at the angles. Within the wall there are remains of a niched structure which, so far as I could judge, consisted of 2 domed octagonal chambers. The masonry is of brick and rubble, plastered over, and both this ruin and the outer wall seem to have been built out of older materials, pillaged from other parts of the town, and mixed indiscriminately together. Finally, there is a substructure of brick, octagonal in plan, and covered by a much flattened brick dome. The flattened dome is typically Mohammedan. I do not remember any instance where it can be assigned with certainty to an earlier period, and I am therefore led to the conclusion that the whole building cannot be older than the time of the caliphs. The area of the city is strewn with potsherds, by far the greater proportion being unmistakably Arab and closely related to the coarser sorts of Raqqa ware. Almost all the coins that were brought to me were Arab. My tents were pitched outside the city wall at the extreme limit of the Roman Empire, a frontier line which you must travel far to find. Did Julian, with the ominous news from Gaul in his hand, feel any misgiving when he ordered the building of the bridge over which his army was to pass to the irrevocable destruction that Sallust predicted in his letters? No human power or virtue, says Ammianus Marcellinus, can prevent that which is prescribed by fate. Impending disaster, long since fallen, leapt again from his pages and stood spectral upon the banks of the Khyber. End of section 5. Section 6 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. BUSEIRAH to HÍT. The Parthian stations of Isidorus of Charax. March 7 to March 18. At BUSEIRAH, we were confronted with one of the difficulties that awaits the traveler in the Jazira. Since there is no traffic along the left bank of the river, there are no zaptais to serve as escort. My 2 zaptais from Deir were to have been relieved at BUSEIRAH, but there was only one available man there, and he feared the return journey alone, and was therefore extremely reluctant to come with us. We solved the question by carrying off Mustafa, one of the men from Deir, whereupon Hamadi, the BUSEIRAH zapatai, consented to bear him company. Both were to return from Abu Kemal 3 days' journey lower down. This plan suited Hamadi well, for he was a doubly married man, and while one of his wives remained at BUSEIRAH, the other dwelt in Abu Kemal. His beat was between the 2 places, and so, he explained, I find a wife and children to welcome me at either end. That is very convenient, said I. Yes, he replied gravely. We crossed the Khyber in a ferry boat, so badly constructed that loaded animals could not enter it, and in consequence all the packs had to be carried down to the river and reloaded on the other side. I pitied Cyrus from the bottom of my heart, and regarded Julian's bridge with feelings very different from those that had been conjured up by the moon of the previous night. The level ground on the opposite side was covered with potsherds, most of them blue and green glazed wares, and all, so far as I saw, Mohammedan. An hour later we passed over another small area strewn thickly with the same pottery, and while I was acquainting Hamadi with the nature of the evidence it supplied, I took occasion to confide to him my belief that the ruin at BUSEIRAH, which they call the church, dates from the Mohammedan period. "Effendim," he replied, "what you have honored us by observing is quite correct. The origin of that church is Arab. It was doubtless built by Nimrod, who lived some years before Harun-er-Rashid." "That is true," said I, with a mental reservation as to parts of the statement. Between the Khyber and the Euphrates, Khyber marks an ancient canal and names it the Daurine. According to the map, it leaves the Khyber at a point opposite to the village of Honaj and joins the Euphrates opposite Sahalia. The existence of the canal cutting is well known to all the inhabitants of these parts. They call it the Nar Dawarwan, but they affirm that its course is much longer than is represented by Khyber, and that it touches the Euphrates at Verde. My route on that first day lay between the canal and the Euphrates, at a distance that varied from an hour to half an hour from the river, and though I did not see the Dawarwan, its presence was clearly indicated by the line of kanats, underground water conduits, running in a general southerly direction, north-northwest to south-southeast, to be more accurate, across ground that was almost absolutely level. The whole of this region must once have been cultivated, and it had also been thickly populated. 25 minutes' ride beyond the potsherds, where Hamadi had sketched for me the history of BUSEIRAH, we passed some foundations constructed out of the smaller sort of tiles which I had observed in the town. A quarter of an hour further there was a low mound called Tel el-Kra, covered with tiles and colored pottery. Indeed, the pottery was continuous between the one patch of broken tiles and the other, and Nimrod had evidently been very busy here. The villages represented by these remains had been supplied with water from the Dawarwan. In another hour and 5 minutes we reached a considerable mound, Tel Bouget. It formed 3 sides of a hollow square, the side turned towards the river being open. We were now close to the Euphrates and could see, about half a mile away, a long tract of cultivation and the village of Tiana on the water's edge. We turned slightly inland from Bougier, and in 50 minutes came to the mounds of Gemma, where, so far as identification is possible on a hasty survey, I would place Zitha. "Here," says Amamianus Marcellinus, "we saw the tomb of the Emperor Gordian, which is visible for a long way off." Gemma consists of a large area surrounded by a wall and a deep ditch. Beyond the ditch lies broken ground where, at one point, the Arabs had scratched the surface and revealed what looked like a pavement of solid asphalt. Still further away there is an Arab graveyard strewn with fragments of the smaller tiles. Except in the graveyard there are no tiles and very little pottery, none of it characteristically medieval Mohammedan. The ditch had been fed by a water channel coming from the northeast, no doubt an arm of the Dawarwan, if it were not the canal itself. We rode from Gemma to the Euphrates in an hour and 10 minutes and found the camp pitched immediately below the village of Bustan. The baggage animals had been 6 hours on the march from the Khyber. The climate was changing rapidly as we journeyed south. The last cold day we experienced was March 2nd. When I had ridden out to Tel el-Sha'ir on March 7, when we camped at Bustan, the temperature at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was 70 degrees in the shade, but the nights were still cold. A strip of irrigated land and numerous villages lay along the river for the first 2 hours of the succeeding day's march. We were forced to ride outside the cornfields that we might avoid the water conduits, but I do not think we missed anything of importance. For every 20 or 30 years the Euphrates rises high enough to submerge the cultivation, and the floods must have destroyed all vestiges of an older civilization. The low-lying fields cannot have been within historic times a former bed of the stream, as was the case above BUSEIRAH. An occasional mound near the river showed that the bank had long been inhabited. We passed on the high ground a tell that looked like the site of an ancient village which had received its water from the Nar Dawarwan. An enormous amount of labor is expended upon the irrigation of the cornfields. Sometimes there is a double system of yurds, those nearest the river watering the lowest fields and filling deep channels, whence the water is again lifted by another series of yurds to the higher level. In the lower ground the peasants grow a little corn and clover for early pasture, and sow a second crop when the spring floods have retreated. After 2 hours riding, we entered a long stretch of sand, heaped up into little hills which were held together by tamarisk thickets. It is apt to be submerged when the river is high, and we saw more than one overflow channel filled with pools of stagnant water. On the Syrian side, the Euphrates is hemmed in here by hills, whereon stands the castle of Salihaya. In this wilderness, we came upon some Arabs who were plowing up a desolate spot in search of locust eggs. "Are there many locusts here?" said I, for locusts are not accustomed to lay their eggs in sand. "No," they answered, "there are none here, but, as God is exalted, there are thousands lower down." "Then why do you plow here?" I asked, with the tiresome persistence of the European. "The government ordered it," said they, and resumed their task. In another hour we reached Tel Ek-Chabai el-Kabai, where there is an Arab cemetery, the graves covered with unglazed potsherds. Hamedi told me that when the Arabs bury their dead in such places, they dig into the mound and extract broken pottery to strew upon the graves. The Bedouin use no pottery, their water vessels being of copper or of skin. While we sat upon the top of the tell, lunching and waiting for the caravan, which was delayed for nearly an hour in the loose sand, Hamedi gave me his views on politics. "Effendim," said he, "we do not care what sultan we have so long as he is a just ruler. But as for Abdul Hamid, he keeps 300 women in his palace, and look you, they have eaten our money. Wherein he wronged the poor ladies, it was not they who scattered the revenues of the state." In 30 minutes we came to Tel Sembal, a small sandy mound, in 1 hour and 15 minutes more to Tel El Hajin, with a village by the river, and after another hour and 20 minutes to Tel Abul Hassan, where we camped 7¼ hours from Bustan. Abul Hassan is marked in Chesney's map as Mound. It is a very striking tell rising 50 feet above the river. Upon the summit are Arab graves strewn with coarse pottery and with undressed stones dug out of the hill, and for a distance of 1/4 hour's walk to the north and east there are fragments of brick upon the ground. The graves are those of the Jabor, who, says Hamid, left this district 30 years ago and migrated to the Tigris, where I subsequently saw them. Nearly all the Silman have gone also away, and though their camping grounds are marked by Kuipert on the Euphrates, their present quarters are on the Khyber. The Dalim and the Agadat, a base-born tribe, together with the Bu Kamal, now occupy the Euphrates banks, and the Anaz come down to the river in the summer. There was no living thing near our camp except an enormous pelican, who was floating contentedly on the broad bosom of the stream. Our advent roused in him the profoundest interest, and as he floated he cast backward glances at us to see what we were doing in his wilderness. A pleasant 4 hours' march, mostly through tamarisk thickets that were full of ducks, pigeons, and jays, brought us to the ferry opposite Abu Kamal. When we had pitched our tents near the reed and mud built village of Werdi, Fatu and Salim went across to buy corn, and Hamedi to report our arrival and ask for fresh zapatas. The village of Abu Kamal has recently been removed to a distance of about a mile from the right bank, because the current has undermined the foundations of the original village, which now stands deserted and in ruin, but it is chiefly on the left bank that the river has played tricks with the land. Within the circuit of a great bend in the channel, the ground for 3 miles or so is extremely low, and is partially submerged when the stream comes down in flood. The low ground is bounded on its eastern side by a rocky ridge, which crosses the desert from a point little to the south of the Khyber, passes behind what I suppose to be the course of the Dawarwin, and terminates in the bold bluffs of Urzi above the Euphrates, at the lower limit of the Verdi Bend. When the river is exceptionally high, it covers the whole area up to the hills. My informant, one Isa, an Arab of the Bu Kamal, remembered having once seen this occur, but in ordinary seasons it merely overflows a narrow belt and fills a canal that lies immediately under the eastern hills. The canal is fed by 2 branch canals from the river and joins the Euphrates under the bluff of Urzi. The river rises at the time of the flowering of pomegranates, said Isa, for unto all things is their season, that is, about the middle of April, but the big canal under the hills was still half full of water when I saw it in March, and the crops were irrigated from it by jeerds. It is known locally as the Wierde, but I was informed that it was in fact the lower end of the Dawarwin, which joins the Euphrates here and not at Sahaiya. The site of Wierde is generally believed to be that of Xenophon Chorsotes, a large deserted land which was entirely surrounded by the Mascus. The river Mascus was a plethron 100 feet in breadth. The army of Cyrus stayed there 3 days, and the soldiers furnished themselves with provisions. By Damascus, Xenophon is understood to have meant a loop canal, and I think it probable that the canal was not merely a small loop enclosing the bend of the river, but that it is represented to this day by the Dawarwin and the irrigation system connected with it. But if Weirdy be the descendant of Consort, at least one other town must be placed between the two in the genealogical table. The bluff at the lower end of the river bend is covered with the ruins of Urzi, which have been remarked by every traveler who has passed by either on the river or on the west bank. Balbi, who descended the Euphrates in 1579, says that the ruins occupied a site larger than Cairo and appeared to be the massive walls and towers of a great city. So far as I know, no one has examined them closely, and when I climbed up the hill, I found, not the bastion walls that I had expected, but a number of isolated tower tombs. They stand in various stages of decay round the edge of the bluff and over the whole extent of a high rocky plateau, which cannot be seen from below. There are no traces of houses, nor any means of obtaining water from the river, nor any cisterns for the storage of rain. Balbi City is a city of the dead. It is the necropolis of a town that stood presumably in the irrigated country below. The towers were all alike. They are built of irregular slabs of stone, the shining gypsum of which the hill is formed, laid in beds of mortar. Each tower rests upon a square substructure, about 1 by 70 meters high. In this substructure are the tombs, hollowed out of the solid masonry, irregular in number and in position. In the best preserved of the towers I could see but one tunnel-like grave opening on the west side, while there were 2 or 3 to the north and east. The tombs are covered by a small vault made of 2 stones leaning against one another. Above the substructure the walls are broken by corner piers of small projection, with 2 engaged columns between them. The columns are crowned by capitals made of a single projecting slab, above which a slightly projecting band of plaster forms an entablature. Then following a plain piece of wall about a meter high up, which stands an upper order of engaged columns, half as large as those below, so that there was place for 5 between the corner piers, if these were repeated on the upper part of the tower. A door between the corner pier and one of the engaged columns opens onto a winding stair which leads to the top of the tower. No rule was observed as to the direction of the compass in which the doors were placed. The towers cannot be as old as Xenophon's time. They are more likely to date from the 1st or 2nd century of the Christian era. Therefore, the town to which they belonged must have been later than Consort, and Consort, it will be remembered, was deserted when he saw it. It is easy to understand that a city lying in the low ground might have been destroyed by inundations, and to imagine that a region so favorably situated for purposes of cultivation and provided with an elaborate system of irrigation should have been repopulated in a later age. And this is the explanation which I offer. The practice of burying the dead above the common crofts, the vulgar thropes, is still observed by the Arabs. All their graves lie loftily upon the nearest height, even if it should be only a mound by the river. From my camp I watched one of their funeral processions making its slow way from the village of Abu Kamal towards some barren hills. 3 or 4 miles the dead man was carried across the desert to find his resting place among the graves of his ancestors, and no tribesman would have been content to lay him at the village gates, like a Turk or a town dweller. They carried him to the hills and so performed, as in the days of the Urzi city, their final service. Fatu and Salim returned after nightfall and reported the Zabtai problem to be still unsolved. Even at Abu Kamal there was but 1 man, and we were forced once again to commandeer Mustafa, who saw himself dragged further and further from his home at Deir. We promised that he should return from Kayem with Abdullah the Zabtai from Abu Kamal, and Mustafa agreed with alacrity to this agreement. All Zabtais of my acquaintance enjoy traveling, with its contingent advantage of a regular daily fee from the Effendi whom they escort. But neither he nor Abdullah knew the way along the left bank. We have never heard of anyone who wished to go by this road, Wallah. Moreover, they stood in considerable fear of the tribes whom we might encounter. I therefore engaged as guide Isa, the affable ragged person who had conducted me to Urzi, but since we were fully loaded with corn we could not mount him, and he marched smilingly for 7 hours through a temperature of 83 degrees in the shade. We rode over the Urzi bluffs and dropped by a steep and rocky path into the plain on the farther side, between the hills and the meandering river. To the right, the village of Rabat, with a long stretch of corn, lay near the water's edge, and though our path lay only through tamarisk thickets, trace of numerous irrigation canals showed that the ground must have once been under cultivation. The plain is known as the Ka'at ed Dalim, the land of the Dalim, and the tents of that tribe were to be seen on the banks of the Euphrates. It did not take me long to discover that we should reach Kayim, or rather the point opposite to it, for it lies on the right bank, in about 5 hours from Verdi, and my heart sank to contemplate another long delay while we crossed and changed zapties. Therefore, I refused to go down the Euphrates and cut straight across a bend over high, stony ground. So it happened that we never went near Kayim, and the 2 kidnapped zapties were embarked before they knew it on the road to Anah. We touched the river again 7 hours from Verdi, where we found an encampment of the giraffe, and since we were completely ignorant of what lay ahead, we pitched our tents there, opposite an island which Kuipert calls Ninmala. I found it almost impossible to get any names for the numerous islands in these reaches of the Euphrates. The generic word for them is Kahawajay, and they bear no other title in the local speech. The Gerif, or Giraffe, is a tribe which belongs properly to the right bank, but a few tents had come over on account of the terrible drought, there being always more pasture in the Jerez than in the Shamaye. They're usually so, Isa explained, Gom to his tribe, the Bu Kamal, but a truce had recently been patched up, and he was received as hospitably as any of us. There lies below Anah, and to the west of the Euphrates, a region of desert through which few travelers have passed. The track of Chesney's journey of 1857 skirts it to the west. Thielman crossed it nearly 40 years later, a little further to the east. Huber, following the Damascus post road, touched its northern edge. So said Kuipert, and with this meager information as a base, I questioned that night the Arabs gathered round Fatu's cooking fire as to the northwest corner of the Sasanian Empire. Among them was an aged man who had been to Najd in central Arabia, and had brought back thence a bullet which was still lodged in his cheek. He knew that country, and if I would give him a horse, he would take me all to the castles therein, Kabuz, Amir, Thimal, Khîdir. Where is Khîdir? Said I, for the name was unknown to me or to Kuipert. Beyond Shitahe, answered a lean and ragged youth. I too know it, Wallah. Is it large? I asked. It is a castle, he replied vaguely, and one after another the men of the Giraffe chimed in with descriptions of the road. The sum total of the information offered by them seemed to be that the water was scarce and raids frequent, but there were certainly castles. Yes, in the land of Fadbeg, Ibn Hudhamal, the great sheik of the Amurath, there was Khîdir. I made a mental note of the name. The region which we had now entered is particularly lawless. The government makes no attempt to control the Bedouin, and according to their custom, they are occupied exclusively in raiding one another and in harrying the outlying property of the inhabitants of Rabah, the town opposite to Anah. In addition to the depredations of the local tribes, the country is swept by armed bands of the Shamar from far away to the east, and of the Yidis, whom the Mohammedans call devil worshippers, from the Jebel Sinjar. Accordingly, when we asked for a guide, we were told that there was no one who would come with us alone, lest he should be attacked on his solitary return by blood enemies from half the world away. We took with us, therefore, 2 horsemen, Afan of the Sheikli house, and Murawa, the one armed with a rifle and the other with a rusty sword, and for the better part of the day we discussed the observance of blood feud. The old man with the bullet in his cheek, who was on his way to Baghdad and proposed to travel with us as far as possible, served as an illustration of the text. It had a purely objective interest, for in spite of the fears exhibited by the Jurah, there was very small risk of our meeting with a foe. The season for raiding is the summer, but the spring is a closed time. Afan was eloquent in describing the long rides across the desert and the burning heat. Lady, I have ridden 4 days with no water but what I could carry. That was when we bore off cattle and mules from the Jabar Sinjar. Balal, asseverated Murwawa, and felt for the hilt of his rusty sword. We had not gone far before my mare shied out of the path, and there swung up beside us a jovial personage mounted on a blood camel with his serving man clinging behind him. He proved to be a sheik of the Amurath, who are a branch of the Ahnaz, and indeed he was his own brother to Fadad ibn Hudhal. His appearance suited his high birth. He was wrapped in a gold-bordered cloak, a fine silk handkerchief was bound about his head, and his feet were shod with scarlet leather boots. He was tall and well-liking, as are few but the great sheiks among the half-fed Bedouin. He related to me the business which had brought him so far from his own people. One of the Jarrah had murdered a man of the Amurath, and the 2 tribes being on friendly terms, Sheikh Jidan, such was his name, had crossed the river to demand the summary execution of the murderer or the payment of blood money. He was hunting the man down through the Giraffe tents. "Shall you find him?" I asked. "Ewa," he affirmed, and laughed over his task. Him, too, I questioned concerning Khîdir. "Go forward to Anah," he said, "and there any man will take you to Ukheiḍir, and if you come to my tents, welcome in kinship." So we parted. In 35 minutes from the camp, we passed the mound of Bala with Arab graves upon it. Then for 3 hours we saw nothing of interest until we came to the Mazar of Sultan Abdullah, a small modern shrine. Somewhere near it are the ruins of Jabiara, but they must lie closer to the Mazar than Kuipert would have them. I rode on looking for them for half an hour, and when I questioned Afan, he replied, "Jabiara, it is under the Mazar. When you turned away, I thought you did not wish to see those ruins." It was too hot to go back. We were now opposite Kal at Radifa, a splendid pile upon the right bank of the Euphrates, and here we left the caravan with Murawa to guide it and followed the course of the river to Kal at Bulak, which the Arabs call Ritaj, an hour and a quarter's ride in blazing sun. We found there a small square fort with round towers at the angles, the whole built of sun-dried brick. Though it is in complete ruin, I believe it to be modern, probably a Turkish kishal, but I saw some fragments of stone and mortar building which are, at any rate, older than the mud fort, and the site is so magnificent that it can scarcely have been neglected in ancient times. The hill on which the ruins stand is all but converted into an island by an abrupt turn of the river, which washes the precipitous rock on 3 sides. The current is gradually undermining the high seat of Ritaj, and the greater part of the older stone building has fallen into the stream. We had a hard gallop to catch up the caravan, and a long pull over rocky ground before we sighted the river again, flowing in wide and tranquil curves under the sunset. On either side the banks were lined with naruras, the Persian water-wheels. The quiet air was full of the rumble and grumble of them, a pleasant sound telling of green fields and clover pastures, but there were no villages or any other sign of man. As I looked, I knew that we had passed over an unseen frontier. Whether the geographers admitted it or no, this was Babylonia. We rode down wearily to the first Naura, and there threw ourselves from our horses. The river turned the wheel lifted the water raced down the conduit and spread itself over the patch of corn and round the roots of a solitary palm tree, and all happened as if it were a part of the processes of nature, like the springing of the palm tree and the swelling of the ears of corn. But it was nature in leading strings, and the lords of creation, in a very unassuming guise, surged up from a hole in the ground roofed with palm fronds and bade us welcome to their domain. 2 men and a little boy who watched over the crops on behalf of a Rawa merchant. The place has a name, Amisia, and a history, if only I could have deciphered it in the cut stones and fragments of wall which the river slowly washed bare and then washed away. But the immediate presence was of greater importance. Before the moon was up, supper was spread by the Nuar, and the watchmen, the boys, the Arabs, the old man with the bullet were sharing with my servants and zaptas an ample meal of rice. We had marched 10 hours. In the morning, I saw that quantities of pottery were washed out of the bank together with the stones. Much of it was glazed with black upon the inside, some was the usual colored Mohammedan stuff, and there were pieces of the big pointed jars, unglazed, which belonged to every age. Beyond the corn lay masses of similar potsherds. The river bank must once have been strewn with small villages. When we had ridden for half an hour, we met 3 horsemen of the Jarrah, and Afan declared that he would return with them to his tents, and as for Murawa, he might cross with us to Anah and go home along the right bank. I had no objection to raise, and as Murawa did not demur to the scheme, Afan was allowed to leave us. Murawa was a small man and a lean, mounted on a half-starved mare, himself half-starved with naked feet, a ragged cotton cloak thrown over his head to protect him from the sun, and a rusty sword by his side to defend him from his enemies. We had struck up a wordless friendship, and now that Afan was gone, we fell into talk. I asked him whether he had heard of liberty. "Ewa," he answered, "but we know not what it means." "It means to obey a just law," said I, seeking for some didactic definition. But Murawa knew nothing of obedience nor yet of just rule. The Zaptai Abdullah took up my word. "O Murawa," said he, "when there is liberty in this land, there will be no more raiding and the Arabs will serve as soldiers." "No, wallah," returned Mullah firmly. Abdullah laughed. "Slowly, slowly," he said, "the government will lay hands on the desert and the Arabs will be brought in, for they are all thieves." Murawa drew himself up on his hungry mare. "Thieves," he cried. "Thieves are dogs. How can you compare the Arabs with them? We will not bow our heads to any government. To the Arabs belongs command." And he slashed the air defiantly with his tamarisk switch as he proclaimed the liberties of the wilderness, the right of feud, the right of raid, the right of revenge, the only liberty the desert knows. 3 hours and a half from Ajamieh, we stopped at Anuraro. Natarie to water our horses, and just beyond it we were overtaken by 6 angry men from Rawah, mounted and carrying rifles. The cause of their ride and of their anger they were not slow to make known to us. The watchmen at their Nurah had sent word to Rawah that the Zalim had come down and were pasturing their mares in the corn. And we went to the Kaimakam and asked for soldiers to drive them off, and the Kaimakam answered, "Go ask the Vali of Baghdad, for I have none." As God is exalted, there were but 2 soldiers in the Kishla of Rawah, and we took our rifles and mounted our mares and rode out alone, and all last night we hunted them through the desert until we were so far from the river that we dared not go on. We are 6 men, look you, and the Dalim are counted by thousands. So we returned, and a curse upon the government that cannot protect our property, and may all Arabs burn in hell. At this point, one of them perceived Marawa, who was riding in discreet silence by my side. "Listen, you dog, son of a dog," he cried. "We lay out our capital, and you take the interest. We sow, and you gather the harvest. Yes, without reaping, and we may starve, that you and your accursed brothers may fatten. I have a mind to take you as hostage to Rawah, and hold you till we get our due." Marawa, though for a free child of the desert he was unfortunately placed between the Zaptais and angry citizens, was not alarmed by the threat. We had changed parts as soon as we neared civilization, and he now edged nearer to me, knowing that he was safe under my protection, but for which he would not have ventured into Rawah, where there were too many reckonings scored up against the tribes. We were not to escape without ourselves taking a lesson in the elements of raiding. Half an hour or so from Natara, Yusuf came riding up from the caravan, which was behind us, to ask if we had seen anything of the donkey, the unrivaled donkey purchased in Aleppo, and to our consternation we discovered that he was missing. There had been a few Arabs at Nataraye, and while we were engaged in watering the baggage animals, the donkey had strayed away to make acquaintance with some low-born Bedouin donkeys and had remained behind. Fatua and Abdullah rode back and speedily found him. He was twice the size of the others, but his pack-saddle and other trappings were gone. Thereupon Fatu, like the merchants of Rawah, took the law into his own hands, drove off an Arab donkey together with our own, and declared that unless the Arabs restored our property to us that night at Anah, he would sell theirs in the open market and keep the money. Thus it was that we turned raiders like everyone else who lives in the desert. Fatu caught me up 2.5 hours later opposite the island of KERBELÂ, where I had stopped to lunch, and we sent Murrah back to claim the pack-saddle and bidding him join us at Anah. He was exceedingly loath to obey this order, saying that he dared not enter Anah alone, and I never expected to see him again, in spite of the fact that he had not received his bakshish. In another 20 minutes we were riding through the fruit gardens and palm groves of Rawah. The fruit trees were all in flower, a delectable sight for travelers in the wilderness. While the ferry boats were being brought up, I climbed the hill to the modern citadel. Rawah, so far as I am aware, has no ancient history, and thence looked down upon the long, thin line of Anah houses and palm trees, folded between the hills and the river, and afar the island that was ancient Anatho, floating upon the broad waters. The population of Rawah swarmed up the hill after me, watching my every movement with strained attention, and before we were fairly embarked, I registered a vow that no caravan of mine should ever again pass through the town. So exasperating it is to find 200 people in your path, whichever way you would turn. When once we had crossed the river, we fell into a merciful obscurity. The post roads run through Anah, and it matters not a para to anybody, but the Kanji, whether one European more or less, comes down it. The Kanji, a friend of Fatu's, was unfeignedly glad to see us, and his Khan looked good, but better still the patch of ground behind that stretched down to the water's edge. Here, with the consent of mine host, we pitched our tents in full view of an exquisite little island, green with corn and shaded by palm trees, and whatever love you bear the desert there can be no doubt that green growing things are pleasant to the eye, and that the spirit rests comfortably upon the assurance that a good dinner, not tinned curry, will shortly be forthcoming. Just as it was ready, behold Marawa, obedient to the call of hunger, minus his sword indeed, for he had left it in pawn to the ferryman, but bringing with him the owner of the donkey we stole, together with the goods that had been stolen from us. And every one came to his own again. But the episode has never faded from Fatu's memory, and in the hour of reminiscence he is wont to say, "Your Excellency remembers how we raided the Arabs? May God be exalted. We have traveled much in this desert, and the only raid we ever saw was one of our own making." End of section 6. Section 7 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. BUSEIRAH to HÍT continued. There was another arrival at our camp that night. Late in the evening, Yusuf inquired whether I would receive a soldier, and thinking it was tomorrow's Zabta, I consented. A grizzled man appeared at the tent door and sat down on his heels. "Peace be upon you," said he. "And upon you peace," I answered. "Effendim," he said, "I am a man advancing in years." He made the gesture of one who strokes a venerable beard, although his chin was bare. "And for long I have prayed for a son. Praise be to God, this night God has granted my request." "Praise be to God," said I. "God give you the reward," he rejoined. "Effendim, in honor of this exceptional occasion, will you kindly help with the expenses?" Now it happened somewhere about the year 1300 B.C. that Hatsul, king of the Hittites, wrote to the king of Babylon, and among other matters of international interest, he observed that the reason for the interruption of diplomatic relations with the court of Babylonia was the uncertainty of travel caused by the movements of the Bedouin. No other consideration, he said, should have prevented him from dispatching his ambassador to the son of so excellent a father. The conditions described in Hatsul's letter hold good until today. The Bedouin are still masters of the desert road, and established order is helpless before the lawless independence of the tribes. The truth is that nomad life and civilization are in compatible terms. The peaceful cultivator and the merchant cannot exist side by side with the sheik, and either the settled population must drive the Bedouin from out their borders, or the Bedouin will put progress in the accumulation of wealth beyond the power of the most industrious. Until we drew nearer to Anaa, our road had led us through regions which the Arabs hold in undisturbed possession. No caravans pass down the east bank of the Euphrates. No towns are built there, save for the spasmodic labors of the half-settled tribes. No fields are cultivated. But with the first Naura of the Rawa townsmen, the conditions were altered, and when we crossed the river, we plunged into the struggle that had been waged for all time between the nomad and the state. For 4 days we followed the high road to Baghdad, unwillingly enough, since I was ever looking for a door into the Syrian desert, and I had an opportunity to study the oldest problem of government. The town of Anaa has been lengthening steadily ever since the 16th century, for Raoulf says that it is 1 hour long, and Delaval 2, and I know that it is 3. But it was and remains a single street wide, a Babylonish mud-built thoroughfare, green with palms, murmurous with narus, and lapped by the swift current of the Euphrates. From the hilltop of Rawa I had already caught sight of the only vestiges of antiquity that Anaa can boast, the ruined castle and tall minaret upon the island of Labad, at the lower end of the town. Here stood the fortress which, like many others in that country, is surrounded by the Euphrates. Julian, seeing the difficulties of a siege, came to terms with the inhabitants, who surrendered to him and were treated with all kindness. But the fortress he burnt. I was determined not to leave Anaa without visiting the island, and having settled with Fatu the length of the day's march, I left him to buy provisions and load the caravan, and rode down to a ferry opposite the island. The boat was commonly used to transport stones from the castle, and when we arrived, it was in the course of being loaded on the other side. Much shouting at length attracted the attention of the ferryman, and we went into a neighboring coffee-house to await his coming. A party of citizens had gathered together over the morning cup. We joined the circle and shared in the coffee and the talk. The men in the coffee-house entertained no hope that the constitutional or any other government would succeed in establishing order. "Ever since the days of the Bani Ghassan," said one, and I could have added ever since the days of the Hittites, "the Arabs have ravaged the land, and who shall stop them? The government does nothing, and we can do nothing. We have no power, and all of us are poor." "In the last 6 years," said another, "we have had 14 Kamakians at Anaa. Not one of these gave a thought to the prosperity of the town, but he extorted what money he could before he was removed." "There is a new Kamakian on his way here," I observed. "True," he replied. "When the telegram came last summer telling of liberty and equality, the people assembled before the Sâmarrâ, the government house, and bade the Kamakan be gone, for they would govern themselves. Thereat came orders from Baghdad that the people must be dispersed, and the soldiers fired upon them, killing 6 men. And we do not know what the telegram about liberty and brotherhood can have meant, but at least the Kamakan was dismissed." My Zaptai broke in here. "Effendim," said he, "it fell out once that I was in Bombay. Yes, I was sent from Basra with horses for one of the kings of India, and there I saw a poor man whose passport had been stolen from him, and he carried his complaint to the judge. Now the judge was of the English, and he fined the thief and cut off 2 of his fingers. That is government. In India the poor are protected." "Allah," said one of the coffee drinkers in undisguised admiration. I knew better than to question the validity of the anecdote, and with what modesty I could assume, I accepted the credit that accrued from it. But even the English, pursued another, cannot hold the tribes. Effendim, have the Afghans submitted to you? Wallah, no. He had laid his finger upon a knotty point, and I took up the question from a different side. Have not you men of Ana sent a deputy to the Mahils? I asked. Wallah, they answered. Let him make known in Constantinople the evils under which you suffer, that the government may seek for a remedy. The suggestion was received in silent perplexity. For what purpose did you pay the deputy to go to Stamboul? I pursued. The order came, replied one of my interlocutors. We do not know why the deputy was sent. Doubtless he has his own business in Stamboul, and he is not concerned with Ana. His business is yours, I said, and if he will not see to it at the next election, you must choose a better man. Will there be another election? Said they, and I found all Ana to be under the impression that their representative held a life appointment. The island is a little paradise of fruit trees, palms, and corn, in the middle of which is a village of some 30 houses built in the heaped-up ruins of the castle. From among the houses springs a tall and beautiful minaret, octagonal in plan. Its height is broken by 8 rows of niches, each face of the octagon bearing in alternate stories, a double and single niche, all terminating in the cuspid arch which is employed at rakah. Some of the niches are pierced with windows to light the winding stair. The tower rises yet another 2 stories, but the upper part is of narrow diameter, and the windows and niches are covered with plain round arches. At the northern end of the island the walls and round bastions of the fortress stand in part, but they are not very ancient. Ibn Qurtadabah, who is the first of the Mohammedan geographers to mention Ana, says only that it is a small town on an island. In Abdul Fiyad's time it was still confined to the island. Raoulf, 1564, notices the town on the island and the town on the right bank. Yakut, 1225, speaks of the castle, but the walls which I saw cannot be as old as his day. The minaret may belong to a different period, and de Bellay places it in the earliest centuries of Islam. I think that there was probably a fortress on the island long before the first written record, which has come down to us, but I think close upon a generation too late to see the remains of it. From 2 informants in Ana, I heard that there had been big stone slabs at the northern end of the island, with figures of men upon them and a writing like nails, but they had fallen into the water within the memory of the older inhabitants, and had been washed away or covered by the stream. This tale of cuneiform inscriptions would not in itself be worth much, but while I was examining the minaret, a villager brought me a fragment of stone covered with carving in relief which was unmistakably Assyrian. I asked him whence it came, and he replied that it had formed part of a big stone picture which had fallen into the river. I bought from him a broken bowl inscribed with Jewish incantations of the well-known type. The island was once connected with both banks by bridges. There are some traces of the section that led across to the Jezra, and many piers of the Sâmarrâ bridge stand in the river. Though these piers no longer serve the purpose for which they were intended, they are still put to use, for the inhabitants of the island spread nets between them, and the fish swimming down with the current are entangled in the meshes and so caught. We pulled up one of the nets as we passed, and it produced 2 large fish which I bought for a few pence. It is curious that the Bedouin neglect the ample supply of food with which the river would furnish them. In spite of frequent inquiries, we had never found fish in their tents. Just below the houses of Ana, on the Sâmarrâ bank, there were mounds by the river from which, said my Cbteddy, the people get antikas after rain, and sometimes small gold ornaments are washed out of them. On the opposite bank I could see ruins for a distance of an hour's ride from the Ana. They ended at a big mound called Tel Abu Thor, which appeared to be a natural outcrop of the rock, though there were many small seeming artificial mounds about it. An hour and a half from Ana we passed another rocky hill, also called Tel Abu Thor, but I could see no traces of ruins round it. From the summit of the Tel there was a fine view of the little fortified island of Tilbez, the island castle of Thil'uta, whose inhabitants refused to surrender to Julian. I could see the bastions of masonry on the upper end of the island, together with the ruins of a castle on the Jazira bank, and if there had been any possibility of crossing the river, I should have gone down to it. But there was no ferry nearer than Ana. I did not follow the winding course of the Euphrates from Ana to Hît. Many of the ruins marked in Chesney's map deserve a careful survey, but my mind was now set upon another matter, and we rode on from the stage to stage, hoping each day that the next would provide us with a guide into the western desert. My Zabta, Mohammed, lent a sympathetic ear to the scheme which I developed to him as we rode. The arm of the law, weak enough on the Euphrates, does not reach into the wilderness, and his duties had taken him but a little way west of the road. The main difficulty to be encountered was the lack of water, a difficulty much enhanced by the drought. "God send us rain," he sighed. "Effendim, at this time of the year I am used to stay my mare at such places as these." He pointed to the hollows in the barren ground. "And while I smoke a cigarette, she will have eaten her fill of grass. But this year there is no spring herbage, and in the season of the rains, 40 days have passed without rain. All the water pools in the Shamanya are exhausted, and the Arabs are crossing to the Jezrah, lest they die, for their flocks can give no milk." Presently we met a train of thirsty immigrants driving their goats to the Euphrates. Muhammad called to them and asked if they would give us a cup of leban, sour milk. A half-starved girl shouted back in answer, "If we had leban, we should not be crossing to the Jezrah." "God help you," cried Muhammad. "Cross in the peace of God." A little further, we passed through a number of newly made graves scattered thickly on either side of the road. "They are the graves of the Delium," said Muhammad. "A year ago a bitter quarrel arose within the tribe, and here they fought together, and 70 men were slain. They buried them where they fell, the one party on one side of the road, and the other on the other side." We traveled fast, and in 5 hours from Anah came down to the river at Fahem, where we found our tents pitched near a kishla. The guardhouse is the only building here, the village of Fahem being in the Jezrah about half an hour upstream. About the same distance lower down lies the island of Kuro, which is perhaps Julian's Ahaya Kala, but I saw it only from afar and do not know whether there are still ruins upon it. We had parted at Anah from Cyrus and from Julian. They marched with their armies down the Jezrah bank, and our road lost much of its charm and losing the shadowy pageants of their advance. We were tormented during the next 3 days by an intolerable east wind. It blew from sunrise to sunset, and, for aught we could tell, it might have issued from the mouth of a furnace, so scorching was its dust-laden breath. I heard of ruins at Sus, a place where the Jarrah owned cornfields, but it lay at the head of a peninsula formed by a great bend of the stream, and I had no heart to go so far out of the way. We reached Haditha in 6 hours from Fahem and camped there, partly because we were weary of the wind and dust, and partly because Muhammad had advised me to seek there for a guide into the desert. The nearer we came to that adventure, the more formidable did it appear, and I was beginning to realize that it would be folly to take a caravan across the parched and stony waste, and to revolve plans for sending the muleteers to Kerbelâ, and taking only Fatu with me to Ukheiḍir. At Hadantha we met an aged corporal, who declared that nothing would be easier than to go straight thence to Qasr, Amij, and for water we should find every night a pool of winter rain. He had crossed the desert 2 years ago, and there had been no lack of water. "But this year there has been no rain," I objected, "and all the Arabs are coming down to the river because of the great drought. Where then shall we find the pools?" "God knows," he answered piously, and I put an end to the discussion and turned my attention to the ruins of Hadith. The village, like all the villages in these parts, lies mainly upon an island, though a small modern suburb has sprung up upon the right bank. At the upper end of the island are the ruins of a castle, not unlike the ruins at Anah. A bridge had been thrown over both arms of the river, and a straight causeway across the island had connected the two parts. Needless to say, the bridge has fallen. Still more remarkable and quite unexpected was a large area of ruins some way inland on the Shamanya side, hidden from the river village by a ridge of high ground. It must have been the site of a big town. In one place I saw 4 columns lying upon the ground, no doubt pre-Mohammedan, though upon one of them were 4 lines of a much defaced Arabic inscription, which I could read only a few words. Nearer to the river, invisible from it, are a number of small mazars, remarkable only because their pointed, dome-like roofs show the same construction that is to be seen in the famous tomb of the Sitt Zobeda at Baghdad. From Anah, the river landscape is exceedingly monotonous. A few naoras and a patch or two of cultivation, each with its farmhouse, a small domestic mud fortress with a tower, an occasional village set in a grove of palm trees on an island in midstream. The houses were of sun-dried brick, the walls sloping slightly inwards and crowned with a low mud battlement, line for line a copy of their prototypes on the Assyrian reliefs. This world, which was already sufficiently dreary, was rendered unspeakably hideous by the east wind. River, sky, and mud-built houses showed the universal dun color of the desert, and even the palm trees turned a sickly hue, their fronds disheveled by the blast and steeped in dust. An hour and a half from Hadith, We crossed the Wadi Hajan, in which there is a brackish spring. Just opposite its mouth are the remains of a castle on an island, Abu Sa'id, but the greater part of the island, and with it the castle, has been carried away by the stream. Below it is the palm-covered island of Berwan. 20 minutes further, we passed over a dry valley, Wadi Fadai, where I left the high road and crossed the desert to Alus, which we reached in an hour and 40 minutes. Kuipert, following Chesney, calls it Al-Uz, but I doubt whether this spelling can be justified. The Arab geographers know it as Alus or Alusa, and the name has not changed until this day. The village stands on an island, but there is also a ruined castle on the right bank of the river. We rode straight from Alus to Jebba in 2 hours, though the Zaptas reckon it 3 for a caravan. There was nothing to encourage us to loiter, inasmuch as our path lay over a horrible wilderness, stony, waterless, and devoid of any growing thing. Rather more than halfway across, we came to the Uglit Harun, a valley which is said to have its source in the Harun Mountains south of Damascus. At the point where we crossed it, it was dry, but my Zapta told me that there were springs higher up, and that in wet years the water will flow down it from the Haran to the Euphrates. The wind was so strong that I could not row over to the village which stands on the island of Jabba, though I was tempted by the tall round minaret that rises from among the palm trees. As far as I could see through my glasses, it bears an inscription on its summit and a brick dog-tooth cornice. On the Jazira bank there is a large and well-preserved fortress. We reached the solitary Khan of Baghdadi a few minutes later. The caravan was there before us, having accomplished what is reckoned to be a 9 hours stage in 8 hours 16 minutes. The village of Baghdadi is an hour's march lower down, and the Khan by which we camped was only 4 months old. Before that, said Fatou, we used to sleep under the sky, and there was no one but us and the jackals. I had heard that Fad Beg ibn Hudalhal had a garden at Baghdadi, and I cherished a hope that we might meet there one of his family who would help us on the way to Ukheiḍir. But when we passed by the garden, a solitary Negro was in charge, and as the palms were not yet 3 feet high, I could not blame Fad Beg for not having elected to dwell among them. There was nothing to be done but to ride on to Hît. From Baghdadi, the road climbs up into the barren hills. It is no better than a staircase cut out of the rock, and Fatou admitted that carriage driving is not an easy matter here. He added that the stage from Baghdadi to Hît is less secure than any other by reason of its being infested by the Dalim, who exact a toll from unguarded caravans. We had found 2 Zapis at the Khan and had taken one on with us when we sent the Hadith man back, leaving the Khan protected by a single Zapti. So limited is the number of soldiers posted along the road. If you are not a person of sufficient consequence to claim an escort, you must wait until a body of travelers shall have collected at Baghdad or Aleppo, as the case may be, and set forth in their company, since it is not safe to venture singly over the Sultan's highroad. We met that morning a large caravan of people driving, riding in panniers, and walking. No matter what their degree, all wore the singularly abandoned aspect to which only the Oriental on a journey can attain, and the shapelessness of their baggage enhanced their personal disqualifications. About half an hour after the caravan had passed, we came upon 5 or 6 ragged peasants, who stopped us and lifted their voices in lamentation. They had been held up by 5 dilemmas in the valley below. Their cloaks had been taken from them, and the bread that was to suffice them till they reached Ana. We are poor men, they wailed. God curse those who rob the poor. God curse all the Dalim, cried Fatou. Why did you linger behind the caravan in this part of the road? We were weary, and one of us had fallen lame, they explained. But have a care when you reach the valley bottom. 5 men with rifles are lurking among the sandhills. Their tale filled me with a futile anger, so that I desired nothing so much as to catch and punish the thieves, and without waiting to consider whether this lay within our power, I galloped on in the direction indicated by the peasants, with Fatou, Yusuf, and the Zaptis at my heels. We were all armed and had nothing to fear from 5 robbers. The valley was a sandy depression with a sulphur stream running through it. We searched the sandhills without success, but when we came down to the Euphrates, there were 5 armed men strolling unconcernedly along the banks as though they would take the air. Now, you do not wander with a rifle in your hand in unfrequented parts of the Euphrates bank for any good purpose, and we were persuaded that these black-browed Arabs were the 5 we sought. Probably they had intended to reap a larger harvest, but finding the caravan too numerous, they had contented themselves with the stragglers. Unfortunately, we had no proof against them. The bread was eaten, and the cloaks secreted among the stones. And though we spent some minutes in heaping curses upon them, we could take no steps of a more practical kind. The Cbteddy, for his part, was an agony of nervous anxiety lest we should propose to relieve them of their rifles. He looked forward to a return journey along to Baghdadi, and it is not good for a solitary man to have an outstanding quarrel with Dolim. Finally, I realized that we were wasting breath in useless bluster and called Fatu away. If we were to concern ourselves with catching of the thieves, we might as well abandon all other pursuits in Turkey. The town of Hît stands upon an ancient mound washed by the Euphrates. Among the palm trees at the river's edge rise columns of inky smoke from the primitive furnaces of the asphalt burners, for the place is surrounded by wells of bitumen famous ever since the days when Babylon was a great city. Heaps of rubbish and cinders strew the sulphur marshes to the north of the town, and a blinding dust storm was stirring up the whole devil's cauldron when we arrived. It was impossible to camp, and we took refuge in the khan, where we were so fortunate as to meet with an English traveler on his way back from India, the first European who I had seen since we left Aleppo. The dust storm rose yet higher towards evening, and though we closed the shutters of the khan, there was no glass in the windows. The sand blew in merrily through the chinks, and we ate a gritty supper in a temperature of 93 degrees. Hît was the last possible starting point for the Syrian desert, and no sooner had we arrived than I summoned Fatu and presented him with an ultimatum. We had failed to get any but the most contradictory reports of wells upon the road to Ukheiḍir, and I would not expose the caravan to such uncertain chances, but if we went alone we could carry enough water for our needs. It only remained to dispatch the muleteers along the highway and to find a guide for ourselves. "Upon my head," said Fatu blandly, "3 guides wish to accompany your excellency." "Praise be to God," said I. "Bid them enter." "It would be well to see each separately," observed Fatu, "for they do not love one another." We interviewed them one by one, with an elaborate show of secrecy, and each in turn spent his time in warning us against the other 2. Upon these negative credentials I had come to a decision, and I made my choice feeling that I might as logically have tossed up a pie tree. It fell upon a man of the Dolim, a tribe to whom we were not well disposed, but since the country through which we were to pass was mainly occupied by their tents, it seemed wiser to take a guide who claimed cousinship with their sheiks. He was to find an escort of 5 armed horsemen and to bring us to Ukheiḍir in return for a handsome reward, but we undertook to engage our own baggage camels. One of the drawbacks to this arrangement was that no camels were to be got at Hît, and I felt the more persuaded that we had struck a bad bargain when Naif came back and said, "How do I know that you will keep your word? Perhaps tomorrow you will choose another guide." "The English have but one word," said I. "It is a principle that should never be abandoned in the East." We struck hands upon it, and Naif left us in the peace of God. Fatu needed a day to complete his preparations, and I to see the pitch wells of Hît, which lie some distance from the town. I did not see them all, but from the accounts I heard they would appear to be 5 in number. The largest is called the Marj, the meadow. It is an hour and a quarter northeast of Hît, and is said to be inexhaustible. The pitch is better in quality here than elsewhere, and the peasants can, when they choose, get 2,000 donkey loads from it daily. The next in importance is at Ma Murray, but it is not worked. The pitch flows out over the desert and dries into an asphalt pavement about half a mile square. Further south is a small spring, Latif, from which they get 20 loads a day, and near the town there is a 4th well, which yields 50 loads a day. The 5th well is on the other side of the Euphrates at Atuat. The average yield from it is 20 loads a day. Near the asphalt beds of Mamur, about an hour southwest of Hît, lies the ruins of a village clustered round a minaret. All the buildings were constructed of small unsquared stones set in mortar. The minaret was plastered on the outside and seemed to have been built of large blocks of stone and mortar, firmly welded together before they had been placed in position. The round tower, narrowing upwards and decorated at the top with a zigzag ornament, was placed upon a low octagonal structure, which in turn rested upon a square base. I climbed the winding stair that I might survey the country through which Naif was to take us. It was incredibly desolate, empty of tent or village, save where to the west the palm groves of Kabisa made a black splash upon the glaring earth. The heavy smoke of the pitch fires hung round Hît, and the sulphur marshes shone leprous under the sun, a malignant landscape that could not be redeemed by the little shrines which were scattered like propitiatory invocations among the gleaming salts. About a mile from Mamur there is still more remarkable ruin known as Madluba. It is a large, irregularly shaped area marked off from the desert by heaps of stones half buried in sand. Standing among these heaps, and no doubt in their original position, there are a number of large monolithic slabs placed as if they were intended to form a wall. Many of these must have fallen and been covered with a sand if the enclosure were at any time continuous, and perhaps the heaps are composed partly of buried slabs. 2 stand in line with a narrow space between like a door. One of them was 5 meters long by 1.3 meters thick, and it stood 2 meters out of the ground. In another there was a small rectangular cutting that suggested a window hole on the upper edge. It was 10 meters long by 1.3 meters thick, and stood about 3 meters out of the ground. The stones were carefully dressed on all sides. They may have formed the lower part of a wall, of which the upper part was of sun-dried brick or rubble, but at what age they were placed in those wilds a cursory survey would not reveal. When I returned to the khan, Fatou greeted me with the intelligence that the dilemma had broken his engagement. Naif admitted that for ordinary risks the money we had offered would have been sufficient, but Khîdir lay in the land of his blood enemies, the Beni Hassan, and he would not go. Perhaps he hoped to force us to a more liberal proposal, but in this he was disappointed. A bargain is a bargain, and we fell back upon my boast that the English have but one word. In this dilemma, Fatou suggested that he should see what could be done with the mudir, and having a lively confidence in Fatou's diplomacy, I entrusted him with my passports and papers, of which I kept a varied store, and gave him plenipotentiary powers. He returned triumphant. "Effendim," said he, "that mudir is a man. That is ever the highest praise that Fatou can bestow, and my experience does not lead me to cavil at it. When he had read your buyuradals, he laid them upon his forehead and said, 'It is my duty to do all the Effendi wishes.' I told him," interpolated Fatou, "that you are a consul in your own country. He will give you a zapta to take you to Kebisa, and if you command, the zapta shall go with you to Kal at Kabaz, returning afterward to Hît. And it cannot be that we shall fail to find a guide and camels at Kebisa, which is a palm grove in the desert, for all the dwellers in it know the way to Khîdir. As for the caravan, another zapta will take it to Baghdad." "Afarin," said I, "there is none like you, O Fatou." "God forbid," replied Fatou modestly. "And now," he proceeded, "let me bring your excellency an omelette, for I am sure that you must be hungry." But I understood this exaggerated solicitude to be no more than a covert slur upon the culinary powers of Mr. X's servant, who had provided us with an abundant lunch during the Fatou's absence, and not even so voracious a counsel as I could face a second meal. Fatou retired in some displeasure to inform the muleteers that they would journey to Baghdad and Kerbelâ, and there rejoin us, please God. We explored the village of Hît before nightfall, and a more malodorous little dirty spot I hope I may never see. Why, says the poet concerning some unknown wayfarer, did he not halt that night at Hît? And it is strange that Ibn Khirdahabah, who quotes the question, should have been at a loss for the answer. Possibly he had no personal knowledge of Hît. On the top of the hill there is a round minaret, similar in construction to the minaret of Mamir, but I saw no other feature of interest. The sun was setting as we came down to the palm groves by the river. The fires under the troughs of molten bitumen sent up their black smoke columns between the trees. Half-naked Arabs fed the flames with the same bitumen, and the Euphrates bore along the product of their labors as it had done for the Babylonians before them. So it must have looked, this strange factory under the palm trees, for the last 5,000 years, and all the generations of Hît have not altered by a shade the processes taught them by their first forefathers. The Parthian stations of Isidorus of Charax. The only modern record of the road along the left bank of the Euphrates from Raqqa to Deir is the rather meager account given by Sachot. Moritz traveled down the left bank from Deir to Buseilah, but I know of no published description of the road from Buseilah to Anah. It has not therefore been possible hitherto to attempt to place in any continuous sequence the sites given by ancient authorities. Of these, the fullest list is that of the Parthian stations furnished by Isidorus of Charax, Geographie Grossia Minores, edition by Müller, Volume 1, page 244. It begins with a fixed point of Nicephorum, Raqqa, and ends with another fixed point, that of Anatho, Anah. Between these lies Nagabeth on the Abourus. The Abourus may safely be assumed to indicate the Khyber, and the Naboth is therefore Circesium Buseilah. The following comparative table shows my suggestions for the remaining stations, combined with those which have already been made by Ritter and others. The times given are the rate of travel of my caravan. Between Raqqa and Deir I had the advantage of comparing them with Sachot's timetable. No two caravans travel over any given distance at exactly the same pace, but the general average works out without any grave discrepancy. I have often tried to reckon the speed at which my caravan travels, and have come to the conclusion that it is very little under 3 miles an hour, say about 2 7/8 miles an hour. Isidorus computes his distances by the sconus. According to Moritz, 1 sconus equals 5.5 kilometers. From Buseirah to Anat, I traveled over Isidorus' road at the rate of 1 sconus in 1 hour 7 minutes, which would bring the sconus down to 5.166 kilometers. The section from Raqqa to Buseirah is not so easy to calculate because Isidorus has in 2 places omitted to give the exact distance between the stations, but my rate of travel was not far different here from that noted in the other sections. So much for the average. The individual distances do not tally so exactly, and in attempting to determine the sites, the evidence that can be gathered from the country itself seems to me to weigh heavier in the scale than the measurements given by Isidorus, especially as his inexactitude is proved by the fact that the sum of the distances he allows from station to station do not coincide with the total distances from the Zeugma, Birjek, to Seleucia, and from Phlegia to Seleucia as he states them. In both cases, the sum of the small distances come to a larger figure than that which he allows for the totals. Zeugma to Seleucia, 171 sconus. Total of distance between stations 174 sconus, without the 2 omitted by him. Phlegia to Seleucia, 100 sconus. Total of distances between stations 120 sconus, without 1 omitted by him. As regards the second section, Kuipert believed that a copyist error of 10 sconus too much had been made in Isidorus' table between Isanopolis and Iopolis, the modern Hît, but even this correction will not bring the totals together. Ritter, Volume 11, page 738. The road from the Zeugma to Nisphorium does not follow the river, and I am therefore unable to control the statements of Isidorus above Raqqa, nor do I know the section between Hît and Seleucia. I need scarcely say that my table is of the most tentative character. It begins with the 9th station of Isidorus, Nisphorium. The first remarkable sight which I saw on the river below Raqqa was the large area surrounded by a ditch, half an hour above my camping ground. Isidorus' 10th station from Zeugma is Galabatha. Ritter, Volume 11, page 687, observes that it must be above Abu Sa'id, and the area enclosed by the ditch fulfills that condition. The 11th station is Kubana, which I put at Abu Sa'id, where there are fragments of columns and other evidences of antiquity. The 12th station is Thilhalada Mirhada. I have placed it at Kamida, squared stones, brick walls, a broken sarcophagus, but the claims of Abu Atiq are considerable, the extent of the ruined field at the latter place being much larger than at Kamida, but Abu Atiq is 7 hours 5 minutes from Abu Sa'id, and the caravan time between Kamid and Abu Sa'id, 6 hours 5 minutes, is already rather long for the 4 schooners allowed by Isidorus. The 13th station is Basilia with Semiramis Fossa. Ritter long ago pointed to the probability of its having been situated at Zelebnia. Volume 11, page 687. Semiramis Fossa was no doubt a canal. Chesney saw traces of an ancient canal below Zelebda. The distance from Throlada to Basilia is not given by Isidorus. Ritter would allow 5 scoans and Hersfield 7 scoans. Menham, 1907, page 92. According to my reckoning, both these distances are too long. I marched from Kamida to Zelebia in 3 hours 40 minutes, which implies a distance of not more than 3 scoans. For the 14th station, Alan, Rajaba, is the only possible site I saw. It is true that I reached it in 3 hours from Zelebia, where Isidorus puts it in 4 scoans from Basilia. But I cut straight across the hills, and if I had followed the river, i.e. from the mouth of the canal, Semiramis Fossa, the time needed would have been considerably longer. The 15th station, Biunin, was conjectured by Ritter to lie opposite Deir. I saw no traces of ruins upon the left bank, though Sachot speaks of the remains of 2 bridges, Ries, page 262, and I should be more inclined to look for Biuan at a nameless site mentioned by Moritz, page 36. The difference is not in any case of importance, for the site seen by Moritz is immediately below Deir. He would have it to be Phlegia, which is doubtless Pliny's Phalascum, but that suggestion is difficult to reconcile with Isidorus' 14 schoens from Basilia to Phlegia, which brings Phlegia much nearer to Circesium. Moreover, Isidorus states that Nagabeth is near Phlegia, so near that he does not trouble to give any other indication of the distance between the 2 stations, and as Nabagath on the Aburus cannot be other than Bajura, Phlegia too must be close to the Khyber mouth. I did not see the site mentioned by Moritz because I neglected to follow the river closely immediately below Dier, if it be, as I suppose, Beunin. I cannot identify the site of Falaja. The 17th station, Nabagath, is, as has been said, Circesium, Carkesia, BUSEIRAH. The 18th, Asica, I would identify with the Zitha of Ptolemy and Amymus Marcellinus, and with the mounds I saw at Gemma. For the 19th station, Dura, I know no other site than the very striking tell of Abu al-Hasan, the biggest mound upon this part of the river. Müller has suggested that the mound may represent Ptolemy's Thelda in his edition of Ptolemy's Geography, page 1003. Amamianus Marcellinus also mentions a deserted tower on the river called Dura. The army of Julian reached it in 2 days' march from Zitha, at which place the emperor had made an oration to his soldiers after sacrificing at Gordian's tomb. Now 2 days' march from Zitha Gemma would bring the army to Ukheiḍir, which is no doubt the place called by Xenophon Corsote, and described by him as a large deserted city. It is perhaps worthy of observation that, in spite of its being deserted, Cyrus provisioned his army at Corsote, and the Julian's army found at Dura, though it too was deserted, quantities of wild deer, so that soldiers and sailors had plenty of food. My own impression on the spot was that Amymus Marcellinus Dura must be Irzi. The tower tombs were certainly erected before the middle of the 4th century, and therefore they were in existence when Julian passed. Moreover, they were far more numerous and conspicuous than they are at present, since almost all of them have now fallen into ruin. It is difficult to see how Irzi could have failed to attract the attention of Amymus Marcellinus, and Dura is the only place mentioned by him between Zitha and Anah. But the Dura of Isidorus, the 19th station, has to be placed at Abu al-Hasan, not at Irzi, since his 20th station, Merhan, necessarily falls at Irzi, and I can only conjecture that, as in Julian's time, both places were ruined and deserted. Amymus Marcellinus made a confusion between them, or was wrongly informed and transferred the name of Dura, Abu Hasan, to Merhan, Irzi. For the 21st station, Gedon, I can offer no suggestion. Jabiera will scarcely fit, as it is but 13 hours 15 minutes from Anah, and Gedon was 17 skoens from Anatho, but it must be admitted that all the distances between the stations from Miran to Anah seem to be too long according to my caravan time. The 22nd station, Belesepilata, was placed by Chesney at Kal at Bulak, and I saw no better site for it, though I took only 9 hours and 25 minutes to reach it from Irzi, and the distance given by Isidorus is 12 skoens. Ritter would place at Kal at Bulak Ptolemy's Bonaki. I do not see any way of identifying with certainty the island station, the 23rd, which was 4 skoens from Anah. There are many islands in the stream above Anah. One of them, KERBELÂ, is reported to have ruins upon it. It was about 4 hours' journey from ancient Anah, and may therefore be identical with the 23rd station, which is placed at a distance of 4 skoens from Anatho. Anatho, the 24th station, Isidorus expressly states to be on an island. It was therefore the successor to the Assyrian fortress which I believe to have existed on the island of Lubad. Xenophon does not mention it, nor does Ptolemy, unless his Bethuna may be taken for Anah, as Ritter believed. Volume 11, page 716. Rawa may possibly be the Fatuza of Zosimus, but I would rather take Fatuza on the left bank, opposite and below the island of Lubad, where there are many mounds and ruins. I did not follow the river below Anah very closely, but the ruins I saw near Hadath help to justify the presumption that Olympos was situated there. Chesney wished to identify Izanopolis with the ruins of a castle between Baghdad and Hît. I did not go to the spot, and my caravan time between Hadith and Hît is therefore rather misleading, for if I had followed the river so as to visit the Qasar, the journey would have taken more than the 17.5 hours which I have recorded. Isidorus' 16 skoens from Izanopolis to Iopolis can scarcely be correct, and Kuiper's emendation, 6 instead of 16, may well be accepted. End of section 7. Section 8. Of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. HîT to KERBELÂ, the Palace of Ukheiḍir. March 18 to March 30. History, in retrospect, suffers an atmospheric distortion. We look upon a past civilization and see it, not as it was, but charged with the significance of that through which we gaze, as down the centuries shadow overlies shadow, some dim, some luminous, and some so strongly colored that all the age behind is tinged with a borrowed hue. So it is that the great revolutions, predestined unto us and we predestined, take on a double power. Not only do they turn the current of human action, but to the later comer they seem to modify that which was irrevocably fixed and past. We lend to the dwellers of an earlier day something of our own knowledge. We watch them laboring towards the ineluctable hour, and credit them with a prescience of change not given to man. At no time does this sense of inevitable doom hang more darkly than over the years that preceded the rise of Islam. Yet no generation has less data for prophecy than the generation of Muhammad. The Greek and Persian disputed the possession of Western Asia in profitless and exhausting warfare, both harassed from time to time by the predatory expeditions of the nomads on their frontiers, both content to enter into alliance with this tribe or with that, and to set up an Arab satrap over the desert marshes. Thus it happened that Beni Ghassan served the emperor of the Byzantines, and the Beni Lach fought in the ranks of the Sasanian armies. But neither to Justin II nor to Chosroes the Great came the news that in Mecca a child was born of the Quraysh, who was to found a military state as formidable as any that the world had seen, and nothing could have exceeded the fantastic improbability of such intelligence. I had determined to journey back behind this great dividing line, to search through regions now desolate for evidences of a past that has left little historic record, calling upon the shades to take form again upon the very ground whereon substantial they had played their part. So on a brilliant morning, Fatu and I saw the caravan start out in the direction of Baghdad, not without inner heart searchings as to where and how we should meet it again, and having loaded 3 donkeys with all that was left of us of the worldly goods, we turned our faces towards the wilderness. I looked back upon the ancient mound of Hît, the palm groves, and the dense smoke of the pitch fires rising into the clear air, and as I looked our Zaptai came out to join us, a welcome sight, for the Mudir might have well repented at the 11th hour. Now, no one rides into the desert, however uncertain the adventure, without a keen sense of exhilaration. The bright morning sun, the wide, clean levels, the knowledge that the problems of existence are reduced on a sudden to their simplest expression, your own wit and endurance being the sole determining factors, all these things brace and quicken the spirit. The spell of the waste seized us as we passed beyond the sulphur marshes. Hussein Obashi held his head higher, and we gave each other the salam anew, as if we had stepped out into another world that called for a fresh greeting. "At Hît," said he, and his words went far to explain the lightness of his heart, "I have left 3 wives in the house." "Mashallah," said Fatu, "you must be deaf with the gur of them." "Bala," assented Hussein, "I shut my ears. 3 wives, 2 sons, and 6 daughters, of whom but 2 married. 20 children I have had, and 7 wives. 3 of those died, and 1 left me and returned to her own people. But I shall take another bride this year, please God." "We Christians," observed Fatu, "find 1 enough." "You may be right," answered Hussein politely, "yet I would take a new wife every year if I had the means." "We will find you a bride in Kabisa," said I. Hussein weighed this suggestion. "The maidens of Kabisa are fair but willful. There is one among them, her name is Semsa. Voila, a picture she is. She has had 7 husbands." "And the maidens of Hît," I asked, "how are they?" "Not so fair, but they are the better wives. That is why I choose to remain in Hît," explained Hussein. "The Bimbashi would have sent me to Baghdad, but I said, 'No, let me stay here. The maidens of Hît do not expect much. Your Excellency may laugh, but a poor man must think of these things.'" We rode on through the aromatic scrub until the black masses of the Kabisa palm groves resolved into tall trunks and feathery fronds. The sun stood high as we passed under the village gate and down the dusty street that led to the Mudir's compound. We tied our mares to some mangers in his courtyard and were ourselves ushered into his reception room, there to drink coffee and set forth our purpose. The leading citizens of Kabisa dropped in one by one, and the talk was of the desert and of the dwellers therein. The men of Kabisa are not Arab, Bedouin. They hold their mud-walled village and their 50,000 palm trees against the tribes, but they know the laws of the desert as well as the nomads themselves, and carry on an uneasy commerce with them in dates and other commodities, with which even the wilderness cannot dispense, the accredited methods of the merchant alternating with those of the raider and the avenger of raids. There was no lack of guides to take me to Qubaz, for the Rune is the first stage upon the post road to Damascus, and half the male population was acquainted with that perilous way. "It is the road of death," said Hussein Onbashi, stuffing tobacco into the cup of his nargileh. "El-Bala," said one who laid the glowing charcoal atop. 8 days' ride, and the government, look you, pays no more than 15 majids from Hît and back again. An old man, wrapped in a brown cloak edged with gold, took up the tale. "The government reckons 15 majidas to be the price of a man's life. Wallah, if the water skins leak between water and water, or if the camel fall lame, the rider perishes." "By the truth, it is the road of death," repeated Hussein. "Twice last year the Dalim robbed the mail and killed the bearer of it." I had by this time spread out Kuiper. "Inform me," said I, "concerning the water." "O lady," said the old man, "I rode with the mail for 20 years. An hour and a half from Kebisa there is water at the Ain Zazu, and in 4 hours more there is water in the tank of Qubaz after the winter, but this year there is none by reason of the lack of rain. 12 hours from Qubaz you shall reach Kasir Amij, which is another fortress like Qubaz, but more ruined, and there is no water there. But 18 hours farther you will find water in Wadi Hawaran at Ukheiḍir." "Is there not a castle there?" I asked. "Kuiper calls the castle of Awir." "There is naught but regime," said he. "Regime are the heaps of stones which the Arabs pile together for landmarks. And after 9 hours more there is water at Ga'ra, and then no more till Dumir, 9 hours from Damascus. If this account is exact, there must be 4 days of waterless desert on the road of death. The springs in Kebisa are strongly charged with sulfur, but halfway between the town and the shrine of Sheikh Kudar that lifts a conical spire out of the wilderness, there is a well less bitter, to which come the fair and wilful maidens night and morning, bearing on their heads jars of plaited willow, pitched without and within. We did not fill our water skins there when we set out the next day for Kas Qubaz, but rode out to Ain Zazu, where the water is drinkable, though far from sweet. There are 2 other sulphurous springs, one a little to the north and one to the south, round each of which, as at Ain Zazu, the inhabitants of Kebisa sow clover, the sole fodder of the oasis in rainless years, like the spring of 1909. So said Fawaz, the owner of the 2 camels on which we had placed our small packs. Fawaz rode one of them and his nephew Safaga the other, and they hung the dripping water-skins under the loads. We followed the course of a shallow valley westwards, and before we left it sighted a train of donkeys making to the north with an escort on foot, Arabs of the Dalim. They looked harmless enough, but I afterwards found that they might have caused Fawaz great uneasiness. Indeed, they kept him watchful all through the night, fearing that they might raid us while we slept. I was too busy observing the wide landscape to dwell on such matters. The desolate world stretched before us, lifting itself by shallow steps into long bare ridges, on which the Arab regime were visible for miles away. The first of these steps, it was not more than 50 feet high, was called the Jebel Muzahir, and when we had gained its summit, we saw the castle of Qubaz lying out upon the plain. To the north, the ground falls away into a wadi, a shallow depression like all desert valleys, in which are traces of a large masonry tank that caught the trickle of the winter springs and held their water behind a massive dam. The tank is now half full of soil, and the dam leaks, so that as soon as the rains have ceased, the water store vanishes. It has left behind it a scanty crop of grass and flowers, which seemed luxuriant to us in that dry season. We turned the mares and camels loose in what Fatou called enthusiastically the Rabi'ah, the herbage of spring, and pitched my light tent in the valley bottom, where my men could find shelter among the rocks against the chill of the night. I left all these arrangements to Fatou, and with Hussein and Fawaz to hold the meter tape, measured and photographed the fort till the sun touched the western horizon. The walls of Qubaz are built of stones, either unworked or very roughly squared, set in a thick bed of coarse mortar. In form from the fort is a hollow square with round bastions at the angles, and except on the side facing towards Kebisa, where the center of the wall is occupied by a gate, there is also a round bastion midway between the angle towers. All these bastions are much ruined, and I may be wrong in representing them as if unequal size. Before the door there has been a vaulted porch among the ruins, of which lies a large block of stone, which looks as if it had served as lintel to the outer door. I could see no molding or inscription upon it. The existing inner door is arched, the arch being set forward in a curious fashion. It opened into a vault entrance passage which communicated with an open court in the center of the building. The court was surrounded by barrel-vaulted chambers, some of which showed traces of repair or reconstruction, though the old and the new work are now alike ruined. All the vaults are set forward about 3 centimeters beyond the face of the wall. Above the outset, the first few courses of stones are laid horizontally, inclining slightly inwards, but where the curve of the vault makes it impossible to continue this method without the aid of centering beams, the stone is cut into narrow slabs which are set upright so as to form slices of the vault, and each slice has an inclination backwards, the first resting against the head wall and every succeeding slice resting against the one behind it. This is the well-known Mesopotamian system of vaulting without a centering, which is as old as the Assyrians. It is best adapted to brick, but it can be carried out in stone when the span of the vault is not large, provided there are traces of an upper story or possibly of an upper gallery, or chemin de ronde. A doorway led from it into a small chamber hollowed out of the thickness of the central bastion. I imagine that there was a similar outlook chamber in the other bastions, but in all these the upper part is ruined. I could find no inscriptions. The Arab tribe marks, al-Wasim, were scratched upon the plaster with which the inner side of the walls had been coated. I do not doubt that Kabaz belongs to the Mohammedan period, nor that it is a relic of the great days of the Caliphate, when the shortest road from Baghdad to Damascus was guarded by little companies of soldiers stationed at Kabaz and Amij, and perhaps at other points. The plan is that of many of the Roman and Byzantine lime fortresses upon the Syrian side of the desert, of the Mohammedan forts and fortified khans scattered over Syria and Mesopotamia, and of the modern Turkish guardhouse. The structural details are Mesopotamian, dictated by the condition of the land. At the pleasant hour of dusk, I sat among the flowering weeds by my tent door while Fatou cooked our dinner in his kitchen among the rocks. Savaga gathered a fuel of desert scrub. Fawaz stirred the rice pot, and the bubbling of Hussein's nargileh gave a note of domesticity to our bivouac. My table was a big stone, the mares cropping the ragged grass round the tent were my dinner party. One by one the stars shone out in a moonless heaven, and our tiny encampment was wrapped in the immense silences of the desert, the vast and peaceful night. Next morning, as we rode back to Kebisa, Fatou and I, between intervals devoted to chasing gazelle, laid siege on our companions and persuaded them to accompany us in our further journey. Fawaz avowed that he was satisfied with us and would come where we wished, and as for Savaga, he would do as he was told, as long as Hussein would give a semi-official sanction to the enterprise by his presence. It was more difficult to win over Hussein, who had received from the Mudir no permission to absent himself so long from Hît, but Fatou pointed out that, when you have 3 wives with the prospect of a 4th, to say nothing of 6 daughters of whom but 2 are married, you cannot afford to neglect the opportunity of earning an extra bakish. This reasoning was conclusive, and before we reached Ain Zazu, we had settled everything, down to the quantity of coffee beans we would buy at Kebisa for the trip. But when we got to Kebisa, we were greeted by news that went near to overturning our combinations. There had been alarums and excursions in our absence. The Delium had attacked a party of fuel gatherers 2 hours from the oasis in the very plain we were to cross, and had made off with 8 donkeys. One of the donkeys belonged to Fawaz. He shook his head over the baleful activity of the tribe and murmured that we were a small party in the face of such perils. Moreover, in the Mundir's courtyard there stood a half-starved mare which had been recaptured in a counter-raid from the 7th husband of the famous Shamsa. He too was of the Delium. We gave the mare a feed of corn. Her gentle, hungry eyes were turned appealingly on our full managers. But to Shamsa I was harder-hearted, though her eyes were more beautiful than those of the mare. She came suppliant as I sat dining on the Mudir's roof at nightfall, and begged me to recover her husband's rifle, which lay below in the hands of the government. Her straight brows were penciled together with indigo, and a short blue line marked the roundness of her white cheeks. A cloak slipping backwards from her head showed the rows of scarlet beads about her throat, and as she drew it together with slender fingers, Fatou, Hussein, and I gazed on her with unmixed approval, in spite of the irregular course of her domestic history. But I felt that to return the rifle to a Dalami robber was not part of my varied occupations, though who knows whether Shemsa's grace, backed by what few Majidas she could scrape together, did not end by softening the purpose of Hussein and the Mudir, the government, as in veiled terms we spoke of them. With the exercise of some diplomacy, we introduced Fawaz to hold his engagement, but the Mudir took fright when he heard of our intentions, and threatened our guides with dire retribution if they led us into the heart of the desert. I think the threat was only intended to relieve him of responsibility, for Hussein shrugged his shoulders and said it would be enough if we rode an hour in the direction of Ramada on the Euphrates, and then changed our course and made straight for Abu Jir, an oasis where we expected to find Arab tents. We set off next morning in the clear sunlight which makes all projects seem entirely reasonable, and dropped after 3/4 of an hour into a little depression. When we had crossed the sulphur marsh, which lay at the valley bottom, we altered our direction to the southwest and rode almost parallel to a long, low ridge called the Garat el-Jamal, which lay about 3 miles to the west of us. 4 hours from Kabisa, we reached a tiny mound out of which rose a spring of water, sulphurous but just drinkable. The top of the mound was lifted only a few feet above the surrounding level, but that was enough to give us a wide view, and since in all the world before us there was no shade or shelter from the sun, we sat down and lunched where we could be sure that a horseman would not approach us unawares. And as we rested, someone far away opened a bottle into which Solomon, prophet of God, had sealed one of the gin. Up sprang a gigantic column of smoke that fanned outwards in the still air and hung menacingly over the naked, empty plain. I waited spellbound to see the great shoulders and huge horn disengage themselves from the smoke wreaths that rolled higher, and Ain el-Aswal burns, said Fawaz. A shepherd has set it alight. There was a small pitch well an hour away to the southeast, and if springs that burn when the tinder touches them are more logical than spirits that issue from a bottle when the seal is broken, then the explanation of Fawaz may be accepted. But at that moment I could not stay to think the problem out, for if it was hot riding, sitting still was intolerable, and we were not anxious to linger when every half-hour's march meant half an hour of dangerous country behind us. From noon to sunset the desert is stripped of beauty. Hour after hour we journeyed on, while the bare, forbidding hills drew away from us on the right, and the plain ahead rolled out illimitable. We saw no living creature, man or beast, but an hour from Ain el-As Furia, where we had lunched, we came upon a deep, still pool in an outcrop of rock, and the water sufficiently sweet to drink. This spot is called Jaleb el-Sheikh. It contains several such pools, said Fawaz, and he added that the water had appeared there of a sudden 2 years before, but that now it never diminished nor rose higher in the rocky clefts. Just beyond the pool we crossed the Wadi Muhammad, which stretched westwards to the receding ridges of the Garat el-Jamal, and east to the Euphrates. It was dry and blotched with an evil-looking crust of sulphur. Fawaz turned his camel's head a little to the east of south, and began to look anxiously for landmarks. We hoped to find at Abu Jir an encampment of the Dalim, and eagerly as we wished to avoid the scattered horsemen of the tribe by day, it was essential that we should pass the night near the tents. The desert is governed by old and well-defined laws, and the first of these is the law of hospitality. If we slept within the circuit of a sheikh's encampment, he would be Malzum Alina, responsible for us, and not one of his people would touch us. But if we lay out in the open, we should court the attackers of raiders and of thieves. 2 hours from the Wadi Muhammad, we reached a little tell, from the top of which we sighted the Alama, the landmarks of Abu Jir, a couple of high-piled mounds of stones. An hour later, they lay to the east of us, and we saw still farther to the southeast the black line of tamarisk bushes that indicated the oasis. But it was another hour before we got up to it, and the sun was very low in the sky when we set foot on the hard, black surface that gives the place its name. There was no time to lose, and we embarked recklessly on the father of asphalt, only to be caught in the fresh pitch that had been spread out upon the wilderness by streams of sulphurous water. We dismounted and led our animals over the quaking expanse, coasting round the headwaters of the springs, there are, I believe, 8 of them, and experimenting in our own persons on half-congealed lakes of pitch before we allowed the camels to venture across them. The light faded while we were thus engaged in seeing that too much caution might well be our undoing. I shouted to Fatou to follow and struck out eastwards. Fatou was half inclined to look upon our case as a result of premeditated treachery on the part of Fawaz, but I had noted unmistakable signs of fear and bewilderment in the bearing of the latter, and at all hazards I was resolved not to sleep in a pool of tar. We made for a line of tamarisk bushes behind which lay a thin haze of smoke, and as we broke through the brushwood we beheld a black tent crouching in the hollow. We rode straight up to the door and gave the salam. "And upon you peace," returned the astonished owner. "What Arabs are you, and where is your sheik's tent?" said I, in abrupt European manner. He was taken aback at being asked so many questions, and answered reluctantly, "We are the Dalim, and the tent of Muhammad el-Abdullah lies yonder." We turned away, and I whispered to Fatou not to hasten, and above all to approach the sheik's tent from in front, lest we should be mistaken for such as come upon an evil errand. He fell behind me, and with as much dignity as a tired and dusty traveler can muster, I drew rein by the tent ropes and gave the salam ceremoniously, with a hand lifted to breast and lip and brow. A group of men sitting by the hearth leapt to their feet, and one came forward. "Peace and kinship and welcome," said he, laying his hand on my bridle. I looked into his frank and merry face, and knew that all was well. "Are you Muhammad el-Abdullah, for whom we seek?" "Wallah, how was my name known to you?" said he. "Be pleased to enter." Hussein Onbashi, when he appeared with the camels a quarter of an hour later, found a large company round the coffee-pots, listening in breathless wonder, I no less amazed than the rest, while the sheik related the exploits of a motor. "And then, O lady, they wound a handle in front of the carriage, and lo, it moved without horses, Bala! And it sped across the plain, we sitting on the cushions, and from behind there went forth smoke." He brought out the English word triumphantly. "Allah, Allah," we murmured. Hussein took from his lip the nargala tube which was already between them, and explained the mystery. It was the automobile of Mr. X. He journeyed from Aleppo to Baghdad in 4 days, and the last day Muhammad el-Abdullah went with him, for the road was through the country of the Dalim. "I saw them start," said Fatou the Aleppine, "but the automobile lies now broken in Baghdad." Muhammad paid no heed to this slur upon the reputation of the carriage. "White," said he, "it was all painted white. Wallah, the Arabs wondered as it fled past, and I was seated within upon the cushions." That night Fatou and I held a short council. We had won successfully through a hazardous day, but it seemed less than wisdom to go farther without an Arab guide, and I proposed to add Muhammad el-Abdullah to our party if he would come. "He will come," said Fatou. "This sheik is a man, and your excellency is of the English." Muhammad neither demurred nor bargained. I think he would have accompanied me even if I had not belonged to the race that owned the carriage. Our adventure pleased him. He was one of those whose blood runs quicker than that of his fellows, whose fancy burns brighter, whom thou, Melpomene, at birth, upon many an unknown cradle the muse sheds her clear beam. But if we were to meet the raiders of the Beni Hassan, I asked, mindful of the unsuccessful parleyings at Hît. "God is great," replied Mohammed, "and we are 4 men with rifles." There was once a town at Abujir, guarded by a little square fort with bastioned angles like Kasir Kobaz. It was, however, much more ruined. Of the interior buildings nothing remained, while the outer walls were little better than heaps of stones. But below this later work there were remains of older foundations, more careful masonry of larger materials, and outside the walls traces of a pavement composed of big slabs of stone, accurately fitted together. All round the fort lay the foundations of houses, stone walls, or crumbling mounds of sun-dried brick, not unlike the ruins of Mamoré. There must have existed here a medieval Mohammedan settlement, if there was nothing older, and the discovery was sufficiently surprising, for Abujir now lies far beyond the limits of fixed habitation. The Dalim still turn the abundant water of the oasis to some profit, planting a few patches of corn and clover in the low ground below the ruins, but the insecurity of the desert forbids all permanent occupation. We had not gone far on our way next morning before Muhammad stopped short in the ode he was singing, and bent down from his saddle to examine some hoof prints in the sandy ground. 2 horsemen had traveled that way, riding in the same direction that we were taking. "Those are the mares of our enemies," he observed. "How do you know?" I asked. "I heard that they had passed Abu-Gir in the night," he answered, and resumed his song. When he had brought it to an end, he called out, "O lady, I will sing the ode that I composed about the carriage." At this, the camel riders and Hussein drew near, and Muhammad began the first qasida that he had written to a motor. "I tell a marvel, the like of which no man has known, a glory of artifice born of English wit." "True, true," ejaculated Fawaz ecstatically. "Kerbelâ," exclaimed Hussein. "Her food and her drink are the breath from a smoke cloud blown. If her radiance fade bright, fire shall reburnish it." "Allah, Allah!" cried the enraptured Fawaz. "On the desert levels she darts like a bird of prey. Her race puts to shame a mare of the purest breed. As a hawk in the dusk that hovers and swoops to slay, she swoops and turns with wondrous strength and speed." "Wallah, the truth!" Hussein's enthusiasm was uncontrollable. "Wallah!" echoed Fawaz and Safaga. "He who mounts and rides her sits on the throne of a king." "A king in very truth!" cried Fawaz. "If the goal be far, to her the remote is near." "Near indeed!" burst from the audience. "More stealthy than stallions, more swift than the jinnawing, she turns the gazelle that hides from her blast in fear." "Allah!" Fawaz punctuated the stanza. "Not from idle lips was gathering the wisdom I sing." "God forbid!" exclaimed Fawaz, leaning forward eagerly. "In the whole wide plain she has not met with her peer." "Mashallah, it is so, it is the truth, O lady," said Hussein. "I did not quite understand it all," said I humbly, feeling rather like Alice in Wonderland when Humpty Dumpty recited his verses to her. "Perhaps you will help me to write it down this evening." So that night, with the assistance of Fawaz, who had a bowing acquaintance with letters, we committed it to paper, and I now know how the masterpieces of the great singers were received at the fair of the Ukaz in the days of ignorance. "The truth, it is the truth!" shouted the tribes between each couplet. By Allat and by Al-Uzza." 3 hours from Abu-Gir, we cantered down to the Wadi Thimal, and saw some black tents pitched by a tell on the farther side. Flocks of goats were scattered over the plain. The shepherds, when they perceived our party, drew them together and began to drive them towards the tents. At this, Muhammad pulled up, rose in his stirrups, and waved a long white cotton sleeve over his head, a flag of truce. "They take us for raiders," he said, laughing. "Wallah, in a moment we should have had their rifles upon us." The mound of Thimal is crowned by a fort built of mud and unshaped stones. It has a single door and round bastions at the angles of the wall, like Kubah's, but the figure described by the walls is far from regular, and there is no trace of construction within. The existing building looked to me like rough Bedouin work, though I suspect that it has taken the place of older defenses. A copious sulphur spring rises below it and flows into the cornfields of the Dalim. With a supply of water so plentiful, Thimal must always have been a place worth holding. We stayed for an hour to lunch, Muhammad's kinsman supplementing our fare with a bowl of sour curds. Fawaz was all for spending the night here, for there would be no tents at Asaleh, where we meant to camp, and the noonday stillness was broken by a loud altercation between him and the indignant Fatu. I paid no attention until the case was brought to me for decision. The final court of appeal should always be silent up to the moment when an opinion is requested, and then said that we should undoubtedly sleep at Asaila. "God guide us, God guard us, God protect us," muttered Muhammad as he settled himself into the saddle. He never took the road without this pious ejaculation. 4 hours of weary desert lie between Thimal and Asaila, but Muhammad diversified the way by pointing out the places where he had attacked and slain his enemies. These historic sites were numerous. The Dalim have no friends except the great tribe of the Anaz, represented in these regions by the Amurath under Ibn Hudahal. To the Anaz he always alluded as the Bedu, giving me their names for the different varieties of scanty desert scrub as well as the common titles. Even the place names are not the same on the lips of the Bedu. For example, El Asal is known to them as Radaf. "Are not the Dalim also Bedu?" I asked. "Ewa," he assented. "The Anaz intermarry with us, but we would not take a girl of the Afadle. They are Aghadat, base-born." The friendship between the Amurath and the Dalim is intermittent at best. like all desert alliances. As we neared the Wadi Burdan, Muhammad called our attention to some tamarisk bushes where he and his raiding party had lain once night in ambush, and at dawn killed 4 men of the Amurath and taken their mares. "Bala," he said with a sigh of satisfaction. The very rifle he carried had been taken in a raid from Ibn Rashid's people. He showed me with pride that the name of Abdul al-Aziz ibn Rashid, lately Nord of Najd, was scratched upon it in large clear letters. I did not take it from him, he explained. I found it in the hands of one of the Beni Hassan. I fell to wondering how many midnight attacks it had seen, and how many masters it had served since Ibn Rashid's agents brought it up from the Persian Gulf. The Wadi Burdan is one of 3 valleys that are reputed to stretch across the Syrian desert from the Jebel Haran to the Euphrates. The northernmost is the Wadi Haran, which joins the river above Hît, and the southernmost the Wadi Labai'a, on which stands Khîdir. When the snow melts in the Haran mountains, water flows down all 3, so I have heard, but later in the year there is no water in the Wadi Burdan, except at Al-Sai, though Kuipert marks it Quellenreich. Muhammad declares that there was no permanent water west of Asila, save at Wiza, a spring which has often been described to me. It rises underground, and you approach it by a long passage through the rock, taking with you a lantern, my informants are careful to add. At the end of the passage, you come to a shallow pool where the mud predominates, though it is always possible to quench your thirst at it. Asila is an autumn camping ground of the Anaza. The deep, fine sand of the valley is bordered by a fringe of tamarisk bushes, covered, when we were there, with feathery white flower. Their roots strike down into the water, which rises into cup-shaped holes scooped out in the sand, and the deeper you dig, the clearer and the colder it is. For 4 days we had found no water that was sweet, and the pools under the tamarisk bushes tasted like nectar. It was a delightful solitary camp. The setting sun threw a magic cloak of color and soft shadows over the sandhills of the Wadi Burdan, and under the starlight my companions lingered round the campfire, smoking a nargileh and telling each other wondrous tales. When I joined them, Fatu was holding forth upon the evil eye, a favorite topic with him. I knew by heart the tragedy of his 3 horses who died in one day because an acquaintance had looked at them in their stable. "And if your excellency doubts," said Fatu, "I can tell you that there is a man, well known in Aleppo, who has 1 good eye and 1 evil, and this he keeps bound under a kerchief. And one day when he was sitting in the house of friends, they said to him, 'Why do you bind up the left eye?' He said, 'It is an evil eye.' Then they said, 'If you were to take off the handkerchief and look at the lamp hanging from the roof, would it fall?' 'Without doubt,' said he, and with that he unbound the kerchief and looked, and the lamp fell to the ground. 'Allah,' said Fawaz, 'there is a man at Kabisa who had never dared to look at his own son.' 'At Ana,' observed Hussein, letting the nargileh relapse into silence for a moment, 'there is a sheik who wears a charm against bullets.' But Muhammad knew as much as most men about the ways of bullets, and he thought nothing of this expedient. 'Whether the bullet hits or misses,' he remarked, 'it is all from God.' He poured me a cup of coffee. 'A double health, O lady,' said he. The sun had not risen when we left Asile, but it fell upon us as we climbed the sandhills and gave to every little thorny plant a long trail of shadow. 'God guide us, God guard us, God protect us,' murmured Muhammad. The desert was unbearably monotonous that morning. The ground rose gradually, level above level in an almost imperceptible slope, which was just enough to prevent us from seeing more than a quarter of an hour ahead. A dozen times I marked a bush on the top of the rise, and promised myself that when we reached it we should have a wider prospect. A dozen times the summit melted away into another slope as featureless as the last. We were journeying in a southeasterly direction straight into the sun, and as I rode with eyes downcast to avoid the glare, I noticed that the ground was strewn with yellow gourds larger than an orange. 'It is Hansel,' said Muhammad. 'It grows only where the plain is very dry and best in rainless years. Wallah, so bitter is the fruit that if you hold dates in your hand and crush the Hansel with your foot, they say you cannot eat the dates for the flavor of the Hansel, God knows.' His words set loose a host of memories, for though I had never before seen the bitter colocynth gourds, the great singers of the desert have drawn many an image from them, and I drifted back through their world of heroic loves and wars to where Imru el Qais stood weeping, as though his eyelids were inflamed with the acrid juice. 5 hours from Asaleh, we dipped into the Wadi el Asabieh, where the marshy bottom still bore footprints of horses and camels that had come down to drink before the pools had vanished. A steep bank on the south side gave us a rim of shadow in which we stretched ourselves and lunched, and from the top of the bank we sighted the palm trees of Rhyhïlia, an hour and a half to the south. We had seen them 3 hours earlier from the summit of a little mound, and then lost them again. The oasis is surrounded by stagnant pools that lie rotting in the sun. At the end of the summer, the evil vapors marry with the fresh dates, with which the inhabitants are surfeited, and breed a horrible fever that will kill a strong man in a few hours. The air was heavy with the rank smell of the marsh, and I warned my people to drink no water but that which we had brought with us from the clear pools of Asaleh. There are 16,000 palm trees at Rhyhïlia, and buried in their midst a village governed by a mudir, to whom I hastened to pay my respects. He gave me glasses of tea while my tent was being pitched. May God reward him. We camped that night in a palm garden, where we were entertained by a troupe of musicians playing on drums and a double flute, to which music one of them danced between the sun and shade of the palm fronds. Their faces were those of Negroes, though they had the clear yellow skin of the Arab. And I noticed that most of the population of Rhyhïlia was of this type. They have always been here, said Hussein contemptuously, they and the frogs. In spite of the flickering shade of the palm trees, it was stifling hot, and I looked with regret over the broken mud wall of our garden into the clean stretches of the open desert. But the splendors of the sunset glowed between the palm trunks. In matchless beauty, a crescent moon hung among dark fronds, and we lay down to sleep with the contentment of those who have come safely out of perilous ways. The mudir had given me useful information concerning some ruins that lie between Rhyhïlia and Cbteddy. Next day, I sent Fatu and the camels direct to the second oasis, and taking with me Hussein and Muhammad, with a boy for a guide, set out to explore the site of an ancient city. Fawaz objected loudly to this arrangement, and on reflection I am inclined to think that we overrated the security of the road, though no harm came of it. About an hour to the south of Rhyhïlia, on the northern edge of low-lying marshy ground, rich in springs, stands the shrine of Sayyid Ahmad ibn Hashim, and near it, to the north and west, are vestiges of what must have been a large town. We followed for at least a quarter of a mile the foundations of a fine masonry wall, 150 centimeters thick. Between this wall and the low ground, the surface of the plain is broken by innumerable mounds and heaps of stone. Here, said the boy, after rain, the women of the 2 oases find gold ornaments and pictured stones. I saw and bought some of the pictured stones at Cbteddy. They are Assyrian cylindrical seals, but without knowing in what quantities and with what other objects they appear, it would be rash to decide that this site is as old. There was undoubtedly a medieval Arab city there. All the ground was strewn with fragments of Arab-colored pottery, and at the western limit of the ruined field there are remains of the usual 4-square fort. Marat is its present name. It is built of uncut stone and unburnt brick. The doorway in the north wall is covered with a flattened pointed arch that suggests the 13th century or thereabouts. My own belief is that the town to which this castle belonged stood on the site of an older city, and I place here Ain et Tamir, an oasis that was famous in the days of the Persian kings. Yaqut describes it as having lain near Cbteddy, and observes that Khalid ibn Walid took and sacked it in the year 12 AH, but he says nothing about a later town on the same spot, to which the evidence of the ruins points. Perhaps it was absorbed in Cbteddy. The interest of these speculations has caused me to forget that we were still in the desert. Our guide caught us up at Amurath, whither we had galloped recklessly, and explained that he had some difficulty in allaying the suspicions of a small encampment of the Amurath half hidden in the valley. The men, seeing us hurrying past, had taken us for robbers and were preparing to shoot at us. At a soberer pace, we turned back along the valley. It was marshy in places, intersected by little streams from the springs, and covered with a white crust of salts, sabka, the Arabs call such regions, on which nothing grew but a malignant-looking thorny shrub, threlith, useless to man and beast. The water of the springs was heavy, Muhammad told me, like the water of Rhyhïlia. Half an hour's ride down the valley, we crossed the Rhyhïlia-Cbteddy road at a point where there were traces of good masonry. Another half hour ahead stood the mound of Bardawi, our objective. Being in good spirits, we devoted the interval to song. Muhammad gave us his ode to the motor, and I obliged with God Save the King, translated into indifferent Arabic for the benefit of the audience. "The words are good," said Muhammad politely, "but I do not care about the air." So we came to Bardawi, a striking tell with an oval fortress standing upon it. There had been at least 3 stories of vaulted rooms lifting the strange tower-like structure high above the level of the desert. It suggests a watchtower guarding the eastern approaches to the city, but I am not prepared to affirm that the present edifice is earlier than the Mohammedan period. A substructure and the remains of an upper floor are standing, the ground plan of both being the same. A small vaulted hall with 3 vaulted chambers on either side occupied the center of the building. The door, with traces of a porch or anteroom, lay to the west, while to the east there were 2 much-ruined chambers which communicated with the hall by means of a narrow door. The masonry is of undressed stones laid in mortar. The vaults of the side chambers seem to have been built over a rude centering. They are much flattened and so irregularly constructed as to approach in form to a gable roof. These rooms were lighted by a small round hole in the outer wall under the apex of the vault. The vault of the hall springs with a double outset from the wall and terminates at the eastern end. The west end is ruined, and a semi-dome which was adjusted to the rectangular corners by means of squinch arches. The partition walls are carried up above the level of the upper vaults, apparently for another story. The lower part of a strong facing of masonry is still in existence on the south side, and I conjecture that it was continued originally to the top of the tower. Having photographed and planned this singular building, we dismissed our guide, whose services we no longer needed, and set out over broken Sabkha in the direction of Cbteddy. We were jogging along between hummocks of thorn and scrub, Muhammad as usual singing, when suddenly he broke off at the end of a couplet and said, "I see a horseman riding in haste." I looked up and saw a man galloping towards us along the top of a ridge. He was followed closely by another and yet another, and all 3 disappeared as they dipped down from the high ground. In the desert, every newcomer is an enemy till you know him to be a friend. Muhammad slipped a cartridge into his rifle. Hussein extracted his riding stick from the barrel, where it commonly traveled, and I took a revolver out of my holster. This done, Muhammad galloped forward to the top of a mound. I followed, and we watched together the advance of the 3 who were rapidly diminishing the space that lay between us. Muhammad jumped to the ground and threw me his bridle. "Dismount," said he, "and hold my mare." I took the 2 mares in one hand and the revolver in the other. Hussein had lined up beside me, and we 2 stood perfectly still while Muhammad advanced, rifle in hand, his body bent forward in an attitude of strained watchfulness. He walked slowly, alert and cautious, like a prowling animal. The 3 were armed, and our thoughts ran out to a possible encounter with the Bani Hassan, who were the blood enemies of our companion. If, when they reached the top of the ridge in front of us, they lifted their rifles, Hussein and I would have time to shoot first while they steadied their mares. The 3 riders topped the ridge, and as soon as we could see their faces, Muhammad gave the salam. They returned it, and with one accord we all stood at ease. For if men give and take the salam when they are near enough to see each other's faces, there cannot, according to the custom of the desert, be any danger of attack. The authors of this picturesque episode turned out to be 3 men from Rahalia. One of them had lent a rifle to the boy who had guided us, and repenting of his confidence, had come after him to make sure that he did not make off with it. We pointed out the direction in which he had gone, and turned our horses' heads once more in the direction of Cbteddy. "Lady," said Muhammad reflectively, "in the day of raids I do not trust my mare to the son of my uncle and not to my own brother, lest they should see their foe and fear, and ride away. But to you I gave her because I know that the heart of the English is strong. They do not flee." "God forbid," said I, but my spirit leapt at the compliment paid to my race, however lately it had been evoked. The incident led to some curious talk concerning the rules that govern desert wars. You do not invariably raid to kill. On the contrary, you desire as far as possible to avoid bloodshed, with all its tiresome and dangerous consequences of feud. "Many a day," explained Muhammad, "we are out only to rob. Then if we meet a few horsemen who try to escape from us, we pursue, crying, 'Your mount, lad!' And if they surrender and deliver to us their mares, their lives are safe, even if they should prove to be blood enemies. It is usual to hold in small esteem the courage called forth by Arab warfare, and I do not think the mortality is, as a rule, high. But I have on 1 or 2 occasions found myself with an Arab guide under conditions that might have proved awkward, and I have never yet seen him give signs of fear. It is only to town dwellers like Fawaz that the wilderness is beset with terrors. Cbteddy is an oasis of 160,000 palms. The number is rapidly diminishing, and on every side there are groups of headless trunks from which the water has been turned off. This is owing to the iniquitous exactions of the tax gatherers, who levy 3 and 4 times in the year the moneys due from each tree, so that the profits on the fruit vanish and even turn to loss. The springs are sulphurous but very abundant. The palm trees rise from a bed of corn and clover, willows and pomegranates edge the irrigation streams, and birds nest and sing in the thickets. To us, who had dropped out of the deserts of the Euphrates, it seemed a paradise. The glimmering weirs, the sheen of upturned willow leaves, the crinkled beauty of opening pomegranate buds were so many marvels, embraced in the recurring miracle of spring that grows in wonder year by year. Through these enchanted groves we rode from our camp to the castle of Shâm the citadel of the oasis. Its great walls, battered and very ancient, tower above the palm trees, and within their circuit nestles a whole village of mud-built houses. There is an arched gateway to the north, but the largest fragment of masonry lies to the east, a massive, shapeless wall of stone and unburnt bricks, seamed from top to bottom by a deep fissure, which the Caliph, Ali ibn Abi Talib, said my guide, made with a single sword cut. Among the houses there are many vestiges of old foundations and a few vaulted chambers, now considerably below the level of the soil. It was impossible to plan the place in its present state. I can only be sure that it was a square with bastioned corners. My impression is that it is pre-Mohammedan, repaired by the conquerors, and local tradition, to which, however, it would be unwise to attach much value, bears out this view. Possibly Shâm was the main fortress of Ain-et-Tarm before the Mohammedan invasion. End of section 8. Section 9 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. HîT to KERBELÂ continued. At Cbteddy, I parted from Hussein, Muhammad, and the camel riders. Ukheiḍir was reported to be 4 hours away, a little to the south of their KERBELÂ road. The Kamakin could supply me with 2 zaptais, and Fatou had hired a couple of mules to carry our diminished packs. The 4 men intended to travel back together, making a long day from Râhêlia to Thamel, so as to avoid a night in the open desert. They started next morning in good heart, fortified by presents of quinine, a much-prized gift, and other more substantial rewards. Muhammad would gladly have come with us to KERBELÂ, but we remembered the Bani Hassan and decided that it would be wiser for him to turn back. Though before he left we had laid plans for a longer and more adventurous journey to be undertaken another year, please God. We had not gone more than an hour from Cbteddy before we met a company of the Bani Hassan coming into the oasis for dates, a troop of lean and ragged men driving donkeys. They asked us anxiously whether we had seen any of the Dalim at Cbteddy. No, Wallah, said Fatou with perfect assurance, and I laughed, knowing that Muhammad was well on his way to Râhêlia. We had ridden to the southeast for about 3 hours through a most uncompromising wilderness, when, in the glare ahead, we caught sight of a great mass, which I took for a natural feature in the landscape, but as we approached, its shape became more and more definite, and I asked one of the zaptais what it was. "It is Ukheiḍir," said he. "Yallah, Fatou, bring on the mules," I shouted, and galloped forward. Of all the wonderful experiences that have fallen my way, the first sight of Ukheiḍir is the most memorable. It reared its mighty walls out of the sand, almost untouched by time, breaking the long lines of the waste with its huge towers, steadfast and massive, as though it were, as I had at first thought it, the work of nature, not of man. We approached it from the north, on which side a long, low building runs out towards the sandy depression of the Wadi Laba'ai. A zaptith caught me up as I reached the first of the vaulted rooms, and out of the northern gateway a man in long robes of white and black came trailing down towards us through the hot silence. "Peace be upon you," said he. "And upon you, peace, Sheikh Ali," returned the zapta. "This lady is of the English." "Welcome, my Lady Khan," said the sheik. "Be pleased to enter and to rest." He led me through a short passage and under a tiny dome. I was aware of immense corridors opening on either hand, but we passed on into a great vaulted hall where the Arabs sat round the ashes of a fire. "My Lady Khan," said Sheikh Ali, "this is the castle of Nu'man ibn Mundhir." Whether it were a Lochmid palace or no, it was the palace which I had set forth to seek. It belongs architecturally to the group of Sasanian buildings which are already known to us, and historically it is related to the palaces famous in pre-Mohammedan tradition, whose splendors had filled with amazement the invading hordes of the Bedouin, and still shine with a legendary magnificence from the pages of the chroniclers of the conquest. Even for the Mohammedan writers they had become nothing but a name. Kawarnak, Sadir, and the rest fell into ruin with Hirah, the capital of the small Arab principality that occupied the frontiers of the desert, and their site was a matter of hearsay or conjecture. Think on the lord of Kawarnak, saying Abd ibn Zaid prophetically, quote, "Eyes guided of God see clear. He rejoiced in his might and the strength of his hands, the encompassing wave and Sadir. And his heart stood still, and he spake, what joy have the living to death addressed? For the open cleft of the grave lies close upon pleasure and power and rest. Like a withered leaf they fall, and the wind shall scatter them east and west." End quote. But for all its total disappearance under the wave of Islam, the Lochmid state had played a notable part in the development of Arab culture. It was at Hirah that the desert came into contact with the highly organized civilization of the Persians, with the wealth of cultivated lands and the long-established order of a settled population. There, too, as among the Ghassanids on the Syrian side of the wilderness, they made acquaintance with the precepts of Christianity, which exercised so marked an influence on the latest poets of the Age of Innocence, some of whom, like Adi ibn Zaid himself, are known to have been Christians and prepared the way for the Prophet's teaching. So little have the eastern borders of the Syrian desert been explored that except for the ruined field of Hirah, a town which was destroyed in order to furnish building materials for the Muslim city of Kufa, and a cluster of moldering vaults said to represent the castle of Kawarnak, not one of the famous pre-Mohammedan sites has been identified, and it is possible that important vestiges of the Lochmid age may lie unsuspected within a few days' journey from regions familiar to travelers and even to tourists. Meanwhile, Khîdir, the name is the colloquial abbreviation of Ukheiḍir, a small green place, is the finest example of Sasanian architecture which has yet been discovered. Its wonderful state of preservation is probably due to the fact that it was some distance removed from the nearest inhabited spot. Cbteddy is separated from it by 3 hours of naked desert. The canals that feed Kerbela are yet further away, and the water supply of Ukheiḍir, deprived from wells in the Wadi Laba'a, is too small to have tempted the Falahin to establish themselves there. Nowhere in the vicinity, so far as I could learn, are there more abundant springs, and the palace has therefore been allowed to drop into a slow decay, forgotten in the midst of its wildernesses, save when a raiding expedition brings the Bedouin into the neighborhood of Cbteddy. Most of us who have had opportunity to become familiar with some site that has once been the theater of a vanished civilization have passed through hours of vain imaginings during which the thoughts labor to recapture the aspect of street and market, church or temple enclosure, of which the evidence lies strewn over the surface of the earth. And ever, as 1,000 unanswerable problems surge up against the realization of that empty hope, I have found myself longing for an hour out of a remote century, wherein I might look my fill upon the walls that have fallen, and stamp the image of a dead world indelibly upon my mind. The dream seemed to have reached fulfillment at Ukheiḍir. There, the architecture of a bygone age presented itself in unexampled perfection to the eye. It was not necessary to guess at the structure of vaults or the decorative scheme of niched facades. The camera and the measuring tape could register the methods of the builder and the results which he had achieved. But it was evident that no satisfactory record of Ukheiḍir could be made within the limits of the day which I had allowed myself for the expedition. We had exhausted our small stock of provisions and the materials necessary for carrying out so large a piece of work, as the planning of the palace were at Kerbela with the caravan. Fatu disposed of those difficulties at once by declaring that he intended to ride into Kerbela that night and bring out the caravan next day. The truth was that he yearned for the sight of the baggage horses, and for my part I longed for a bed and for a table more than I could have thought it possible. I was weary of sleeping on the stony face of the desert, of sitting in the dust and eating my meals with a seasoning of sand, so infirm is feminine endurance. An Arab called Ghanamin, clean-limbed and spare, like all his half-fed tribe, offered himself as guide, and Ali assured us that he knew every inch of the way. But when the Zaptas heard that one of them was to accompany the expedition, they turned white with fear. To ride through the desert at night, they declared, was a venture from which no man was likely to come out alive. I hesitated. It requires much courage to face risks for others, but Fatou stood firm. Ali laughed, and the thought of the bed carried the day. They started at 8 in the evening, and I watched them disappear across the sands with some sinking of heart. All next day I was too well occupied to give them much thought, but when 6 o'clock came and Ali set watchers upon the castle walls, I began to feel anxious. Half an hour later, Ma'ashi, the sheik's brother and my particular friend, came running down to my tent. "Praise God, my Lady Khan, they are here." The Arabs gathered round to offer their congratulations, and Fatou rode in, grey with fatigue and dust, with the caravan at his heels. He had reached Kerbela at 5 in the morning, found the muleteers, bought provisions, loaded the animals, and set off again about 10. "And the oranges are good in Kerbela," he ended triumphantly. "I have brought your Excellency a whole bag of them." It was a fine performance. The Arabs who inhabited Khîdir had come there 2 years before from Jaf and Najd, because we were vexed with the government of Ibn Rashid, explained Ali, and I readily understood that his could not be a soothing rule. The wooden howdahs in which the women had traveled blocked one of the long corridors, and some 20 families lodged upon the ground in the vaulted chambers of princes. They lived and starved and died in this most splendid memorial of their own civilization, and even in decay Khîdir offered a shelter more than sufficient for their needs to the race at whose command it had been reared. Their presence was an essential part of its proud decline. The sheik and his brothers passed like ghosts along the passages. They trailed their white robes down the stairways that led to the high chambers where they lived with their women, and at night they gathered round the hearth in the great hall where their forefathers had beguiled the hours with tale and song in the same rolling tongue of Najd. Then they would pile up the desert scrub till the embers glowed under the coffee pots, while Ma'ashi handed round the delicious bitter draught, which was the one luxury left to them. The thorns crackled, a couple of oil wicks placed in holes above the columns, which had been contrived for them by the men-at-arms of old, sent a feeble ray into the darkness, and Ghanem took the ribaba and drew from its single string a wailing melody, to which he chanted the stories of his race. "My Lady Khan, this is the song of Abdul el-Aziz ibn Rashid. He sang of a prince great and powerful, patron of poets, leader of raids, and recently overwhelmed and slain in battle. But old or new, the songs were all pages out of the same chronicle, the undated chronicle of the nomad. The thin, melancholy music rose up into the blackness of the vault. Across the opening at the end of the hall, where the wall had fallen in part way, was spread the deep, still night and the unchanging beauty of the stars. "My Lady Khan," said Ghanem, "I will sing you the song of Ukheiḍir." "But," I said, "listen to the verse of Ukheiḍir. Quote, we wither away, but they wane not, the stars that above us rise. The mountains remain after us, and the strong towers when we are gone." End quote. "Allah," murmured Ma'ashi as he swept noiselessly round the circle with the coffee cups, and once again Labid's noble couplet held the company as it had held those who sat in the banqueting hall of the Caliph. One night I was provided with a different entertainment. I had worked from sunrise till dark and was too tired to sleep. The desert was as still as death, infinitely mysterious. It stretched away from my camp, and I lay watching the empty sands as one who watches for a pageant. Suddenly a bullet whizzed over the tent, and the crack of a rifle broke the silence. All my men jumped up, a couple more shots rang out, and Fatou hastily disposed the muleteers round the tents and hurried off to join a band of Arabs who had streamed from the castle gate. I picked up a revolver and went out to see them go. In a minute or two they had vanished under the uncertain light of the moon, which seems so clear and yet discloses so little. A Zapta joined me, and we stood still listening. Far out in the desert the red flash of rifles cut through the white moonlight. Again the quick flare, and then again silence. At last through the night drifted the sound of a wild song, faint and far away, rhythmic, elemental as the night in the desert. I waited in complete uncertainty as to what was approaching, and it was not until they were close upon that we recognized our own Arabs and Fatou in their midst. They came on, still singing, with their rifles over their shoulders. Their white garments gleamed under the moon. They wore no kerchiefs upon their heads, and their black hair fell in curls about their faces. "Ma'ashi," I cried, "what happened?" Ma'ashi shook his hair out of his eyes. "There is nothing, my Lady Khan. Ali saw some men lurking in the desert at the Asir, the hour of afternoon prayer, and we watched after dark from the walls." "They were raiders of the Bani Dafa'a," said Ghamnim, mentioning a particularly lawless tribe. "Fatu," said I, "did you shoot?" "We shot," replied Fatu. "Did not your Excellency hear? And one man is wounded." A wild-looking boy held out his hand, on which I detected a tiny scratch. "There is no harm," said I. "Praise God." "Praise God," they repeated, and I left them laughing and talking eagerly, and went to bed and to sleep. Next morning I questioned Fatu as to the events of the night, but he was exceptionally non-committal. "My lady," said he, "God knows. Ali says that they were men of the Bani Dafa'a." Then, with a burst of confidence, he added, "But I saw no one." "At whom did you shoot?" said I in bewilderment. "At the Bani Dafa'a," answered Fatu, surprised at the stupidity of the question. I gave it up. Neither do I know to this hour whether we were or were not raided in the night. 2 days later my plan was finished. I had turned one of the vaulted rooms of the stable into a workshop, and spreading a couple of waterproof sheets on the sand for table, had drawn it out to scale, lying on the ground. Sometimes an Arab came in silently and stood watching my pencil until the superior attractions of the next chamber, in which sat the muleteers and the zaptas, drew him away. As I added up meters and centimeters, I could hear them spinning long yarns of city and desert. Occasionally Ma'ashi brought me coffee. "God give you the reward," said I. "And your reward," he answered gravely. The day we left Khîdir, the desert was wrapped in the stifling dust of a west wind. I have no notion what the country is like through which we rode for 7 hours to Kerbelâ, and no memory save that of the castle walls fading like a dream into the haze of a bare ridge of hill to our right hand and the bitter waves of a salt lake to our left, and of deep sand through which we were driven by a wind that was the very breath of the pit. Then out of the mist loomed the golden dome of the shrine of Hussein, upon whom be peace, and few pious pilgrims were gladder than I when we stopped to drink a glass of tea at the first Persian tea shop of the holy city. The Palace of Ukheiḍir. I do not propose to enter here into a detailed account of the Palace of Ukheiḍir, which must be reserved for a subsequent publication, but it is well to give a short elucidation of the plan and to consider briefly the theories which have been formed with regard to the origin of the building. The palace consists of a rectangular fortification wall set within round bastions, with larger round bastions at the angles, and of an oblong building surrounded on 3 sides by a court, together with a small annex in the eastern parts of the court. That part of the oblong building which adjoins the northern fortification wall is 3 stories high. The remainder of the palace is 1 story high. Outside the enclosing fortification wall there is a structure composed of 14 vaulted parallel chambers, with a small open court at the southern end. To the west of the small court and of the first 5 chambers lies a larger court with round bastions on its western side. Between each of these bastions there is a door and either 1 or 2 groups of windows, each group consisting of 3 narrow lights. I noticed foundations of masonry which ran down from near the northern end of this outbuilding towards the valley. To the northwest of the palace there is another small detached building called by the Arabs the bath. Near it the surface of the ground is broken by low mounds which may indicate the presence of ruins. The Arabs assured me that by digging here brackish water could be obtained. There is also a well of brackish water in the western part of the palace court, but it is not used for drinking purposes. The water supply of Ukheiḍir is derived from the Wadi Leba'i. It is obtained by digging holes in the sandy bed of the valley. The fortification wall is arcaded without and within up to 2/3 of its height. These blind arcades support the walls of the Kemendeiron. The outer arcade serves the purpose of a mashkulus, a narrow space between its arches and the outer face of the main wall, enabling the defenders in the Kemendeiron to protect with missiles the foot of the wall below them. The Kemendeiron could be reached from the uppermost floor of the 3-storied block of the palace, as well as by means of 4 staircases, 1 in each of the angles of the court. 2 of these staircases have now fallen completely. The Kemendeiron has been covered by a vault. Arched doorways led into outlook chambers, hollowed in the thickness of the bastions. Arched windows open onto the court. In the center of each side of the fortification wall there is a gate, that which stands on the northern side being the most important, since it communicates directly with the palace. It opens into a passage with a guard room on either side. The passage leads into a small rectangular chamber, A, in the plan, covered with a fluted dome. From this chamber, an arched doorway communicates with a vaulted hall, B, which runs up to a height of 2 stories and is the largest room in the palace. The vault, borne on projecting engaged piers, spans 7 meters. Beyond the hall, vaulted corridors C, 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 C sharp, C sharp, C sharp, C sharp surround an open court D, as well as a block of rooms lying to the south of the court. The court D is set round with engaged columns, forming vaulted niches. At the southeast corner, the vault of one of these niches is fluted. The bracketed setting of these small semi-domes over the angles is to be noted. The block of chambers south of court D is more carefully built than any other part of the palace. It consists of an oblong antechamber E, leading into a square room F. On either side of the antechamber there are a pair of rooms, the walls and vaults of those lying to the west, G sharp and H sharp, being finished with stucco decoration and small column niches. On either side of the square chamber F is a room containing 4 masonry columns which support 3 parallel barrel vaults. South of the room F stretches a cloister J, which was covered with a barrel vault now fallen. It opens into an unroofed court K. The corridor C, C sharp runs to the south of court K, and still further to the south is another open court L with vaulted rooms round it. To east and west of the corridor C, C, C sharp, C sharp lies 4 courts, M, M sharp, and N short. To north and south of each of these rooms, courts, there are 3 vaulted rooms, but in M and M sharp small antechambers in the shape of a narthex separate the rooms from the court, whereas in N and N sharp the rooms open directly on to the court. In every case there are traces of a vaulted cloister, OO and O sharp, in between the court and the outer wall. Behind each block of rooms there is a rectangular space, P, 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 and P sharp, P sharp, P sharp, P sharp, 2/3 of which are vaulted, while the central part is left open. Similar open spaces are left in the corridor CC, C sharp, C sharp, which would otherwise be exceedingly dark. To return to the north gate. On either side of the small domed chamber A, long vaulted corridors Q, Q sharp lead to the outer court. A door on the south side of corridor Q communicates with a small court R, with chambers to the great hall B. West of hall B there is a smaller group of vaulted chambers. In the south wall of corridor Q communicates with a small court R, with chambers to north and south of it, and vaulted cloisters to east and west. A group of vaulted chambers is placed between court R and the great hall B. West of hall B there is a smaller group of vaulted chambers. In the south wall of corridor Q, 2 doors lead into an open court surrounded on 3 sides by a vaulted cloister, the vault of which has now fallen except for fragments in the southeast and southwest corners. These fragments are adorned with stucco decorations. I have suggested in the Hellenic journal, Loc Cit, that this court may be a mosque of a primitive type. See 2 Der Islam, Volume 1, Part 2, page 126, where Dr. Hertzfeld points out that a chamber somewhat similarly placed in the palace of Mashhata may also be a mosque. No difficulty will be found in following on the plan the arrangement of the upper floors in the northern part of the palace. In the second story, the space marked B squared is occupied by the vault of the great hall B. At A squared, 3 windows open into the hall from the room in the second story. R squared and S squared correspond with the 2 courts R and S. In the third story, the rectangular space A cubed is unroofed, and the space B cubed, below which lies the vault of the great hall, is also unroofed. The eastern part of this story is completely ruined, but there appears to have been rooms round R cubed similar to the rooms round R squared. The chemin de ronde, T sharp, is on a level with this story. Between the main palace block and the eastern fortification wall there lies a group of rooms which is clearly in addition to the original scheme. It is interesting to observe that these rooms are, in all essentials of their plan, a repetition of the group of rooms to the south of Court D. Room U corresponds with the antechamber E, Room V with the square room F. W with the cloister J, X, Y, and Z to G, H, and T, but the columns in I1 are not repeated in the small rooms Z, Z1. Room V is covered with a groined vault instead of the barrel vault of F, and the court A is not closed with a wall like the court K. I make no doubt that both these groups of rooms, which are so strikingly similar in arrangement, were intended for the same purposes, and I conjecture that they were ceremonial reception rooms. Herzfeld has compared E and F with the throne room of Mashhata, Der Islam Lok Sit. All the rooms and corridors of the palace are vaulted. Some of the finer vaults are built of brick tiles, for example over the Great Hall B and over rooms E, F, I, and I1. But as a rule, the vaults are constructed with stones set in mortar, the stones being cut into thin slabs so as to resemble bricks as closely as possible. Cf. The Sassanian Palace of Firuzabad, Dieu Lafort, L'Art Ancien de la Perse, Volume 4. All the vaults, whether of brick or stone, are built without centering, and all are set forward slightly from the face of the wall. The same construction is found at Tesfayon. See below Figure 109. The groined vault occurs 7 times in the corridor C1, and it is also found in room V. See my article in the Hellenic Journal above cited. The fluted dome over room A is bracketed across the corners of a rectangular substructure. In several cases where a barrel vault terminates not against a head wall, but against another section of barrel vault, it is adjusted to the angles of the substructure by means of squinch arches. A noticeable feature of the vault construction of Ukheiḍir is the presence of masonry tubes running between the parallel barrel vaults. The structural purpose of these tubes is to diminish the mass of masonry between the barrel vaults. Whenever 2 barrel vaults lie parallel to one another, a tube will be found between them, and similar tubes exist between the vault of the cloister O and O1 and the outer wall. C2 Figure 95, which shows a tube between a barrel vault and a straight wall. Over the vaults of the rooms of the annex in the eastern part of the court, and also over the vaults of the 14 parallel chambers outside the enclosing wall to the north, a false roof is laid. It serves as a protection against the heat of the sun. Under the eastern annex, there are some much ruined subterranean chambers. A staircase at the southeastern angle of Court D leads down into similar cellars. Saradib. The arches over the doorways are usually of an ovid shape, sometimes slightly pointed. When the door jambs take the form of engaged columns, the capital of the columns, roughly blocked out in masonry, carry an arch slightly narrower in width than the opening of the doorway beneath it. But when the door jambs are formed merely by the straight section of the wall, the span of the arch is wider than the opening of the doorway. Figure 102 illustrates both types. This setback of the arch was doubtless employed in order to facilitate the placing of centering beams. 3 wide doorways with round arches, B, B1, and C, lead from the main block of the palace building into the surrounding court. The arches are usually characterized by double rings of Buseirah, cf. Ctesiphon and other buildings of the Sasanian and early Mohammedan period. The inner ring laid so as to show the broad face of the stones or tiles, while the narrow end shows in the outer ring. See the arch in Figure 102. The arch construction in the eastern annex is, however, much rougher in style. The outer ring of voussoirs is omitted there, nor is it invariable in other parts of the palace. The niche plays a large part in the decoration of Ukheiḍir. A row of narrow niches runs along the top of the outer face of the northern enclosing wall, but very little of it is now left. The southern face of the 3-storied block bears an elaborate niche decoration. Here, the lowest row of niches forms part of the series already mentioned, which runs round Court D. Above these, on the 2nd story, are remains of another row of arched niches, each of which contains 3 small niches. So far as I know, this feature of a large niche enclosing groups of smaller niches has not yet been observed in Sasanian architecture. It is found, however, in a certain well-known type of early Christian church. See, for instance, Alaklis, published by me in the 1001 Churches, page 403. On the 3rd story of the palace, the face of the wall has been left blank, but above the windows there are still traces of a 3rd order of small niches. pairs of niches flanked by engaged columns are to be seen in room G1. They are set high up in the wall between the transverse arches. On these transverse arches there is a plaster decoration, the same in character as that which occurs in the semi-domes at the end of the vault in Court S. The motives there are used by the flute in the squinch arch and in the conical segment of that semi-dome above it, and a pattern which resembles a tiny battlemented motive. Upon the transverse arches, the battlemented motive is doubled so as to form diamond-shaped patterns. In the center of each of these diamonds and in the center of the tiny arch niches at the bottom of the vault, and also between those niches, there are small funnel-shaped motives formed of concentric rings. Between the transverse arches there is a boldly worked ribbing. The arch round the eastern of the two doors that leads into corridor Q1 is surrounded by cusps. Cf. Stephan de la Foy, opposite Volume 5, Plate 6. A blind arcade borne by pilasters is to be seen in courts M, M1, and N, N1. In the antechamber U, there are shallow niches on either side of the doors. With regard to the date of Ukheiḍir, there are three possible hypotheses. It may belong, 1. to the Sasanian or Lakhmid period prior to the Mohammedan conquest, 2. to the 150 years after the Mohammedan conquest, 3. to the Abbasid period, i.e. after AD 750. 1. In defense of the first theory, can be urged the close relationship between Ukheiḍir and other places of the Sasanian age, not only in plan, cf. Cars E. Shirin de Morgan, Mission Scientifique, and Pierce, Volume 4, Part 2, but also in the technique of brick and stone masonry and in the principles of vault construction, cf. Tasiphon, Firuzbad, and Sarvastin Diufoy, op. cit. But since it is certain that the arts of the early Muslim era were dominated in Mesopotamia by Sasanian influence, these affinities do not offer a convincing proof of a pre-Mohammedan date. Even if Ukheiḍir belonged to the early Muslim age, it might and probably would have been built by Persian workmen. At the same time, certain architectural features, such as the groined vault and the fluted dome, have not hitherto been observed in any Sasanian building. The earliest Mesopotamian example of the groined vault known to me, besides the groins of Ukheiḍir, is that of which fragments can be seen in the Baghdad gate at Raqqa. There is, further, a passage in Yakut Dictionary which might help to support the theory of a pre-Mohammedan origin, Volume 2, page 626, under Dumat-ej-Jandal. In the accounts given by the Arab historians of the invasion of Mesopotamia in 12 AH, AD 633-4, by Khalid ibn U'al-Walid, frequent mention is made of Ain et Tamir, which Yakut expressly states to be the same as Shafatha. Shatatha is the modern colloquial form of the name. When Khalid ibn U'al-Walid had taken the oasis, which was inhabited by Christian Arabs, and appears to have been the one place that offered him serious resistance, Teano, Anali del Islam, Volume 2, page 940, he is said to have marched on Dumat-ej-Jandal, which he captured, putting to death its defender, Ukheiḍir Abdul el-Malik el-Kindi. It is generally admitted that the name Dumat-ej-Jandal in this account is an error, and that the fortress which was taken by the Mohammedans in the year 12 AH was Dumat el-Hira. For the reasons for substituting Dumat el-Hira for Dumat el-Jadir in Tabari's text, see Teano, opposite Volume 2, page 991. Now, Yakut gives two conflicting traditions concerning the foundation of Dumat el-Hira, but he expresses no uncertainty as to its position. It was near to Ain et Tamir, and its ruins were known in Yakut's day, 13th century. According to the first tradition given by Yakut, the Prophet sent Khalid ibn Ula-Walid in the year 9 AH against Ukheiḍir, who was lord of Dumat-ej-Jandal. Khalid captured Dumat-ej-Jandal and made a treaty with Ukheiḍir, but after the death of Muhammad, Ukheiḍir broke the treaty, whereupon the Caliph Umar expelled him from Dumat-ej-Jandal. He retired to Hira and built himself a palace near to Ain et Tamar, which he called Duma. This Duma, near Ain et Tamir, is no doubt Dumat el-Hira, which Khalid besieged and took in the year 12 AH. The second tradition is substantially the same as the first as far as the Mohammedan invasion is concerned, but Yaqut here implies that Ukheiḍir dwelt in the first instance at Dumat el-Hira and was accustomed to resort to Dumat el-Jandal for the purposes of the chase, and he adds that Ukheiḍir named Dumat el-Jandal after Dumat el-Hira. Prince Teano, opposite Volume 2, page 262, has exposed the improbabilities which attend this explanation, and he concludes that both traditions are equally untrustworthy and doubts the authenticity of any part of the story of Ukheiḍir. It does, however, appear to me to be possible that the ruins of Dumat el-Hira, which were standing in Yaqut's day, were no other than the abandoned palace of Ukheiḍir, though it is not necessary to accept either of Yaqut's versions of the story of its foundation. 2. If the palace is to be ascribed to the period immediately succeeding the conquest, it would be a Mesopotamian representative of the group of pleasure palaces which were built upon the Syrian side of the desert by the Umayyad princes, Lamins, Labadia et Lahira, Mélange de la Faculté Orientale, Beyrout, Volume 4, page 91. But whereas it was natural that the Umayyad caliphs should have constructed hunting palaces in that part of the desert, which lay on the direct road between their capital of Damascus and the spiritual capitals of their empire, Mecca and Medina, it is difficult to see why they should have selected a site so far from any of their habitual residences as Ukheiḍir. It is true that the Caliph Ali made Kufa his capital for 5 years. He was assassinated there in AD 661, but during those years he was ceaselessly occupied in quelling rebellions, and I dismiss the possibility that he should have found leisure to build or to use the palace of Ukheiḍir. 3. I am not disposed to place Ukheiḍir as late as the Abbasid period. The Abbasid princes had lost the habit of the desert, which was so strong a characteristic of their Umayyad predecessors. When they moved away from their capital of Baghdad, they built themselves cities like Raqqa and Sâmarrâ. Moreover, the architectural features of Ukheiḍir, both structural and decorative, present marked differences from those of the ruins at Raqqa and at Sâmarrâ, and on architectural as well as on historical grounds, I am inclined to ascribe Ukheiḍir to an earlier age. Whether that age be immediately before the Mohammedan conquest, or whether it fall shortly after the conquest during the Umayyad period, I do not think we are as yet in a position to determine. It is to be borne in mind that the ruins of the palace bear witness to 2 different dates of building. The eastern annex and probably the edifice outside the enclosing wall to the north are an addition to the original plan and must be of a slightly later date. End of section 9. Section 10 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. KERBELÂ to Baghdad. March 30 to April 12. To travel in the desert is in one respect curiously akin to traveling on the sea. It gives you no premonition of the changed environment to which the days of journeying are conducting you. When you set sail from a familiar shore, you encounter on a course from which the usual landmarks of daily existence have been swept away. What has become of the march of time? Dawn leads to noon, noon to sunset, sunset to the night, but night breaks into a dawn indistinguishable from the last, the same sky above, the same sea on every side, the same planks beneath your feet. Is it indeed another day? Or is it yesterday lived over again? Then, on a sudden, you touch the land and find that reoccurring day has carried you round half the globe. So it is in the desert. You rise and look out upon the same landscape that greeted you before. The contour of the hills may have altered ever so slightly. The hollow that holds your camp has deepened by a few yards since last week. The limitless sweep of the plain was not hidden a fortnight ago by that little mound. But here are the same people about you, speaking of the same things. Here is the same path to be followed. Yes, even the seasons are the same, and the dusty face of the desert is too old to flush at the advent of spring or to be wreathed in autumn garlands of gold and scarlet. Yet at the end of a long interval composed of periods, recurrent and alike, you look round and see that the whole face of the universe has changed. When we reached Kerbelâ, we passed into a world of which the aspect and the associations were entirely new to me. I had set out from an Arab town in North Syria, and I emerged in a Persian city linked historically with the holy places, with the first struggles and the only great schism of Islam. At Kerbala was enacted the tragedy of the death of Hussein, son of Ali ibn Abi Talib. The place has grown up round the mosque that holds his tomb, and to one half of those who profess the Mohammedan creed it is a goal no less sacred than Mecca. But it was not the golden dome of Hussein, though it covers the richest treasure of offerings possessed by any known shrine, unless the treasure in Ali's tomb of Najif touch a yet higher value, nor yet the presence of the green-robed Persians, narrow of soul, austere and stern of countenance. It was not the wealth and fame of the Shia sanctuary that made the strongest assault upon the imagination. It was the sense of having reached those regions which saw the founding of imperial Islam, regions which remained for many centuries the seat of the paramount ruler, the commander of the faithful. Within the compass of a 2 days' journey lay the battlefield of Qadisiyah, where Khalid ibn el-Walid overthrew at once and forever the Sasanian power. Khosroes, with his host, his satraps, his Arab allies, those princes of the house of Muntir, whose capital was one of the first cradles of Arab culture, stepped back at his coming into the shadowy past. Their cities and palaces faded and disappeared. Hira, Kowarnak, Stefan, and many another of which the very site is forgotten. All the pomp and valor of an earlier time fell together like an army of dreams at the first trumpet blast of those armies of the faith which hold the field until this hour. Then came the day of vigor, the adding of dominion to dominion, the building of great Mohammedan towns, Kufa, Wasit, Basra, and last of all, Baghdad, last and greatest. And then decline, and finally the transference of authority. This was the story that was unfolded before me as I stood upon the roof of a Persian house and gazed down into the gorgeously tiled courtyard of the Mosque of Hussein, in which none but the faithful may set foot. When I lifted my eyes and looked westward, I saw the desert across which the soldiers of the Prophet had come to batter down the old civilizations. When I looked east, I saw the road to Baghdad, where their descendants had cultivated with no less renown the arts of peace. The low sun shone upon the golden dome. The nesting storks held conversation from minaret to minaret, with much clapping of beaks and shaking out of unruffled wings. The spirit of Islam marched out of the wilderness and seized the fruitful earth. There were other lesser things which aroused a more personal, if not a keener interest. The oranges were good at Kerbala, as Fatou had said. The shops were heaped with them, and with pale, sweet lemons. I fear I must have astonished my military escort, for I stopped at every corner to buy more and yet more, and ate them as I went along the streets, hoping to satisfy the inextinguishable thirst born of the desert. Side by side with the oranges lay mountains of pink roses, the flowers cut off short and piled together. Everyone in town carried a handful of them and sniffed at them as he walked. After night had fallen, I was invited to a bountiful Persian dinner, where we feasted on lamb stuffed with pistachios and drank sherbet out of deep wooden spoons, and there I heard some talk of politics. Under the best of circumstances, said one of my informants, constitutional government was not likely to be popular in the province of Iraq. Men of property were all reactionary at heart. They had got together their wealth by force and oppression. Their title deeds would not bear critical examination, and they resented the curiosity and the comments of the newly fledged local press. Nor were the majority of the officials better inclined. How was it possible to forbid corruption unless the order were accompanied by a rise in salary corresponding to the perquisites of which they were deprived, and this was forbidden by the state of the imperial exchequer, meant for them starvation. A judge, for example, is appointed for 2.5 years, and his salary is 15 Ottoman pounds a month, not enough to keep himself and his family in circumstances which would accord with his position. But over and above the expenses of living, he must see to the provision of a sum sufficient to engage the sympathies of his superiors when his appointment shall have expired. Otherwise, he might abandon the hope of future employment. Most probably, he would have to defray the heavy charges of a journey to Constantinople to enable him to push his claim, not to speak of the fact that he might spend several unsalaried months in the capital before his request was granted. And so it is that out of 10 men, 11 take bribes, and as far as we can see, nothing has come of the Constitution but the black fez. This because of the boycott on the red fez made in Austria. Free speech and 2 towers, one at Kerbala and one at Najaf, to commemorate the Age of Liberty. Under the new regime, Kerbala had received a mutsarif whose story was a good example of the mistakes which men were apt to commit when first the old restraints were relaxed. He was of the Ahar, the liberals, and had begun his career as secretary to the Wali of Baghdad. The people of Baghdad raised a complaint against him on the ground that in the fast month of Ramadan he had been seen to smoke a cigarette in the bazaar between sunrise and sunset, which showed clearly that he was an infidel, and he was dismissed from his post. But since he was one of the Ahrar and had friends in Constantinople, he was presently appointed to Kerbela. Now Kerbela, being a holy place inhabited mostly by Persian Shias, is one of the most fanatical cities in the Ottoman Empire, and a mute Sarif who brought with him so unfortunate a reputation could do nothing that was right. Some of his reforms were in themselves reasonable, but he was not the man to initiate them, nor was Kerbela the best field for experiments. The town, owing to blind extortion on the part of the government and to neglect of the irrigation system, is growing rapidly poorer and yields an ever-diminishing revenue. This revenue is burdened by a number of pensions, and the mute Sarif, looking for a way of retrenchment, found it by depriving all pensioners of their means of livelihood. The pensioners were holy men, Sayyids, whose duty it was to pray for the welfare of the Sultan. Some were old and some were deserving, some were neither, but all were holy, and the feelings that were aroused in Kerbela when they were left destitute baffle description. Yet, continued my host, the Turks understand government. There was once in Basra an excellent governor. His name was Hamdi Bey. When he came to Basra, it was the worst city in Turkey. Every night there were murders, and no one dared to leave his house after dark, lest when he returned he should find that he had been robbed of all he possessed. So it is now in Basra, said I, for the town is a byword in Mesopotamia. Yes, so it is now, he returned, but it was different when Hamdi Bey was governor. For a year he sat quiet and collected information concerning all the villains in the place, but he did nothing. Now there was at that time a harmless madman in Basra, whom the people called Hâji Beydah, the White Pilgrim, and when they saw Hamdi Bey driving through the streets, they would point at him and laugh and say, "There goes Hâji Beydah." But at the end of a year he assembled all the chief men and said, "Hitherto you have called me Hâji Beydah, now you shall call me Hâji Kara, the Black Pilgrim." And then and there he cast most of them into prison, and produced his evidence against them. And after a year's time the town was so peaceful that he ordered the citizens to leave their doors open at night. And as long as Hamdi Bey remained at Basra, no man troubled to lock his door. And at another time there was a commandant in Basra, and he too brought the place to order. For when he knew a prisoner to be guilty, yet failed to get the witnesses to speak against him, he would put the man to death in prison by means of a hot iron, which he drove into his stomach through a tube. Then it was given out that the man had died of an illness, and everyone rejoiced that there should be a rogue the less. I made no comment, but my expression must have betrayed me, for my interlocutor added a justification of the commandant's methods. "In Persia," said he, "they bury them alive." "My soldiers have told me," said I, not to be outdone, "that in Persia they cut off a thief's hand, and I think they regard it as the proper sentence, for they generally add, 'That is hukum, justice.'" "It is the Sharia," he replied simply, "the holy law." And he recited the passage from the Quran, "If a man or woman steal, cut off their hands in retribution for that which they have done. This is an exemplary punishment appointed by God, and God is mighty and wise." I had intended to go straight from Kerbela to Babylon, but I was reckoning without full knowledge of the Hindayi swamp. The history of this swamp is both curious and instructive. A few miles above the village of Muzayib, northeast of Kerbela, the Euphrates divides into two channels. The eastern channel, the true bed of the river, runs past Babylon and Hillel, and discharges its water into the great swamp which has existed in southern Iraq ever since the last days of the Sassanian kings. The western channel is known as the Nair Hindaye. It waters Kufa, and now a miserable hamlet clustered about the great mosque in which the Caliph Ali was assassinated, and flowing through the great swamp re-enters the Euphrates some way above the junction of the latter with the Tigris. The dam on the Euphrates, which regulated the flowing of its waters into the Hindaye Canal, has been allowed to fall into disrepair. Every year a deeper and a stronger stream flows down the Hindaye, and matters have reached such a pass that during the season of low water, the eastern bed is dry, the palm gardens of Hillel are dying for lack of irrigation, and all the country along the riverbank below Hillel has gone out of cultivation. The growth of the Hindaye has proved scarcely less disastrous. The district to the west of the canal in which Kerbela lies is lower than the level of the stream, while the increasing torrents, bringing with them the silt of the spring floods, yearly raise the bed of the canal and add to the difficulty of keeping it within bounds. The Hindaye has become an ever-present danger to the towns of Kerbela, and indeed in one year, when the stream was unusually high, the water flowed into the streets. It was the duty of the owners of the land, a duty prescribed by immemorial custom to keep up the dikes in order to save the cultivated country, and incidentally the town, from inundation. Needless to say, they neglected to do so. A large part of the land, and here the story takes a very oriental turn, had been bought up by rich Mohammedan who proposed to do a good office by the holy city and to take the charge of the dikes upon himself. But as the canal silted up, the charge became heavier until at last the pious benefactor wearied of his task and refused to do another hand's turn in the matter. Thereupon the Mutsarif sent for him and ordered him to perform his lawful duty. But the landowner was an Indian and a British subject. At this point I realized that I had come once more into the net of our vast empire, and he refused to be bullied by a Turkish official. He pointed out that the floods were largely due to the negligence of the Arab tribes, who draw from the Hindi 10 times as much water as they need and let it go to waste upon the land, where it helps to form the redoubted swamp. And since he said the swamp was caused not by the will of God, but by the conduct of the Sultan's subjects, the government would do well to remedy the evil by applying to the dikes the forced labor which it had the right to exact from every man during 4 days in the year. The Mutsarif replied that the Indian had not cultivated his land for 4 years, and that it was therefore forfeit to the state. The Indian countered him with a rejoinder that the land had been under pasture and had paid a regular tithe. So the matter stood in the spring of 1909. The town of Kerbelâ might at any time be flooded if the river rose. The Hindaya swamp was growing day by day, and the road to Babylon was impassable. No one seemed to regard these perils and inconveniences as otherwise than inevitable, and I, with the rest, bowed my head to the inscrutable decrees of God and took my way to Muzayyib. Muzayyib, as I have said, lies on the Euphrates above the point where the Hindaya canal branches off from the river. For the last half of the day's journey we skirted the swamp. It was in reality much more than a swamp. It was a shallow lake extending over a vast area. It had invaded even the Muzayyib road, which is the direct road from Kerbelâ to Baghdad, and we, together with all other travelers, had to make a long detour through the desert. The other travelers were mainly Persian pilgrims, men and women and children riding on mules and panniers. It is the ardent wish of every pious Persian to make the pilgrimage to Kerbelâ once during his lifetime, and still more does he desire to make it once again after his death, that his body may lie in earth hallowed by the vicinity of Hussein's grave. Countless caravans of corpses journey yearly from Persia to Kerbelâ, and the living should bear in mind that the khans of the towns are insalubrious, to say the least, owing to the fact that they are packed with dead bodies awaiting their final burial. The close connection between Kerbelâ and Persia has been during recent years of considerable political significance. The large Persian community, rich, influential, and safely placed under the protection of the Turkish government, has more than once tendered advice to the struggling factions of its native country, and more than once the advice has been in the nature of a command. The European is not accustomed to think of the Ottoman Empire as a haven of refuge for the oppressed, but the Persian, comparing Turkish administration with his own, regards it as an unattainable standard of tranquility and equity. Turkey must be judged by Asiatic, not by European possibilities of achievement, and I tried to keep my thoughts fixed upon the pilgrims jogging sadly home to their intolerable anarchy. But it was difficult not to notice the bands of peasants who came wading through the shallow waters of the Hindaya floods, their fields submerged, their crops devastated, their houses reduced to mud heaps, and their possessions scattered over the swamp. 6 hours from Kerbelâ we reached the Euphrates, a river much smaller than the one we had left at HîT, since a great part of its waters had been drawn off into irrigation canals. To my amazement, it was provided with a practicable bridge of boats, by which we crossed, glorifying the works of man. It was the first, and I may add the only bridge over the Euphrates that I was privileged to see. We pitched camp on the further side just beyond the village of Muzayyib. On the following day we turned southwards to Babylon. For 2 hours we continued to do battle with the waters, not, however, with untamed floods, but with the almost equally obtrusive irrigation canals and runnels, which the industrious Fallah conducts in all directions across his fields, regardless of road and path, of the time and temper of the wayfarer. At length we reached the high road from Baghdad to Hît, beyond the belt of cultivation, and made the rest of the stage dry-footed. We crossed the Nazari Canal by a bridge near a ruined khan, and 5 hours from Muzayyib we came to the village of Mahawil on a canal of the same name, also bridged. There I lunched under palm trees. There are no other trees in these regions, and so rode on, catching up the caravan and crossing many another canal, now dry, now bringing waters to villages far to the east of us. It was a very barren world, scarred with the traces of former cultivation, and all the more poverty-stricken and desolate because it had once been rich and peopled. Flat, too, an interminable featureless expanse from which the glory had departed. I was almost immersed in the rather jejune reflections which must assail every one who approaches Babylon, when, as good luck would have it, I turned my eyes to the south and perceived on the edge of the arid, sun-drenched plain a mighty mound. There was no need to ask its name, as certainly as if temple and fortress walls still crowned its summit, I knew it to be Babil, the northern mound that retains on the lips of the Arabs the echo of its ancient title. I left the road, hoping to find a direct path across the plain to that great vestige of ancient splendors, but the deep cutting of a watercourse as dry and dead as Babylon itself barred the way. My mare climbed to the top of the high bank that edged it, and we stood gazing over the site of the city. A furtive jackal crept out along the bank, caught sight of Fatou, and fled back into the dry ditch. "The son of retreat," said Fatou, in the speech of the people. "Shakal," said I, searching dimly for some familiar swell of sonorous phrases which the word seemed to bring with it, and suddenly they rolled out over the formless thought. The wolves howl in their palaces, and the jackals in their pleasant places. For the past 12 years, a little group of German excavators has lived and worked among the mounds of Babylon. To them I went in full assurance of the hospitality which they extend to all comers. The traveler who enters their house, sheltered by palm trees on the banks of the Euphrates, will find it stored with the best fruits of civilization. Studious activity, hard-won learning, and that open-handed kindness which abolishes distinctions of race and country. As he watches the daily task of men who are recovering the long-buried history of the past, he will not know how to divide his admiration between the almost incredible labor entailed by their researches and the marvelous culture which their work has laid bare. Only to the wise is wisdom given, and knowledge to them that have understanding. Within the largest of the mounds, the Qasr, or castle as the Arabs call it, lie the remains of Nebuchadnezzar's palace. Another 8 or 10 years' work will be needed to complete the ground plan of the whole structure, but enough has been done to show the nature of the house wherein the king rested. It is built of square tiles, stamped with his name and bound together with asphalt. The part which has been excavated consists of an immense irregular area enclosed by thick walls. One of these, it forms the quay of a canal, is called by the workmen the Father of 22, i.e., it is 22 meters across. Another reaches a respectable width of 17 meters, but usually the royal builder was content with 5 or 6 meters, or even less. Within the enclosure lies a bewildering complexity of small courts and passages with chambers leading out of them, the more bewildering because in many cases the bricks have disappeared, and the walls must be traced by means of the spaces left behind. For more than 1,000 years after the fall of Babylon, no man building in its neighborhood was at the pains to construct brick kilns, but when he needed material he sought it in Nebuchadnezzar's city. Greek, Persian, and Arab used it as a quarry, and as you climb the stairs of the German house you will become aware of the characters that spell the king's name upon the steps beneath your feet. The small courts and chambers, which were no doubt occupied by retinues of officials and servants of the palace, formed a bulwark of defense for the king. His apartments lay behind a wide paved court. From the court a doorway leads into a large oblong chamber, in the back wall of which is a niche for the throne. This is believed to be the banqueting hall where Belshazzar made his feast, and on a fragment of wall facing the throne you may see, if you please, the finger of a man's hand writing the fatal message. How this hall was roofed is an unsolved problem. No traces of vaulting have been found, yet the width from the wall to wall is so great that it is doubtful whether it could have been covered by a roof of beams. If there were indeed a vault, it would be the earliest example of such construction on so big a scale. Behind the banqueting hall are the private chambers, and behind all a narrow passage leading to an emergency exit by means of which the king could escape to his boat on the Euphrates in the last extremity of danger. Nebuchadnezzar's father, Nabopolassar, had built himself a smaller but still very considerable dwelling which occupied the western side of the mound. This Nebuchadnezzar destroyed. He filled up the walls and chambers with rubble and masonry and laid out an extension of his own palace above it. The plan both of the upper and lower palace has now been ascertained. Above the Babylonian walls are the remains of Greek and Parthian settlements, each of which has to be carefully planned before it can be swept away and the lower strata studied. I saw work being carried on in a mound which formed one of the most ancient parts of the city. The excavation pits had been sunk 12 or 15 meters deep to dwelling houses of the first Babylonian Empire. They pass through the periods of the Parthian and of the Greek, through the age of Nebuchadnezzar and that of the Assyrians, and each stratum was leveled and planned before the next could be revealed. Add to this that the most ancient walls were constructed of sun-dried brick, scarcely distinguishable from the closely packed earth, and some idea can be obtained of the extreme difficulty of the work. The oldest Babylonian houses which have been uncovered rest themselves on rubbish heaps and ruins, but deeper digging is impossible owing to the fact that water level has been reached. The Euphrates Channel has silted up several meters during the last 6,000 years, and the primeval dwellings are now below it. While we were standing at the bottom of a deep pit, a workman struck out with his pick a little heap of ornaments, a couple of copper bracelets and the beads of a necklace which had been worn by some Babylonian woman in the 3rd millennium before Christ, and were restored at last to the light of the sun. The northern part of the palace mound is as yet almost untouched. Here can be seen a sculpted block which used to lie among the earth heaps until a French engineer built a pedestal for it and set it above the ruins. It is carved in the shape of a colossal lion standing above the body of a man who lies with arms uplifted. The man's head is broken away and the whole group is only half finished, but the huge beast with the helpless human figure beneath his feet could not have been given an aspect more sinister. It is as though the workmen of the great king had fashioned an image of destiny treading relentlessly over the generations of mankind before they too passed into its clutches. All along the east side of the palace stretches the Via Sacra, contracting at one point only its splendid width that it may pass through the gate that stands midway between the house of Nebuchadnezzar and the temple of the goddess Ishtar. The Ishtar Gate, its name is attested by a cuneiform inscription, is the most magnificent fragment that remains of all Nebuchadnezzar's constructions. 4 or 5 times did he fill up the Via Sacra and raise its level, and each time he built up the brick towers of the double gateway to correspond. The various levels of the pavements can now be seen on the sides of the excavation trench, while the towers completely disclosed rear their unbroken height in stupendous masses of solid masonry. They are decorated on every side with alternate rows of bull and dragons cast in relief on the brick. The noble strength of the bulls, stepping out firmly with arched neck, contrasts with the slender, ferocious grace of the dragons, and the 2 companies form a bodyguard worthy of the gate of kings and of gods. Along the walls of the Via Sacra marched a procession of lions, fragments of which have been found and pieced together. They too were in relief, but covered with a fine enamel in which the colors were laid side by side without the intermission of cloisons. This art of enameling is lost, and no modern workman has been able to imitate the lion frisé. On the east side of the gate stands the little temple of Ishtar, raised on a high platform and commanding the city below. The temple is built of sun-baked brick, probably in accordance with Hieratic tradition, which held to the ancient building material used in an age when the architects were unacquainted with the finer and more durable burnt brick. Small courts with side chambers lead into an inner holy of holies, where in a niche stood the symbol of effigy of the goddess. Behind the sanctuary there is a narrow blind passage where the priests could lurk behind the cult image and confound the common folk with mysterious sounds and hidden voices. The Via Sacra pursues from the gate its stately way, skirting along the edge of an immense open court that lay between the palace and the temple of the god Marduk, the patron divinity of Babylon. The mound in which the temple lies has not as yet been completely excavated, but a pit sunk in its center has laid bare the walls of the entrance court. It will be no easy matter to continue the work here. The mound was thickly inhabited during the Greek and Parthian periods, and its upper levels consist chiefly of refuse heaps. When the workmen cut down through them to reach the temple gate, the stench of the old rubbish heaps combined with the stifling heat of the pit was so intolerable that the labors had to be interrupted for several days until a breeze arose and made it possible to continue them. The excavations are carried on all through the summer heats, but the director, Professor Ukheiḍir, was at the time of my visit paying a penalty for his tireless energy. He had been ill for some months owing to his exertions during the previous summer, and to my permanent loss I was unable to see him. I retain, notwithstanding the most delightful memory of the days at Babylon, of the peace and the dignified simplicity of life in the house by the river, of the little garden in the courtyard where Badri Bey, the delegate from the Constantinople Museum, coaxed his roses into flower, and his radishes into red and succulent root. Of long and pleasant conversations with Mr. Budenseek and Mr. Weitzel, wherein they poured out for me their knowledge of the forgotten things of the past, of quiet hours with books which they brought for me out of their library, and books were a luxury from which I had been cut off since I left Aleppo. When I rode out of an afternoon, one of the Chbteddies of Babylon was detailed to accompany me. He knew the ruined field well, having been the fortunate occupier of a post at the Expeditionshaus for several years. I would find him waiting in the palm grove where my horses were stabled, alert, respectful, and less ragged than his brothers in arms, whose pay does not come to them through the hands of European excavators. One day I asked him to take me to the Greek theater, wondering a little whether he would understand the request. "Effendim," he said, "you mean the place of Alexander." The great name fell strangely among the palm trees, and from out of the horde of ghosts that people Babylon strode the conqueror at the end of his course. So we rode to the place of Alexander, the theater near the city wall, ruined almost beyond recognition, but preserving in the popular nomenclature the memory of the most brilliant figure in the history of the world. And once the clouds were gathered as we were riding through the palm groves by the river. "Praise God," said the Chbtedi, "maybe we shall have rain." He shouted the good tidings to a peasant who drove the oxen of a water wheel. "Oh, brother, rain, please God." But it was dust that was heralded by the darkness, and as we hastened to the great mound of Babil, the wind bore down upon us, and the parched earth rose and enveloped us. We left our horses standing with downcast heads under the lee of the mountain, and picked our way up the sides between the trial trenches of the excavators. In a few moments the dust storm swept past, and we saw the wide expanse that was Babylon, embraced by gleaming reaches of river and the circuit of mound and ditch which marks the line of the city wall. "Effendim," said the Chbtedi, "yonder is Beer's Nimrud," and he pointed to the southwest, where, in the heart of the desert, rose the huge outline of a temple pyramid, a ziggurat. Legend has given it a notable place in the story of our first forefathers. It was believed to be no other than the impious tower that witnessed the confusion of speech. I heard at Babylon some hint of the state of unrest bordering on revolution into which the province of Iraq had fallen. The German excavators had been sucked into the outer edges of the whirlpool. Their workpeople, drawn from different tribes, they had relinquished nomad life, but the tribal system still held good among them, had caught the infection of hatred and turned from the excavation pits to the settling of ancient scores, so effectually that many a score had been settled forever, and the debtor came back to his place in the trench no more. Most of the survivors had been clapped into gaol by a justly incensed civil authority, and what with death and the serving out of sentences, Professor Koldvay and his colleagues had suffered from a scarcity of labor. This was nothing, as I was to learn at Baghdad, to the confusion that reigned in other parts of Iraq, and it was fortunate that I had no intention of going south from Babylon. At that time it would have been impossible. End of section 10. Section 11 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. KERBELÂ to Baghdad continued. On the way to Baghdad, I was resolved to visit Ctesiphon, but we were obliged to follow during the first day's journey the Baghdad road, retraversing for some hours the line of our march from Musaib. Ever since we had left Kebiash, the temperature had been exceedingly high, and from Babylon to Baghdad we traveled through a heat wave very unusual at the beginning of April. The early morning was cool and pleasant, but by about 10 o'clock the scorching sun became almost unbearable, even for people so well inured to heat as my servants and I. As long as we were moving, it was tempered by the breath of our progress, but if we stood still, it burnt through our clothes like a flame. There was not a leaf or any green thing upon the plain, and the only diversion in a monotonous ride was caused by a peasant who caught us up with lamentations and laid hold of my stirrup. "Effendim," he cried, "you have soldiers with you. Bid them do justice on the man who stole my cow." "Where is the man?" said I in bewilderment. "He is here," he answered, weeping more loudly than before, "but a quarter of an hour back upon the road. An Arab he is, and while I was driving my cow to Musaib, he came out of the waste and took her from me, threatening me with his rifle." "The Effendi has naught to do with your cow," said one of the Chbtedis impatiently, and indeed the sun withered us as we stood. "Go tell the Cadi at Musaib." "How shall I get justice from the Cadi?" wailed the peasant. "I have no money." The rejoinder struck me as correct, and I sent one of the Chbtedis back with the lawful owner of the cow, telling him to catch the thief if he were still upon the road, and I would give a reward. The Chbtedi rejoined us while we were lunching at the Khan of Hasua, but he had not seen the cow nor yet the thief, and perhaps it was unreasonable to expect that the latter should keep to the high road with stolen goods trotting before him. The khan at Hasua is large and built on the Persian plan for Persian pilgrims. We ate our lunch in the shadow of its gateway, and when we came out, the sun struck us in the face like a sword. There was nothing to be done but to try and forget it. I summoned Fatou and drew him into conversation. "O Fatou," said I, "is there any justice in the land of the Ottomans?" "Effendim," replied Fatou cautiously, "there is justice and there is injustice as in other lands. Have I not told you of Rejef Pasha and the thief who stole from me 28 Ottoman pounds? "No," said I, settling myself expectantly in the saddle. "It happened 1 year that I was in Baghdad," Fatou began, "for your Excellency knows that I drive the gentry back and forth between Aleppo and Baghdad in my carriage, and so it is that I am often in Baghdad." "I know," said I. "Once you sent me some blue and red belts embroidered with gold that you had bought in the bazaars." "It is true," said Fatou. "One I gave to Zakia, and the other I sent by the post for you and for their Excellencies, your sisters. Please God, they rejoiced to have them," he inquired anxiously. "They rejoiced exceedingly," I assured him for the 50th time. "A present that has to be sent by post is no small thing, and it would be matter for consternation if it did not please. But what of Rejef Pasha?" "Rejef Pasha was Mushir of Baghdad," Fatou picked up his tale, "and God knows he was a just man. Now I had sold my carriage to one who needed it, and gave me 28 Ottoman pounds for it, which was a good price, for it was old. And as I was walking in the bazaars, a thief stole the money from me, and when I put my hand into my pocket, lo, it was empty." "Wah, wah," commiserated the Chbteddy. Yes," said Fatou, 28 Ottoman pounds. Now I had heard men speak of Rejef Pasha that he was famed for justice, and I went to him where he sat in the Sâmarrâ and said, "Effendim, I am a man of Aleppo, a stranger in Baghdad, and a thief has stolen from me 28 Ottoman pounds, and there are many here who can speak for me. Then Rejef Pasha sent me into the bazaars and all the thieves he arrested." "Did he know them all?" I asked. "Without doubt," replied Fatou. "He was Mushir, and some he questioned and let them go, and others he caused to be beaten upon the soles of their feet with rods, and them too he released, until only 3 men remained, and then only 1. And Rejef Pasha said, 'This is the thief.' Then they cast him upon the ground and beat him many times, and every time when they had beaten him till he could bear no more, he cried out, 'Cease the beating, and I will give back the money.' But when they ceased, he said he had not so much as a medji. Then one of the soldiers caught him by the leg to throw him to the ground, and the man's garment tore in his hand, and out of it fell 26 Ottoman pounds, and rolled upon the floor. But 2 pounds he had eaten," explained Fatou. "And Rejef Pasha cast him into prison, and when I was next in Baghdad he was still in prison, and I visited him and lent him 1 Ottoman pound, for he was very poor, and we ate together." "Did you see him again?" said I, deeply interested in this simple history. "Voilà," replied Fatou. "I met him in Deir, and there I feasted him in the bazaar. And now he lives in Deir, and I go to his house whenever I pass through the town, for we are like brothers. But he has not returned me the pound I lent him while he was in prison," added Fatou regretfully. "Mashallah," said the Chbteddy. "Rejef Pasha was a good man." "But I will tell you another tale of Rejef Pasha better than the last," pursued Fatou, drawing, with the perfect art of the narrator, upon yet choicer stories of his memory. Or was it of his imagination? "Effendim, I had a friend, and he hired from me one of my carriages that he might drive a certain Dafatadar from Aleppo to Baghdad. Now at Ramadi, the Dafatadar spent 2 nights in the house of the son of his uncle, and when they reached Baghdad, the Dafatadar searched in his box for the gold ornaments of his wife, and look you, they were missing, and they cost 60 Ottoman pounds. Then the Daftadar said the carriage driver had stolen them, and he caused him to be imprisoned for a period of 3 years. And soon after I came to Baghdad and inquired concerning my carriage, and a man in the bazaar told me which had befallen, but I did not believe that my friend had stolen the gold ornaments of the Dafadar's wife. And the man in the bazaar said, 'You are his friend, and moreover you are a walad Mali, a good lad, and he has a wife and 2 little children in Aleppo. You will not let him starve in prison.' And when I heard him call me a walad Mali, and thought upon the children in Aleppo, I went away and sold my 2 carriages for 60 Ottoman pounds and set my friend free. And then," Fatou continued his gratifying reminiscences, "I went to a scribe in the bazaar and gave him half a medij, and your Excellency knows that a scribe charges 1 pistare. And I said, 'Take this half medij and write a letter to Rejef Pasha that shall be worthy to be sent to the Sultan, and explain to him the whole matter.' So the scribe wrote the letter, and I took it to the Sâmarrâ. Then Rejef Pasha called me before him, for he had not forgotten me nor the 28 Ottoman pounds that were stolen by the thief. And he said, "My son, do not fear, I will get back your money if I have to pay from the treasury of our lord the Sultan." And he sent for the Daffadar and rebuked him for committing a man to prison without evidence, for he said that without the doubt the gold ornaments had been stolen at Ramadi. And the Daffadar paid me back 60 Ottoman pounds. Never was there a pasha like Rajif Pasha, concluded Fatu. He feared none but God. God give him peace. He died a year ago. Late in the afternoon, we came to Mahmudiyah. The baggage got in half an hour afterwards and found me established in the upper room of a khan which Yusuf had noted down as he passed through on his way to Kerbela as the very place for our Effendi. The room was cooler than a tent, and to sit in the shade and drink tea seemed to me the consummation of earthly happiness. My lodging opened onto the flat roof, which I dined, and realized that the more intolerably blasting the day, the more perfect was a soft and delicate night. The Khanji, when he heard that we were bound for Ctesiphon, declared that the Tigris was in flood and the road under water. We stood aghast, seeing a second enemy flow into the field just as we had circumvented the first. But a Kurdish Zaptai, his name was Abdul el-Qadir, stepped up with a smart salute and bade us take courage, for he would lead us to Ctesiphon. He was as good as his word. There was, in fact, no water on the road. We reached the mounds of Seleucia in 3 hours, and in another half-hour camped by the Tigris under the ruined wall of the Greek city. The Tigris, where we came to it, was a mighty stream and well conducted. It flowed solemnly between its low banks, which it did not attempt to overstep, in spite of the fact that the snows were beginning to melt in the Kurdish hills and the river was in flood. A belt of cultivation ran like a narrow green ribbon beside it, intersected by a network of irrigation canals which were fed by a regiment of Jeers along the bank. The whole area of Seleucia was covered with corn, but a half-mile inland the relentless desert resumed its rule, for the crops that had been sown beyond the irrigation streams, in expectation of the usual sprinkling of winter rain, had never sprouted. Out of the cornfields rose the mounds of Seleucia, the capital of the Seleucid Empire, for which 200 years after the death of Alexander embraced Mesopotamia, North Syria, and a varying part of Asia Minor. Of all cities in Turkey, Seleucia is perhaps the one which would yield most to the spade of the excavator. The Greek civilization of the Diadochi had given up a few of its secrets in any of the regions where the generals of Alexander cut their empires out of the fruits of his victories, but in Mesopotamia we are completely ignorant of what the Greek conquest may have meant in the history of architecture and the lesser arts. We know only that at the end of the period of Greek rule, the arts emerged profoundly modified, and thus modified governed the late antique and the early Christian world. I had no sooner appointed a camping ground than I embarked on the broad waters of the Tigris in a basket. The craft that navigate that river are known in Arabic as gufas, but I have applied to them the correct English word. They are round, with an incurving lip like any other basket, made of plaited withes and pitched without and within to keep them watertight. Their size and the pitch alone differentiate them from the fellows in the European market, and I readily admit that when first you are invited to cross a deep and rapid stream in a gufa, you feel a shadow of reluctance. But for all their unpromising appearance, they are stout and trustworthy vessels, and when you have crossed once, you and your zapta and your mares, all in the same gufa, and accustomed yourself to its peculiar mode of progression, you come to feel a justifiable competence in it. The gufa cannot make headway against stream. It must be pulled up the river to a distance considerably above the point you design to touch on the opposite bank. The 2 gufajis push off, the basket spins upon its axis, and so spinning advances on the principle of the moon's advance across space, or for that matter of the earth's. The gufajis paddle with a genteel nonchalance, first on one side and then on the other, and at the end of all you reach your goal. My goal was Ctesiphon, the huge fragment of the palace which is all that remains of the Sasanian capital. Successor and heir to Seleucia, lies about half a mile from the river on the edge of a reed-grown marsh. No more of it is standing than the central vaulted hall, and here half the vault has fallen, and the east wall of one of the wings. The second wing has disappeared, and nothing is left of the rooms on either side of the hall. Even in this condition, Ctesiphon is most remarkable of all known Sasanian buildings and one of the most imposing ruins in the world. The great curtain of wall, the face of the right wing, rises stark and gaunt out of the desert, bearing upon its surface a shallow decoration of niches and engaged columns, which is the final word in the Asiatic treatment of wall spaces, the end of the long history of artistic endeavor which began with the Babylonians and was quickened into fresh vigor by the Greeks. Tradition has it that the whole wall was covered with precious metals. The gigantic vault, built over empty space without the use of centering beams, is one of the most stupendous creations of any age. It spans 25.8 meters. The barrel vaults of the Basilica of Maxientius in the Roman Forum spanned 23.5 meters. The barrel vault that covered the aula of Domitian's palace on the Palatine spanned 30.4 meters, but it had fallen. The Roman vaults were built over centering beams, not over space on the Mesopotamian system, and the latter, with what the appeal which it makes to the imagination and the high Ovid curse which it involves, gives a result incomparably more impressive. In this hall, Chosroes held his court. It must have lain open to the rising sun, or perhaps the entrance was sheltered by a curtain which hung from the top of the vault down to the floor. The Arab historian Tabari gives an account of a carpet 70 cubits long and 60 cubits broad, which formed part of the booty when the Mohammedans sacked the city. It was woven into the likeness of a garden. The ground was worked in gold, and the paths in silver. The meadows were of emeralds, and the streams of pearls, the trees, flowers, and fruits of diamonds, and other precious stones. Such a texture as this may have been drawn aside to reveal the great king seated in state in his hall of audience, with the light of 1,000 lamps suspended from the roof, catching his jeweled tiara, his sword and girdle, illuminating the hangings on the walls and the robes and trappings of the army of courtiers who stood round the throne. The pages of the historian who relates the Mohammedan conquest of Safavian ring still with the triumph of that victory. The Sasanian capital comprised both the old Greek foundation on the west bank of the river and the later Persian tower with its palaces on the east bank. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, the leader of the army of Islam, had little to fear from the last of the Sasanian kings. Ukheiḍir, a boy of 21, and having entered the western city, known to the Arabs as Bahirasur, without striking a blow, he assembled his troops, and Quran in hand, pointed to the fulfillment of prophecy. Did ye not swear aforetime that ye would never pass away? Yet ye inhabited the dwellings of a people that had dealt unjustly by their own souls, and ye saw how we dealt with them. We made them a warning and an example to you. And when the Muslims entered Bahusir, and that was in the middle of the night, the white palace flashed upon them. Then said Diyar ibn U'al-Khattab, God is great, the white palace of Chosroes. This is what God and his prophet promised. But the fording of the Tigris was a serious matter, and some days passed before Sa'ad announced to the army that he had resolved to make the venture. And all of them cried, God has resolved on the right path for us and for thee, act thou. And Sa'ad urged the people to the ford and said, Who will lead and guard for us the head of the ford that the people may follow him? And Asim ibn Amir came forward, and after him 600 men, and he said, Who will go with me and guard the head of the passage that the people may ford? And there came forward 60. And when the Persians saw what they did, they plunged into the Tigris against them and swam their horses towards them. And Asim met them in the forefront, for he had neared the head of the ford. Then said Asim, the spears, aim them at their eyes. And they joined in contest, and the Muslims aimed at their eyes, and they turned back towards the bank. And the Muslims urged on their horses against them, and caught them on the bank, and killed the greater part of them. And he who escaped one-eyed. And their horses trembled under them until they broke from the ford. And when Sa'ad saw Asim at the head of the ford, he said, Say, we call upon the Lord, and in him we put our trust, and excellent is the entrusted. There is no power nor strength but in God, the exalted, the Almighty. And when Sa'ad entered Madain and saw it deserted, he came to the hall of Chosroes and began to read. How many gardens and fountains have they left behind? Cornfields and fair dwellings and delights which were theirs. Thus we dispossessed them thereof, and gave their possession for inheritance unto another people. And he repeated the opening prayer and made 8 prostrations. And he chose the hall for a mosque, and in it were effigies in plaster of men and horses, and they heeded them not, but left them as they were, though the Mohammedans do not so. And we entered Madain, and came to domed chambers filled with baskets, and we thought them to be food, and lo, they were overflowing with gold and silver, and they were divided among the people. And we found much camphor, and thought it to be salt, and kneaded it into the bread until we perceived the bitterness of it in the bread. And Zurah ibn U'al-Haway went out with the vanguard, and pursued the fugitives till they reached the bridge of Narwan, and the fugitives crowded upon it, and a mule fell into the water, and they struggled round it greedily. And Zurah said, Verily, I believe Billah that the mule bears something precious. And that which it bore was the regalia of Chosroes, his robes and his strings of pearls, his girdle and his armor covered with jewels, in which he was wont to sit, vaingloriously attired. In the grey dawn I returned to Ctesiphon. The moon was setting in the west, and as we floated down the river, the sun rose out of the east and struck the ruined hall of the palace. "Allah, Allah," murmured Abdul el-Qadir, moved to wonder as he watched the vast walls and their unmatched desolation take on the glory of another day. We rode up to Baghdad along the edge of the Tigris, and as we went, Fatu, who thought little of ruins except as a divertisement for the gentry, dilated upon the splendors that we were to witness. Especially was he anxious that I should not fail to see the famous cannon which stands near the arsenal, chained to the ground lest it should fly away. "For," said Fatu, "the people of Baghdad relate that in a certain year there was a great battle at a distance of many days' journey. Now the soldiers of Baghdad were giving way before the enemy when one looked up and saw the cannon flying through the air to their help, and without the aid of hands it fired at the army of the foe and drove them back. Then they had brought the cannon back with them and chained it by the arsenal, for they prized it mightily, so I have heard in Baghdad." "And what do you think of the story?" I asked. "My lady," said Fatu, with a fine show of contempt, "the people of Baghdad are very ignorant. They will believe anything, but we in Aleppo would laugh if we were told that a cannon had flown through the air." Every few hundred yards we came upon the deep cutting of an irrigation canal, and our road passed over it airily, borne on the most fragile of bridges. At first I could scarcely control my alarm as I saw the rider and baggage animals suspended above the gulf, but the horses made light of it, and no one can keep up a fear that is unshared by his comrades. We were fortunate in finding all the bridges intact, but our good luck deserted us in the middle of the day, and when we came in to Garagra, where we hoped to cross the Tigris by bridge of boats, we found that the bridge had been swept away, and the keeper of the toll house seemed surprised to learn that we had expected it to stand firm in time of flood. So we turned wearily round an immense bend of the Tigris and entered Baghdad by the Hillel road. Here the pontoon bridge had been mercifully spared. It was crowded with folk, and as we pushed our way slowly across it, I had time to offer up a short thanksgiving for the first stage of a journey successfully accomplished, new roads traversed, unvisited sights explored, another web of delightful experiences woven and laid by. At the end of the bridge we found ourselves in the bazaars and made our way to the British residency. It is a pleasant thing to be English and to see the Sikh guard leap to the salute at the gateway of that palace by the Tigris, which is our much-envied consulate general. My thanksgiving must certainly have broken into a hymn of praise when I found that the hospitable resident and his wife were expecting my arrival and had prepared for me a room almost as spacious as the hall of Chosroes. At Baghdad, I learned that the rumors of a revolt which had reached Babylon fell far short of the truth. 2 of the Tigris tribes were up in arms and had effectually blocked all communication with Basra and the Persian Gulf. They were holding up 5 steamers at Amurath, together with a couple of gunboats, which had been sent down to clear the channel, and over 2,000 soldiers. Among the passengers was Sir William Wilcox, who was at that time engaged on the irrigation survey, and the disturbance had therefore become a matter of grave concern to the resident and to all others who had interests of Turkey at heart. During the few days which I spent in Baghdad, I saw many people and heard much talk concerning the state of affairs that prevailed in the Delta, and I came to the conclusion that the government were garnering the ripe fruit both of their inaction and of their action. On the one hand, the Arab tribes had been allowed to reach an alarming excess of insubordination. For 3 years, the boats of the Turkish and of the LynneT Company had been exposed to perpetual danger of attack, and in 1908, one of the steamers of the LynneT Company had been fired upon and several persons had been killed or wounded. Nevertheless, no attempt had been made to bring the sheikhs to justice. In remoter districts, even where the land was under cultivation, the fiction of established government had been for all practical purposes abandoned. Where the tax-gatherers still ventured to put in an appearance, they were bribed by the Arabs, and little money flowed through their hands into the imperial treasury, while not infrequently they did not dare to breathe the name of taxes. "The very shepherds are armed with rifles," said one, "and if I were to ask them to pay the agnam, the sheep tax, they would raise their guns to their shoulders, saying, 'Take the agnam.'" On the other hand, the authorities had sought to cover their weakness by setting one sheikh against another and thus fostering disorder. Individual officials had been guilty of methods of extortion almost unparalleled in the Ottoman Empire, and a well-known sheikh had declared with some reason that to pay in the arrears which had been scored up against him would be little better than an act of madness, since the receipt given by one man would be pronounced invalid by the next, and the whole sum would be demanded of him a second time. While I pondered over these tales, my interlocutor would generally add, "Wait till you see MôṣUL. The vilayet of MôṣUL is worse governed than the vilayet of Baghdad." The one ray of hope for the future sprang from the labors of the irrigation survey, whose leader was lying imprisoned in midstream at Amurath. He who holds the irrigation canals holds the country is a maxim which can be applied as well as to Mesopotamia as it was to Egypt, and it was generally admitted that an irrigation system justly administered would be a better means of coercion than an army corps. The Arabs depend for their existence upon the riverside crops. The control of the water and the possibility of turning it off at any moment would prove an effective check on revolt. Moreover, the man who has something to lose is never on the side of anarchy. Prosperity is the best incentive to orderliness, and prosperity might in time be brought back to districts which had been for many ages the richest in the world. The native of Iraq, gazing upon the empty desert which now meets his eye, is accustomed to allude proudly to the days when a cock could hop from house to house all the way from Basra to Baghdad. And the saying illustrates the fundamental truth that the present poverty-stricken condition of the land is due not to the niggardliness of nature, but to the destructive folly of man. The forerunner of effective reform must always be honest administration, and how was that to be attained where corruption was as natural as the drawing in of breath? Even to this, perhaps the most critical of all the questions that beset the new government, there seemed to me to exist the germs of an answer in the growth and free expression of popular opinion. In Baghdad, the public mind was on the alert, and the public tongue was no longer to be silenced. One day, when I went down into the bazaars, I heard on every lip the rumor that a noted Arab from one of the religious tribes had arrived in the town, his hands filled with gold, which he was prepared to transfer to those of a certain high military authority. The next day, the tale was in the local papers, the official was mentioned by name, and if were indeed true that the Arab had been sent on the mission with which he was credited, his distinguished patron would have found it hard to accept the money intended for him and impossible to carry out his part in the proposed bargain. But the press, though it was as yet inefficient enough, was the best asset of the new order. Not even the most optimistic could assert that constitutional government had taken deep root in Baghdad. The local committee was a negligible quantity, and men of all creeds were persuaded that the revolution was still to come and that it would come with bloodshed. But it must be added that when the news of the counter-revolution in Constantinople reached Baghdad, not a finger was lifted nor a voice heard to support anything that would approach to a return to the old regime, and the military authorities of Baghdad were among those who telegraphed to the committee with offers of assistance when the fate of the latter hung in the balance. Here, as elsewhere, the chief bar to progress was the political fatalism of the people themselves, but amid the universal skepticism there was one section of the community which showed a desire to profit by the advantages which had been promised. The Jews form a very important part of the population, rich, intelligent, cultivated, and active. One example of their attitude towards the new order will be enough to show their quality. It had been given out that all the subjects of the Sultan would ultimately be called upon to perform military service. The law, which has since been passed, had not yet assumed a definite shape, and many were of the opinion that it would be found impossible to frame it. Not so the Jews of Baghdad. As soon as the idea of universal service had been conceived, 100 young men of the Jewish community applied for leave to enter the military school so that they may lose no time in qualifying to serve as officers. The permission was granted, and I trust that they may now well be on the road to promotion. The Christians showed no similar desire to take up the duties of the soldier. On the contrary, all those who were in arrears with the payment of their exemption money hastened to make good the sum due, that they might show that they had fulfilled their obligations under the old system and claim acquittal from those imposed by the new. I heard these tales by snatches as I explored Baghdad and tried to reconstitute the city which had been for 5 centuries the capital of the Abbasid caliphs, a period during which it had witnessed a magnificence as profuse and destruction as reckless as any others on the pages of history. Of the original Mohammedan foundation, Mansur's round city, built in AD 762 on the right bank of the Tigris, no vestige remains. The site of the great quarters which sprung up to north and south of the round city are marked only by the tomb of Sheikh Maruf and the celebrated Shia sanctuary of Kazimeen. The west bank is at present occupied by a small modern quarter about and below the pontoon bridge which we crossed when we arrived. As early as Mansur's time, a palace had been built on the east side of the river, and the eastern city gradually eclipsed the western in importance. But it did not occupy the site of modern Baghdad. It lay to the north of the present town, and the sole relic of it is the shrine of Abu Hanifa in the village of Muza'am, which is now situated some distance to the north of Baghdad. Finally, the existing town grew up round the palaces of the late caliphs, and its walls and gates are the same as those which were seen and described by Ibn Jubair in the 12th century. It no longer fills the circuit of those walls. Between them and the modern houses there are large empty spaces, which were once occupied by streets and gardens. I drove out one windy morning to the village of Muza'am, and gazed respectfully from a housetop at the tiled dome which covers the tomb of the Imam Abu Hanifa. He was the founder of the earliest of the 4 orthodox sects of the Sunnis, and he aided Mansur in the building of Baghdad. Even in Ibn Jubair's time, the city had retreated from the shrine, and he describes it as laying far outside the walls, as it does today. We then crossed the Tigris by an upper bridge of boats and visited the Kazbek. Here, too, a village has sprung up round the sanctuary which shelters the remains of the 7th and 9th Shia Imams. The place is now purely a Shia shrine, though its original sanctity was due to the fact that somewhere in this region stood the tomb of Ibn Hanbal, the founder of the last of the 4 orthodox Sunni sects. His tomb still existed when Ibn Battuta visited Baghdad in 1327, but it fell subsequently into ruin and has now disappeared. No infidel is permitted to enter a Shia mosque, and it is well not to linger with too great a show of interest at the gates, so as to avoid the ignominy which you are helpless to avert of being hustled out of the way by a fanatical crowd. I went, therefore, to a neighboring building, the tomb of Sir Iqbal ed-Dawleh, brother of the king of Ouda, and begged the wakil to allow me to look upon the Kazmin from his roof. The wakil, the guardian of Sir Iqbal's tomb, was a charming and cheerful mullah, dressed in long robes and a white turban. He turned a friendly eye upon me, partly out of the innate sociability of his character, and partly in view of the fact that I was a fellow subject of his departed master. Not only did he grant my request, but he presented me with a bunch of pomegranate flowers and entertained me with coffee and sherbet. "Why," said he, "do you travel so far?" I replied that I had a great curiosity to see the world and all that lay therein. "You are right," he answered. "Man has but a short while to live, and to see everything is a natural desire. But few have time to accomplish it. What would you? We are but human." And he drew his robe round him and sipped contentedly at the sherbet, repeating as he did so his elegy on the race. "Insan, we are human." With that, he turned his attention to the things of this brief world and gave me his opinion of a high official of the empire. "He is mad," he declared. "Majnun." "He is a man of books rather than of deeds," said I, for I knew the official in question and held him in respect. "That is what I call Majnun," replied the mullah sharply. When I had finished the sherbet, I took my leave and went to the tomb of Sheikh Maruf, who was a contemporary of Harun-er-Rashid, and by his origin a Christian, but having professed Islam, he became noted as the ascetic of the age and the imam of his time. He was one of the 4 saints who, by their intercessions, protected Baghdad, however inadequately, from the approach of evil. It is surrounded by a large cemetery in which stands a building known as the tomb of the Seat Zobadiah, the wife of Harun-er-Rashid. The attribution does not appear earlier than 1718 and is undoubtedly erroneous. The Princess Zobadiah was buried in the Kazmin. Her tomb has long been destroyed and its exact site forgotten. A very cursory inspection of the architecture is enough to prove that the building near the tomb of Maruf cannot date from the 9th century. It has been in great part reconstructed and contains nothing of architectural interest except the form of its cone-like roof, narrowing upwards by a series of superimposed avalate niches or squinches. I have never seen any roof of this kind which could be dated as early as the 9th century. In the city on the east bank, the modern Baghdad, by far the most interesting relic of the age of the caliphs, is the line of the enclosing wall with its gates. The wall itself is largely destroyed, but its position is marked by a mound and a deep ditch. Of the gates, the 2 on the eastern side are the best preserved. One of these, the Bab et Tilsam, is dated by a fine inscription of the Caliph Nasir in the year AH 618, AD 1221. It is a splendid octagonal tower, but the door has been walled up ever since the Sultan Murad IV, the Turkish conqueror of Baghdad, rode through it in triumph in the year 1638. Round the top of this closed gateway runs a remarkable decoration consisting of a pair of dragons with the wreathed bodies of serpents. They confront one another with open jaws above the summit of the pointed arch, and between them sits cross-legged a small figure with a hand outstretched into each gaping mouth. The serpent motive is not unknown in the decoration of Islam. It appears, as has been said, upon the gateway of the citadel of Aleppo, where the inscription is dated in the year 1209. I have seen it upon many a lintel of the churches in and near MôSUL, which are generally to be dated in the 13th century and owe their decorative motives entirely to the arts of Islam. There the snakes are sometimes combined with the cross-legged figure, precisely as at Baghdad, and frequently the figure appears seated between a pair of rampant lions. I am inclined to regard the whole snake and figure or lion and figure scheme as inner Asiatic. Possibly it is due to Chinese influence. The seated figure, as has been noticed by de Bellay, bears a curious resemblance to the Buddha type, and at MôSUL the affinities with early Buddhist motives are even more strongly accentuated in the art of the 13th century. The second of the eastern gates, the Bab el-Wustani, consists also of a domed octagonal chamber outside the wall, connected with the city by a low bridge, with walls on either hand that leads across the moat. The dome, set on 8 niches, is a fine piece of construction. Within the town, the traces of the Baghdad that existed before the Mongol invasion are woefully scanty. There is a beautiful minaret in the Souk el-Ghazil, which is dated by an inscription of the Caliph Muntasir in the year 1236, and at the end of the lower pontoon bridge stand considerable remains of the Mustansiriye College, completed by the Caliph Muntasir in the year 1233, and now used as a custom house. A splendid inscription of Munstansir runs along the wall facing the river to the north of the bridge. Behind the wall there are parts of a court with ruined chambers round it, and to the south of the bridge I was conducted through another series of chambers, which look as if they had belonged to a bath. The mastery of structural problems shown by the architects of Islam in the 13th century is nothing short of amazing. Every trace of decoration has disappeared from the walls of these buildings, yet the admirable quality of the brick masonry and the feats performed in the vaulting make the half-ruined halls as beautiful as a palace. The octagonal rooms are covered by very shallow brick domes set over the angle on squinch arches of patterned brick. Square chambers are invariably roofed with 4-sided domes, and over long rectangular halls the 4-sided dome again appears, the 2 extremities being parted by a span of absolutely flat brick roof which depends for its solidity upon the excellence of the mortar. Not far from the custom house is a 12th century Khan Orthma, and in the Kahaski Jami there is a very beautiful mihrab cut out of a single block of stone. Beyond these there was but one other place which I desired to see. I had read that there existed in the arsenal some fragments of one of the palaces of the caliphs, beautifully decorated with stucco, and accordingly I set out in all innocence to visit them. The arsenal lies at the extreme north end of the bazaar, not far from the northern gate, and to reach it I passed by the khan where my servants and horses had found a lodging. Fatu and Yusuf were standing at the entrance, and they gave me a cordial greeting. "Please God," said Fatu, "your excellency has seen the cannon which is chained to the ground?" I confessed that I did not know where it was to be found. "But it is here in the Maidan, close at hand," exclaimed Fatu, and hurried out to conduct me to the spot. There it was, sure enough, a rusty piece of artillery and an ancient chain to the ground under a big tree. Fatu gazed upon it with an interest that was not unmixed with contempt. "In Aleppo," said he, "we do not chain our cannon." At the arsenal I was received by a polite officer to whom I explained my errand. He asked me whether I had brought with me a letter from the English resident, and I replied that I had not, but that I could easily obtain one. "Good," said he, "if you will return tomorrow with a letter, you shall see all that you will." On the following day I returned letter in hand. I gave it to a sentry and desired him to convey it to the commandant, to whom it was addressed. After a due interval, an officer descended the stairs below which I was sitting. He regretted, said he, that I could not be shown the palace of the caliphs. It must be for another day. Upon this hasty European blood, which no amount of sojourning in the East can bring to subjection, rose in revolt, and brushing aside, I blush to relate it, the officer and the sentry, I sprang up the stairs, drew back a heavy leather curtain, and burst unannounced into a room filled with distinguished military men. They were, I suppose, the Mesopotamian equivalent for an army council, and if I am not mistaken, they were composing themselves to slumber. The hour was the somnolent hour of noon, and the day was hot, but my advent galvanized them into wakefulness. They listened with the greatest courtesy to my tale, and when I had finished, one who sat beside a green baize table pronounced judgment. "The letter," said he, "is addressed to the commandant and may be opened by none but he." "Effendim," said I, "could it not be given to the commandant?" "Effendim," he replied, "the commandant Pasha is in his house asleep, but if you wish, I will send the letter." I thanked him and begged him to do so, saying that I would go with it. The commandant's house was a stone's throw from the arsenal. I was greeted by a smiling majordomo who said that the commandant should be informed of my arrival, and meantime would I please look at the lions upon the roof. I agreed to the suggestion, as who would not, and together we climbed up to the housetop where a pair of Mesopotamian lions, thin, poor beasts and ill-conditioned, were confined in an exiguous cage. And they, too, were spending the midday hour in the approved fashion. After we had succeeded in rousing them, I was conducted into the commandant's reception room, where the commandant in full uniform awaited me. We exchanged salutations and sat down. "Effendim," said the commandant, "I trust you are satisfied with the lions." I expressed complete satisfaction, mingled with astonishment at finding them upon his roof. "They are now rare," said the commandant. "I had them captured in the swamps near Amurath while they were yet young." "Effendim," said I have seen them pictured upon the ancient stones of the Assyrians." "Indeed," he replied, "they were no doubt more plentiful in the days of the Assyrians." At this point coffee was handed to us, and I ventured to put forward my request. "Effendim," I said, "I would now gaze upon the rooms of the caliphs and the arsenal, if your excellency permit." The commandant took a moment for reflection and then gave me his answer. It was in 3 parts. He said firstly that those rooms were much ruined and not worth seeing, secondly that they were full of military stores, and thirdly that they did not exist. I recognized at once that I had lost the game, and having thanked the commandant for his kindness, I bade him farewell. So it came about that I never set eyes on what remains of the palace of the caliphs, but I did not realize till afterwards that the clue to the whole situation had been the military stores, the most jealously guarded of all the treasures of the Turkish Empire. And upon reflection, my sympathies are with the commandant, the lions, and the military council. Besides the great shrines at the Kazmin and Muzayyam, there is a much frequented place of pilgrimage which lies within the area of the modern city. It is the mosque and tomb of Abdul Qadir, the founder of the Qadiriyya sect of dervishes, a widespread order which has many votaries in India. Abdul Qadir died in Baghdad in 1253. His tomb was erected a few years before the Mongol invasion, and is therefore one of the last of the buildings that fell within the days of the Abbasid Caliphate. Connected with the mosque is a large tekkya, a house for the lodging of pilgrims, richly endowed and visited by the pious from all parts of the world. The ordering of this establishment, the distribution of its funds, and the care of its maintenance rest upon the descendants of Abdul Qadir, the head of the family, who is known by the name of the Naqib, a title of honor applied to the chief of a tribe, is an important person in Baghdad, lord of great possessions and still greater sanctity, important, too, to us, since his tekkya is the resort of many subjects of our empire. As I was strolling through the streets, I happened to pass by the gateway of his house opposite to the tekkya. The residency Kawaz, who was my guide, and very efficient he proved himself, stopped short and said, "Does not your excellency wish to visit the Naqib?" Before I could answer, he had addressed himself to the gatekeeper and informed him that a beg who was staying with the resident stood at the door. In another moment I was ushered into the garden and into the presence of its master. The Naqib was taking the air under his orange trees. He received me with cordiality and appeared to regard the introduction of the Khawas as a sufficient basis for acquaintance. After compliments had passed between us, he gathered his cloak round him, mounted the stairs, and led me into a cool upper chamber furnished with a divan. "Bismillah," said he as we sat down upon the cushions, "in the name of God." Conversation came easily to the Naqib, and the 2 hours which I spent with him passed lightly away. Hearing that I was interested in antiquities, he gave me a short sketch of the history of the world, beginning with the days of Hammurabi and ending with our own times, during the course of which he proved that all human culture had originated in Asia. He then turned to a review of the English rule in Egypt, and I pricked up my ears, for it is not often that a high dignitary of Islam will give his impartial opinion on such subjects. He had nothing but good to say of our administration, and he deplored the unpopularity into which it had fallen. According to him, this unpopularity dated from the Denshawi incident. He detailed the events that had taken place at Denshawi and the version under which they have become known to Asia, a version irreconcilable with the facts, though it was repeated by the Naqib in all good faith and with implicit confidence. He said that the whole Mohammedan world had been outraged by the story and had learnt from it to distrust the character of the English. "When you conquered India, you won it by love and gentleness, O shade of Clive and Warring Hastings, thus showing how excellent was your civilization. But when we heard that at Denshawi you had shot down women and children, we knew that you had fallen from your lofty place." I did not attempt to answer these charges. It would have been useless, for the Naqib would not have believed me, and had not some of my country people brought similar accusations against their own officers? But I would point here a simple moral. It is that Islam is like a great sounding board stretched across Asia. Every voice goes up to it and reverberates back. Every judgment pronounced in anger, every misrepresentation comes down from it magnified 1,000-fold. At the end of the interview, the Naqib sent one of his servants with me to show me the tekkya. It is a very remarkable sight. Thousands of pilgrims can be lodged in the 2-storied rooms which surround the broad courts, and men of every nationality were washing at the fountain and strolling under the arcades. Such foundations as these are the meeting places of Islam. Here news is circulated from lip to lip. Here opinions are formed. Here the Mohammedan faith realizes its unity. The day before I left Baghdad was Easter Sunday, Yawm el-Azira, as it is popularly called, the day of the silk mantles, on account of the gorgeous garments worn by the Christian women. They walked through the streets dressed in cloaks of every soft and brilliant hue, woven in exquisitely contrasting colors. The Greek Catholic church where I went to Mass looked like a garden of tulips, but one of the priests, an Austrian by nationality, whom I met as I came away, deplored the scene and said that his congregation thought of nothing but clothes and adornments. The Catholic community is increasing, so he told me when he came to Baghdad 11 years ago it numbered but 4,000, and now he reckoned it at 10,000. He proposed that I should see the school, which was close at hand, and accompanied me thither to introduce me to one of his colleagues, a French father. It was an exalted moment at the school. The black-eyed children were sitting in rows upon the floor and eating their Sunday breakfast. Usually this breakfast consists of the simplest fare, but on the day of the silk mantles there are bowls of steaming hot crushed grain and succulent chunks of meat, a feast to satisfy the children of kings. With this I returned to the roses and green lawns of the Residency garden, to dream of brightly robed women and far-traveled pilgrims, of the clash and contest of creeds and of truth which lies somewhere concealed behind them all. End of section 11. Section 12 of Amurath to Amurath. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Amurath to Amurath by Gertrude Bell. Baghdad to Mosul, the ruins of Sâmarrâ. April 12 to April 28. We left Baghdad on the wings of a strong south wind. My kind host mounted and rode with me for the first half-hour, and we parted in a dust storm at the upper bridge. When he was gone, I joined my servants, who welcomed me with solicitous inquiries as to how I had passed my time in the city of Baghdad. I replied that I had passed every moment enjoyably, and that I trusted that they had been equally well pleased. Fatou hastened to satisfy me on this head. His friends had vied with one another in providing entertainments, and he and the muleteers had been plunged into a vortex of luncheon and dinner parties. And last night, concluded Fatou, we supped at the Kazimine. You had far to go, said I. How did you get back in the darkness? Effendim, began Fatou, but I cannot remember his exact words, for they were at once absorbed into the recollection of a more famous utterance. The upshot of his explanation was that the rule laid down by Mr. Charax is observed in Baghdad, with one exception. Where you dines, you sleeps, but you do not have breakfast. You rise at 4 a.m. and hurry home, since it would be an infringement of the social law to appear to expect that your host should provide the morning meal. We were riding by a narrow path along the top of the Cid, the steep embankment of the Tigris, and as we went, the wind grew more and more violent, and the difficulty of preserving a foothold on that knife edge of a road greater and greater. The loaded pack animals were ever struggling away from an imminent brink, towards which the following wind buffeted them, first on one side and then on the other, according to the windings of the path. During the course of the day, one of the horses, unwarily presenting a full flank to the blast, was swept off his feet and rolled into a cornfield. But by good luck this accident occurred after we had descended from the Cid on to level ground. The dust was so intolerable that we welcomed the heavy raindrops which presently came driving down upon the storm. But they could not pacify the unruly earth, and dust and rain together formed an atmospheric mud ocean, churned by the wind into whirlpools and breakers. Never have I ridden through such a hurricane. 6 hours from the bridge we reached the Khan of Muzadeh, where we had intended to pitch camp. No tent ropes would have held for half an hour in that wind, if it had been possible to unfurl the tents, which it was not, and we rode into the Khan to seek a lodging. But the Khan provided only for the needs of pack animals and contained not a single room for their masters. Fatou looked gloomily down the long vaults of the stables into which the rain was beginning to penetrate, and still more gloomily he returned to the gate and eyed the maddened universe. There was one small edifice besides the Khan. The Khanji, being interrogated, informed us that it was the barracks, whereupon Fatou strode resolutely out into the rain and beat upon the door. We waited some time for an answer. The howling blast, which could not keep the soldiers awake, prevented us from rousing them. At length one stumbled to the door and led us into a muddy courtyard, unpromising in appearance. The barracks, perhaps it should only be dignified with the name of guard-house, consisted of a small stable with 2 rooms above it. Without any hesitation, Fatou took possession of one of these last, piled into a corner the hay with which it was half filled, swept it out, and garnished it with my camp furniture. Meantime, the soldiers busied themselves with coffee-making, and I, being warm and dry and well-fed, mocked at the storm that battered against the mud walls, and spent the evening with the books which had served as guides down the Euphrates. It was not to those red-bound volumes which we are accustomed to associate with travel that I turned, but to the best of all guidebooks to Mesopotamia, the Anabasis and Ammianus Marcellinus. In a moment I was back in the ranks of the 10,000 and of the Roman legions, but what a change had come over them since we parted from them at Anah! Cyrus had fallen in the disastrous confusion of Cunaha, which, but for his fatal wound, might have crowned his campaign with victory. Julian, misled by omens, had turned away from Ctesiphon, where Sapor awaited him in terror. He had thrown his army across the Tigris, and had met with his end of the further side, venerating the everlasting God, that he should die with honor fairly earned in the midst of a career of glory. And by a blind decision of fortune, as Ammianus Marcellinus relates, the timid Jovian had been elected to his place. The Roman army continued its retreat along the east bank, and I did not fall into the line of its march until I crossed the Tigris. But Xenophon and the 10,000 passed close to Muzadia, and came down to the river at Cetase, where they found a bridge of boats. There they crossed and marched 4 days up the river to Opus. The topography of this country is difficult to grasp. The Tigris changed its course during the Middle Ages and now runs considerably to the east of its former channel. Besides the old bed of the river, there is also the cutting of a great canal, the Djoul of the era of the Caliphs, which has long been devoid of water except in its upper reaches. Each of these dry channels is set thickly with the ruins of towns and villages belonging to Mohammedan as well as to earlier times. The northern reaches of the Djoul still brings water from the Tigris, and here villages and cultivation continue to exist, but the canal is much smaller than it was originally, and it no longer rejoins the Tigris at the lower end of its course. The soldiers of Muzadia, though they were unexceptionable as hosts, were inefficient as guides. When I announced that I wished to ride by the old Tigris bed, they exclaimed in horror that it was unsafe to leave the high road. At this Fatou laughed outright, and remarking that we had traveled over many a worse desert, laid hands upon a peasant who happened to be listening to the discussion, and engaged him to accompany me for the day. The peasant, his name was Qasim, was an Arab of the Bani Amr, and he was full of the recent history of the land. All this district had been granted by the Sultan Murad to the Ma'amara of the Bani Amr to have and to hold in perpetuity, and we possess his irada signed by his hand, said Qasim. But about 20 years ago, Abdul Hamid, seeing it to be very valuable property, ousted the Arabs, sold half the land to a man of Baghdad, and turned the other half into Senia, royal estates. The Bani Amr were thus left destitute, and by God who created the heavens and earth, declared Qasim, I have nothing but the mercy of God. When the constitution was granted and it was made known that the Senia would be handed over to the state, the men of the Bani Amr, like many others who had suffered in a like manner, began to speculate as to whether their rights would meet with acknowledgment, but how the matter has been settled I do not know. We rode from Muzadia to a number of ruined sites lying somewhat to the west of the present Tigris channel, and I could see still further to the west the line of mounds which mark the lower course of the Djoul, now waterless. Qasim gave me their names as Sagar, Tasir, Bishesh, and Bagut. In an hour and a half we came to a series of big mounds called Madawi, which lie upon the banks of the old Tigris bed. In time of flood the river overflows the land as far west as Madawi. From here we crossed a plain, all of which must have been inhabited, for it was scattered with mounds and covered with fragments of Mohammedan-colored pottery, blue and green, yellow and purple, and in 3/4 of an hour we reached Tel Bashira, where there were quantities of potsherds and bits of burnt brick. This land round it is watered in flood time by canals from the Tigris, and at that time sown with summer crops. The mounds of Ukheiḍir lie an hour further to the north. A little to the west of these mounds is a small ruin known as Kaf Ali, consisting of 2 chambers of baked brick, one of which has been covered by a dome set on squinch arches. I suppose that it was a shrine or tomb of the late Asabid period. Thence we rode up the dry bed of the old Tigris to the tomb of the Imam Muhammad Ali, lying among mounds that mark the site of the village of Waneh. The tomb is built of fine, burnt bricks measuring 20 by 20 by 6, pale in color, nearing to yellow like the bricks I had previously seen scattered over the mounds. It is a square domed building, but the dome rests on an interior octagon and is set at each of the 8 angles on a shallow pointed squinch arch. Pointed arch niches occupy 7 of the sides, and the 8th is the door. There is a system of niching on the facade which has been considerably destroyed by the addition of a rude porch of sun-dried brick. The mazar is a typical example of the small Mohammedan memorial shrine, and from the excellence of its workmanship and the character of the brick, I should place it with the Abbasid age. From Wanné we rode in an hour to Sumaika, where we found our tents pitched in a charming palm garden. Sumaika is a modern village lying on the Dejul at a point where a little water still flows down the canal from the Tigris, enough to satisfy the inhabitants and keep their palm gardens in a flourishing condition. Like all Senya villages, it has a prosperous appearance. The peasants are well-to-do, having been exempted under the old regime from the greater part of the ordinary taxes and from military service. With the memory of the previous night of storm freshly in our minds, we felt that we had reached an agreeable haven. The temperature had fallen by an average of 10 degrees after the rain. The palm garden was a delicious camping ground which we shared in all amity with a family of storks who had built their nest on the angle of the enclosing wall, and we knew as little as they of the counter-revolution which had overwhelmed Constantinople that very day. Next morning I left my caravan to follow the straight road and turned again to the east. In an hour we reached Tel Hîr, where there had been a considerable town on the old Tigris. 35 minutes further there was a similar mound, Tel Ghazab. In the 35 minutes more we came to Tel Manjur. From Tel Manjur to Tel Ed Dahabab, 3/4 of an hour to the north, a large area stretching down to the Tigris is completely covered with mounds and strewn with pottery. The pottery is not colored or glazed, but ornamented with roughly scratched patterns and narrow raised bands, a Mohammedan wear with which I was to become very familiar at Sâmarrâ. The whole site must therefore have been inhabited in the Mohammedan period, but in all probability it was occupied by a city of earlier fame. On the east bank of the Tigris, above the point where it is joined by the river Adim, and therefore exactly opposite the mounds which I saw on the west bank, Ross discovered a great stretch of ruins and believed them to be the ruins of Opis. The Tigris, when it changed its course, must have cut through the area of Opis, so that 1/2 of its mounds now lie to the east of the river and 1/2 to the west. Opis is mentioned by Xenophon and by Herodotus. It was the most important city of Babylonia after Babylon. Alexander's ships touched there on their voyage up the Tigris, and Strabo observed that the river was navigable up to that point. But in Strabo's time it was no more than a village, and Pliny does not mention it unless his Apamea is a later name for Opis. The mounds and pottery continued uninterruptedly almost up to the Mazar of Sayyid Muhammad, which we reached in an hour from Tel Ed Dahabib. The Mazar is a mosque with a fine great dome decorated with colored tiles, and near the mosque is a large khan. I do not know whether there was an older shrine here. The present mosque is dated by an inscription AH 1310, i.e. AD 1893. An hour from the Mazar we came to Balad, a large village on the Dejul. It existed in the 13th century, for it's mentioned by Yakut, but it can scarcely have been more flourishing than this it is now, with its walled gardens filled with fruit trees, its well-laid roads and well-bridged irrigation canals. There was no need to ask who was landlord here, so clearly did the place bear the stamp of the Senya estates. Nor is it necessary to point out that if the irrigation system were restored to its old perfection, the country from Baghdad to Balad might again be as thickly populated as it was in the Abbasid age. We rode down to the Tigris ferry in 2.5 hours, and the way was beguiled by the conversation of an Arab of the Mujama, who happened to be going in our direction. He gave us the news of the desert, telling us of Kurdish raids on the east bank of the river, commonly called the Kawaja, and of jealousies between the Anas and the Shamar on the west bank, the Jarazi. We breathed a familiar air, even though the Kurds were a new element in desert politics. The Arab did not hold these episodes to be of great account, in spite of the fact that the Kurds had completely blocked the post road from Baghdad to Kirkuk. Gazu Mazu, he said, using an expressive Turkish locution, raid maids. We found the caravan in the act of crossing at the ferry. I sat down upon the bank to wait for the return of the ferry boat and fell into talk with the owner of a pair of performing monkeys. "Where are you going?" I asked, after I had fed the monkeys. "Ilal Wilaye," he replied vaguely, "to the capital," and I gathered that he was making his way to Mosul. But he thought better of it when he got to the other side of the river, and for that night he interrupted his journey that he might enjoy our company. He was wise, since he and the monkeys were invited to share our supper, but I fear it was not the man who moved me to hospitality. As we crossed the Tigris, the ferryman composed and sang a piece at my intent. It was of a purely utilitarian character, and ran thus: Jannah es Sakar, hosh hosh, Fi Kidmat, hosh hosh, Bakshish, hosh hosh. Her Excellency the Governor, draw together, in her service, draw together, a gratuity, draw together. There were many more verses, but the gist of all was the same. From our camp by the water's edge we could see the famous spiral minaret of Sâmarrâ, the Malwaya, and watch the caliques go down from Diakbar to Baghdad. Now a calique is a raft made of logs or brushwood laid over inflated skins, and it carries all the merchandise of the Tigris. We were lying within the dry cutting of a canal dug by Harun-er-Rashid, and now called the Nahr el-Qaim. It is connected with the Tigris by several cross-cuttings, over one of which we passed a quarter of an hour from the camping ground, and found upon the further side of the ruins of Qadisiyah. They are nothing but a crumbling wall of sun-dried brick enclosing an octagonal area, but whether this space was ever covered with buildings it is difficult to determine. I noticed, however, that the surface of the ground was piled into low mounds such as are left by the decay of sun-dried bricks. The octagon is far from regular. I paced the 8 sides of the enclosing walls and found them to vary considerably from interior angle to interior angle, the smallest side being 565 paces, the largest 725. Each angle is provided with an exterior round bastion, and at intervals from 28 to 29 paces smaller, round bastions project from the face of the wall. 6 of the sides are broken by 3 gates apiece, 1 by 4 gates and 1 by 2. The double-gated wall is the northern side of the octagon, and in the middle part of its length between the 2 gates there is a series of 10 small vaulted chambers, 3.55 meters wide by 3.65 meters deep, set against the interior face of the wall. The barrel vault of some of these chambers is still fairly well preserved. It is built of sun-dried brick laid in slices against the head wall on the Mesopotamian system, by which centering was avoided. Round the interior of the octagon, at a distance of 13 paces from the wall, runs a shallow ditch, 10 meters wide, having on its inner side a low mound which occupies a space about 17 meters wide. The mound is no doubt the remains of a wall. Opposite each of the doorways in the outer wall a causeway has been laid across the ditch. A wall and ditch upon the inner side of a strong fortification such as the enclosing wall of Qadisiyah are singular features. They can scarcely have been intended for defense. Indeed, I am not certain that they extend round the whole enclosure. The ditch may have been a canal bringing water to the palace or fortress. We rode out of one of the western gates of Qadisiyah, and in a little over an hour reached the enigmatic tower of Qaim. It stands in the angle formed by the Tigris and the channel of the Nahr el-Qaim, which has silted up so that no water runs down it from the river. The tower is a truncated cone composed of pebbles and concrete. There is no chamber inside it and no means of climbing to the top of it. It looks as if it had received some sort of facing, and in that case the existing cone is only the core of the tower, but whether it was intended merely to mark the opening of the canal, or whether it is, as Ross supposed, a relic of remoter antiquity, it would be impossible to determine, though I incline to the view that it is ancient. Having crossed the Nahr el-Qaim, we found ourselves almost immediately among vestiges of the immense city of Sâmarrâ, of which the bazaars and palaces stretched uninterruptedly along the east bank of the Tigris for a distance of 21 miles. This city, which was during the brief time of its magnificence the capital of the Abbasid Empire, sprang into existence at the bidding of the Caliph Mu'tasim, and was inhabited by 7 of his successors, who added market to market, palace to palace, and pleasure ground to pleasure ground. After a period of 40 years, 836 to 876 A.D., the Caliph Mu'tamid removed the seat of his government back to Baghdad. With his departure, the walls of Sâmarrâ crumbled back into the desert from which they had arisen, and like the rose-scented clay of Sa'di's apologue, when the fragrance had vanished, became once more the dust they had been. A glory so dazzling, so abrupt a decline, can scarcely be paralleled on any other page of history. Encompassed by a league-long expanse where the surface of the waste is tumbled into confused masses of mounds, or marked off by the vast rectangular enclosures of palace and garden, stands the modern town of Sâmarrâ, no better than a walled village, except that above its mean roof hangs the incomparable domes of the Shia sanctuary, one aglitter with gold, the other jeweled with precious tiles, and behind the town the huge Malawi, the spiral tower of Mutawakkil's mosque, lifts its head high over the wilderness. Mu'tasim's choice of Sâmarrâ as the site of his new capital when Baghdad had become distasteful to him was, according to the Arab historians, determined by the purest hazard. Yaqubi, writing at the close of the 9th century when Sâmarrâ had recently been abandoned, relates that Mu'tasim fixed first upon Katul, a point lower down the river, but that the site did not prove satisfactory. And upon a certain day he rode out to the chase, and he continued upon his way until he came to a place called Surah Man-Ra, who sees it rejoices, which is a desert of the Tehran district. There were no buildings in it, and no inhabitants except a Christian monastery. And he stopped at the monastery and spoke with those who were in it, and said, "What is the name of this place?" And one of the monks said, "We find in our ancient books that this place is called Surah Man-Ra, and that it was a city of Shem, son of Noah." Mu'tasim accepted the good omen, together with other prophetic matter related by the monks, and chose the place for his capital. The etymology was, however, as fortuitous as was the Caliph's selection. The name Sâmarrâ has in reality nothing to do with the Arabic phrase. A town had existed on the Tigris bank long before Arabic was spoken there. It was called in Armenian Sâmarrâ, and Ammianus Marcellinus alludes to it as Sumir. Halfway between Khayyam and the modern Sâmarrâ, we came to the first of the palace enclosures, a large oblong space surrounded by a ruined wall of sun-dried bricks set with round bastions. The remains of a gateway decorated with niches led into another enclosure similar to the first, and both stretched down to the river bank. From this point the surface of the ground is seamed with ruined mounds, and just before we reached Sâmarrâ, about an hour from Khayyam, we passed another clearly marked enclosure by the river. My camp had gone on while I was examining Kadisa, and Fatu had pitched the tents on the brink of the high bank that overhangs the Tigris. When I saw it, I rejoiced. Like Mu'tasim, for the position could not have been bettered, and moreover the modern town of Sâmarrâ stands somewhat back from the river, so that we did not molest its Shia inhabitants, neither did they disturb us. There is only one way of appreciating the extent of the Abbasid city, and that way lies upon the spiral path of the Malawi Tower. It is seldom that the desert offers so wide an expanse to the eye, since nowhere else is the gazer mounted upon a lofty steeple in its very midst. Below the minaret lies the enclosure of the great mosque, a massive brick wall with round bastions, but the colonnades that protected the worshippers from sun and rain have all vanished and are indicated only by even trenches, marking the place from which the columns or piers have been removed. In the central court, surrounded by the colonnades, lies the shadowy outline of a fountain, and beyond the walls a long, low mound shows that the precincts must have been bounded by an outer enclosure. South of the mosque, in open hummocky ground, the little town of Sâmarrâ with its glittering domes is set down like a child's toy upon the waste, a toy half broken and thrown away. All round it the uneasy desert has rolled in over the city of the Caliphs, covering but not obliterating the streets and courts, of which the walls are dimly apparent, as though they struggled through a veil of silted sand. To the north are the shattered walls and bastions of a great rectangular enclosure, Madak et Tabal, the Arabs call it, the place of the beating of drums, and about it the parallel streets of the city are drawn upon the surface of the earth, ruled out by the pencil of a giant artist. Still further north, the 3 halls of the palace of the Caliphs stand amid an immense area of shapeless mounds, and far away a second spiral tower, the minaret of Abu Dulaf, lifts its head out of the plain. The waters of the Tigris bring no color to the vast landscape. The dead and silent world is like a battlefield. wherein men fought out the secular contest with the wilderness, and lost, and left it empty of all but ruins. I came down from the tower and set to work upon the mosque. To measure a wall would not seem to be a complicated business, yet I do not care to remember how many hours I spent upon the mosque. Its great size is no advantage when seen over the edge of a meter tape, and the action of the wind upon its masonry has been fatal to accuracy. The face of the brick is destroyed higher than a man can reach by the constant scrub and wear of the heavier sorts of desert dust, which makes the exact noting of angles exceedingly difficult. The buildings on the west bank of the river, among which I spent the 2 succeeding days, were even more disfigured, and the palace of the caliphs, except for its 3 vaulted halls, a crowning confusion of mounds and rock-cut subterranean chambers. It was not until I had made acquaintance with all these that I found time to visit the modern town. I had been spending a few final hours in the great mosque, and was beginning to wonder whether a meter tape and a camera are advantageous additions to the equipment of travel, a doubt which was shared by the Zabta and Yusuf, whose duty it was to stretch the one and carry the other over weary acres of crumbling ruin. When at last we turned our horses' heads to the little town lying out upon the plain, we felt that there was a great deal to be said for prejudices which forbid the measuring and photographing of mosques that cover the bones of saints. The town walls have recently been rebuilt for the acquisition of merit by a pious Persian. He neglected, however, to turn his attention to that which they enclose, and the first few hundred yards of sacred Sâmarrâ is a vacant desolation, the home of dust and dirt. Having crossed this area, we plunged into mean and narrow streets. All the windows facing outwards had been blocked up, and within or without there was no living soul to be seen as we rode down the silent ways. But when we drew near the mosque, we became aware that Sâmarrâ was not quite uninhabited. Grave Persians and ragged Arabs sat at the tea shops before the gateway. They gave me the salute as I passed, and I was careful not to gaze too curiously through the arch where the big chain hangs across the entrance of the shrine. Inside, under a dome of priceless tiles, are the tombs of the 10th and 11th Shia Imams, while the other smaller dome of gold covers the cleft into which vanished the Mahdi, who will appear again when the time is ripe. Therefore, when you see black ensigns coming out of the east, then go forth and join them, for the Imam of God will be with those standards, and he will fill the world with equity and justice. We left Sâmarrâ early in the morning and rode through almost continuous ruin heaps to Shanas, which we reached in an hour and 40 minutes. It is nothing but a great enclosure, the walls and towers built of sun-dried brick, and consequently much ruined. The towers are placed astride the wall instead of upon one side of it only. A few minutes further north lies an oblong enclosure nearly a third of a mile across, with a walled triangle to the north of it, in which is a small square enclosure near the river with foundations of burnt brick. Still further north are some ruin heaps which are said to represent the tomb of a holy man. This group of ruins is known as Eski Baghdad, but the name is applied loosely to the whole area round Abu Dulaf. We crossed a dry watercourse and rode on over mounds for another hour and a half, when we came to the mosque of Abu Dulaf. Now Abu Dulaf is brother and complement to the mosque at Sâmarrâ, for whereas at Sâmarrâ the arcades have fallen and the outer wall stands, at Abu Dulaf the arcades stand and the outer wall is ruined. I looked in vain for traces of a water basin in the center of the court, but being no true antiquarian, I was well consoled for its absence by finding a tall borage plant where the fountain should have been. It lifted its blue flowers gaily out of the dust, and every time I crossed the court I made a circuit that I might look into its clear eye. It was the first flower that we had seen upon the face of the desert for many weeks, and it heralded the end of the region wherein the drought had wrought such havoc. Late in the afternoon I got down to my camp by the Tigris. Fatu had sought a lodging for the night inside the enclosing walls of a palace, and whatever prince it was who housed us, he gave us a lavish hospitality as regards sunset and rising stars and gleaming curves of river. Half an hour's ride brought us on the following morning to the northern limit of Sâmarrâ. In the angle between the Tigris and the Nahrahan Canal lie the remains of Mutawakkil's tragic palace, built in a year, inhabited for 9 months, destroyed and deserted, together with all the quarter round it, when Muhammad el-Munastir caused the Caliph his father to be murdered within its walls. Immediately beyond it we crossed the dry channel of the Nahrawan, which was cut by the Sassanian kings in order to bring water to the fertile regions below Sâmarrâ. At the point where our path crossed it are the brick foundations of a bridge below a large artificial mound. The dry bed of the canal, hewn for scores of miles, straight as a Roman road through the solid rock, is as impressive as the most magnificent of ruins, for the king who could bid rivers to flow and crops to spring in the barren wilderness was indeed lord of the earth. As we reached the village of Dur an hour further to the north, we met a number of the inhabitants coming out along the road, and all were armed with rifles. We stopped and asked them whither they were bound, and they in turn inquired of us whether we had seen anything of a caravan of merchandise from Sâmarrâ. It was due to arrive at Dur that morning, and they felt some anxiety as to its safety, since the desert was much disturbed. There are no soldiers posted on the left bank of the Tigris, and every man must protect his own property. But we, having come only from Abu Dulaf, could not reassure them. On the outskirts of Dur, the plain is once more tossed into ruin mounds, probably of the Mohammedan period. The village stands upon an old site. Dur is mentioned by Ammianus Marcellinus in his account of Jovian's retreat. It is remarkable only for the shrine of the Imam Dur. Muhammad ibn Musa ibn Jafar ibn Ali ibn Hussein, his genealogy goes back to a respectable Shia ancestry, and I read it on an inscription cut upon a marble slab by the door. Moreover, while we waited for the mullah to appear with the key, one of the villagers busied himself with scraping away the whitewash, which covered the lower part of the inscription, and we deciphered the date 871 of the Hajj, which is 1466 A.D. While we were thus engaged, the mullah joined us, a rubicund old man in a spotless turban. The reluctance which he displayed on being invited to unlock the door was terminated by the Zapta, who took him aside and explained that I was employed by the government as a surveyor. Upon which the mullah, with perhaps a silent reflection on the laxity of the age in the matter of official appointments, threw open the door and bade me enter. The shrine is a high square tower of fine brickwork laid at the top so as to form patterns, and on the north side inscriptions. Above this tower rises a conical roof constructed like the roof of the Sit Zobadiah at Baghdad, by means of a series of avalote niches or squinches. In the interior, this pointed dome is covered with plaster work of a character totally different from the stucco decorations of Raqqa and Sâmarrâ, to which it stands in the same relation as Baroque to Cinquecento work. It cannot belong to the same period as the brick walls of the chamber, for it blocks the windows, and my impression is that the whole roof is considerably later than the lower part of the shrine. The mullah, in full assurance of my distinguished position, and sustained by lively hopes of a sufficient reward, looked on with benignant interest while Yusuf and I measured the shrine, but his hopes were to prove as ill-founded as his assurance, for when I opened my purse prior to departure it contained nothing but 3 piastres. I had emptied it the night before on behalf of an obliging person who had accompanied us to Abu Dulaf, and had forgotten to replenish it. To crown all, the money bags were with the caravan, and the caravan was a full 2 hours ahead on the road to Tikrit. I do not know who was the more disconcerted by this unlucky accident, but the mullah bore it with a greater dignity. After I had confounded myself in explanation and apology, he nodded his head, folded his hands into his sleeves, and dismissed me smilingly. "Nasib," he said, "a misfortune. Go in peace." The subsequent events of the day must have been intended as a judgment upon me. By the time we came down to the river bank opposite Tikrit, 3 hours from Iman Dur, a strong wind had arisen, and we found the caravan standing dejectedly at the water's edge, while Fatu called upon God to hasten the movements of the ferryman. His prayers were far from efficacious. Moreover, he had forgotten to put up a supplication for a watertight boat, and the crossing was longer and more tiresome than any we had experienced. It was near sunset before we got into camp on the high ground behind Tikrit, and the last of the muleteers did not come in with the riding horses until after dark. No sooner were the tents pitched than a messenger waited upon me to ask whether I would receive Hamidi Beg ibn Farhan. I returned an answer couched in respectfully cordial terms, since no one who had traveled in the desert is ignorant of the name of Farhan, who was the sheikh of sheikhs of all the northern Shamar. Since the death of Ibrahim Pasha, the Shamar and the Anas share without enmity the lordship of Mesopotamia, as they did before the Kurd rose into power. The road from Tikrit to Mosul is in Shamar territory, so far as can be said to be in the territory of anyone. Not a caravan passes up and down, but it pays tribute to Môșul ibn Farhan, a Belshlik, 3 piastres on every mule, and half a belshlik for a donkey, unless the travelers happen to be escorted by a zapta, as I was. Muleteers cannot afford zaptas, and when they see 2 spearmen of the tribe upon the road, they pay and lodge no complaint in deaf ears. Sheikh Mejwal, who is the strongest of Farhan's 14 sons, levies a tax from all the Jabur, the tribe that camps along the river. And I was told, whereas the Jabur had once been breeders of horses, now they breed none, finding it an unprofitable labor with the Shamar sheikhs, alert to seize every likely mare. Hamedes is said to be the mildest of Farhan's brood. He is a handsome man of middle age, with deep-set eyes and a gentle, rather indolent expression. He had come to Tikrit on some business connected with sheep-stealing, and hearing of my arrival, he hastened to bid me welcome to these deserts and to make me free of the Shamar tents. I asked him news of his cousins in Najd, where the Shamar princes of the Bani Rashid hold with much bloodshed a hazardous authority, and when he had spoken of these matters, he gave me a piece of news which he thought, and rightly, might be of no less interest. It was rumored that the Sultan had dismissed the deputies, but how or why no one knew, though the counter-revolution was now more than a week old. Tikrit is the birthplace of Saladin. It is seen to the best advantage from the other side of the Tigris, where the bold bluffs and steeply falling banks to which it houses are imposing to the eye. The distant promise is not fulfilled. The modern town is devoid of interest, and little remains of the medieval town but ruin heaps, the line of a wall, and part of the lower gateway of the citadel. Tikrit was the seat of a bishopric. Ibn Hawqul, writing in the 10th century, states that most of the inhabitants were Christians, and Rich speaks of the remains of 10 churches. Beyond the ruins of the old town, which extend far to the west of modern Tikrit, there lies the Muslim shrine of the Arabin, the 40 much dilapidated, though 2 small chambers covered with domes are still intact. These chambers and the ruined precincts adjoining them are decorated with stucco of the same character, and I should say of the same date, as the ornaments of Imam Dur. We set out from Tikrit with a large and unusually nondescript company, or perhaps it would be truer to say that they set out with us, a European and a couple of zaptas being valuable assets on the Mosul road. Half a dozen Kurds from above Mardin, and as many Nestorians from the mountains south of Lake Van, marched with my pack animals, and presently we fell in with the father of monkeys, as Fatou called him, who had not made much haste on his way to the capital. There was also a young Said, white-turbaned and somewhat forbidding of aspect. With him, too, I made friends, and after I had conquered the distaste born of his over-godly looks. "I love thieves and pigs," murmured one of the muleteers. "Yazid and Druze, but I do not love Saids or mullahs." This particular descendant of the Prophet addressed me systematically as Queen, and I experienced a not unnatural gratification at being raised to royal rank, though whether it is higher than that of consul I cannot be sure. With the Nestorians I was immediately on terms of intimacy. They were sturdy, bearded mountaineers of a type which it is impossible not to appreciate, even at first sight, and they marched cheerfully through dust and heat with no possessions but a water flask and a crust of bread. Their pointed felt caps and close-fitting cotton trousers formed a costume which was new to me, and as they walked beside my mare I asked them who they were and whence they came. "We are the people of Mar Shim-Un," said one, naming the hereditary patriarch of their faith. "Effendim, we have no friends but the English. Islam, Armenians, all are our foes." A struggling sect is the ancient community of Mar Shim-Un, harassed by the Kurds and their mountain fastnesses, but if they may be judged by their brave and independent looks, they do not turn the other cheek to the striker. We rode for 3 hours through monotonous country, a barren and stony wilderness raised high above the river. When we dropped down to the water's edge, we found the land to be partly cultivated by the men of Tikrit. But the Tigris is eating away the right bank, and in places field and path have been destroyed by the depredations of the stream. We camped that night 6½ hours from Tikrit near a kishla, which had recently been built at the expense of a very beautiful khan. The kishla represents a spasmodic attempt on the part of the government to control the tribes. It holds from 40 to 50 foot soldiers who, since they are unmounted, cannot pursue or punish the marauding Arabs. The wall of Khan Kurnina, a magnificent Mohammedan building of the finest period, have therefore been laid low to no purpose, and the soldiers lead a miserable and useless existence in the kishla, which has been erected out of its bricks. The Khan is now so much ruined that I did not attempt to plan it. It is a rectangular enclosure with round bastions in the walls, and fine gateways covered with pointed arches. Along the south side stretches a vaulted corridor, interrupted towards the middle of its length by a chamber, which has served as a mosque. This chamber contains a mihrab, decorated with exquisite arabesques and stucco. Of the inscription which was placed beneath the pointed arch, only a few letters remain. The barrel vaults of the corridor, corbelled slightly forward from the wall and built without centering, are splendid examples of Mesopotamian brick construction. The roof of a small chamber at the southeast angle and the four-sided dome of the mosque show the singular arrangement which I had noticed at Baghdad of a flat piece of masonry laid over the summit of the vault. A square chamber near the mosque had been covered with a dome, and in one corner a squinch arch decorated with a tiny ornamental arcade is still standing. On the flanks of the barrel vaults I observed the same system of tubes which exist at Ukheiḍir. The masonry and the plan of the building are closely akin to 13th century work in Baghdad, and to that period I should assign it. There is another guardhouse 30 minutes further up the Tigris. Sâmarrâ is its name. Here we stopped on the following morning to water our horses, for our road now led us far from the river. A low line of rocky hills, the Jebel Hamrin, borders the west bank for several hours' journey. It runs crosswise over the desert, and the river cuts through it by the Feta Gorge. The hill drops sheer into the stream, leaving no space for a path, and caravans are obliged to skirt the western slopes, where there is little water and no settled population, though we saw a few encampments of the Delium far out in the desert. The cups and hollows of the plain were filled with a scanty growth of grass. We rejoiced over the unwonted sight, as if each blade were a separate benediction, and Fatou began to calculate the sums we might save on provender when the horses could be pastured every evening on fresh herbage. "God is great," said the Cbteddy, "but it has been a year of ruin for poor men. We have not known where to look for food for our horses, and more than that, I have received no pay for 6 months." "Please God, the new government will give you your pay," said I. "Please God," he answered, "but when it comes, the Dabits, officers, eat it. Effendim, once I travelled with a Dabit who received 18 sterling pounds a month, wallah, and my pay was 100 piastres a month. Yet whenever he drank coffee, he left me to defray the expense. Where is 18 pounds, and where 100 piastres?" "God exists," said the Sayyid. "O Queen, he exists." "Wallah, he exists," said the Cbteddy hopefully. We camped the night 6 hours from Sâmarrâ in a sheltered place among the hills beside a spring of which the waters were bitter with sulphur and not unmixed with pitch. Our companions drank of it, but my servants and I quaffed royally from the flasks which Yusuf had filled at the Tigris. While the tents were being pitched, I walked to the top of the hills, and on the banks of watercourses that had but recently run dry, I found flowers, blue larkspurs, and purple gentians on a wide selection of the thistle family. A bowl of larkspurs was set upon my dinner table, and Yusuf was very loath to throw them away when we struck camp, so rare and delicate possession did they seem to us. But I assured him that the German professors at Kalat Shirgat would have flowers fairer than these. A more wonderful sight was in store for us on the next day's march. We had traveled barely 2 hours when we splashed into a pool of rainwater, and then into another. There were grass round them, green, abundant grass. "More than we have seen all the way from Aleppo," exclaimed Yusuf. The region of the drought was over, and when our path led us to the top of the Jebel Hamrin, here sunk to a low hog's back, I was scarcely surprised to see the slopes down to the Tigris red with poppies. But even the poppies could not withhold the eye from the great mound of Kalat Shirgat by the river's edge, the mound of Eshur, crowned with the crumbling mass of a huge ziggurat, the temple pyramid of the tutelary god of the Assyrians. With the general aspect of the first capital of Assyria I was already familiar, thanks to the excellent photographs published by the German Orient Gesellschaft, but I was not prepared for so magnificent a prospect. The Tigris in high flood washed the foot of the temple mound. Far away to the north ran the snow-clad barrier of mountains whence its waters flow, a barrier which nature planted in vain against the valor of the Assyrian armies, and across the river the fertile plain stretched away in long undulations to where Arabella lies behind low hills. Bountiful gods had showered their gifts upon the land. We rode down into the ruin field and found one of Dr. André's colleagues at work in the trial trenches. He directed us to the house set round with flowers, as I had predicted, wherein the excavators are lodged. There, Dr. Andre and Mr. Jordan made me so warmly welcome that I felt like one returning after absence into a circle of lifelong friends. They had grave news to give me, news which was all the more disquieting because it was as yet nothing but a rumor. Constitutional government had foundered suddenly, and it might be forever. The members of the committee had fled from Constantinople, the liberals were fugitive upon their heels, and once more Abdul Hamid had set his foot upon the neck of Turkey. So we interpreted the report they had reached Ashur, but since there was no means of allaying or of confirming our anxieties, we turned our minds to more profitable fields and went out to see the ruins. A site better favored than Khalat Shergat for excavations such as those undertaken by Dr. Andre and his colleagues could scarcely have been selected. It has not given them the storied slabs and huge stone guardians of the gates of kings with which Layard enriched the British Museum. They have disappeared during the many periods of reconstruction which the town has witnessed, but those very reconstructions add to the historic interest of the excavations. Ashur was in existence in the old Assyrian period, and down to the latest days of the empire it was an honored shrine of the gods. There are traces of Persian occupation. In Parthian times the city was rebuilt, walls and gates were set up anew, and the whole area within the ancient fortifications was re-inhabited. Valuable as are the contributions which Dr. Andre has been able to make to the history of Assyria, the fact that he is bringing into the region of critical study a culture so shadowy as that of the Parthians has remained to us in spite of its 400 years of domination, adds greatly to the magnitude of his achievement. His researches in this direction have been pursued not only at Ashur, but at Parthian city of Hatra, a long day's journey to the west of the Tigris, where the famous palace is at last receiving the attention it merits. The temple of the god Ashur, of which the ziggurat is the most notable feature of Khalat Shergat, goes back to the earliest Assyrian times, but the greater part of it is occupied by a Turkish guardhouse and has not yet been excavated. The court between the temple and ziggurat lies open. In a later age, the Parthians adorned it with a splendid colonnade, and it is here that Dr. Andre has succeeded in piecing together large fragments of Parthian architectural decoration, which throw a new light both upon the arts of Parthia and upon the succeeding area of the Sasanians. Fortunately, there exist upon the mound other temples of the Assyrian period, which he has been better able to study. Chief of these is the double shrine of the gods Anu and Adad, lords of heaven and of the thunderstorm, the excavation of which cost him many months of difficult work. The temple was finished by Tiglath-Pileser at the end of the 12th century before Christ, but in the course of some 300 years it fell into complete decay. Shalmaneser II, he who received the homage of Jehu, as is recorded on the black obelisk in the British Museum, filled in the ruins of the earlier shrine and set a new edifice upon them, preserving almost exactly the plan of the old. No Assyrian temple has hitherto been studied accurately, save one of Sargon's at Khorsabad, later by more than a century than the second temple of Anu and Adad. It was therefore necessary to get an exact record of both the periods at Ashur, and in order to leave Shalmaneser's work undisturbed, Dr. Andre was compelled to trace that of Tiglath-Pileser by means of a system of underground tunnels. I have never, he observed as he surveyed his handiwork, done anything so mad. But the results have more than justified the labor. The scheme of the Assyrian temple has now been established by examples ranging over a period of 400 years, and it is conclusively proved that it differed in a remarkable degree from the Babylonian temple plan and was related to the plan adopted by Solomon. In Babylonia, the chambers are all laid broadways in respect of the entrance, that is to say, the door is placed in the center of one of the long sides so that he who enters has only a narrow area in front of him and must look to right and left if he would appreciate the size of the hall. At Jerusalem and in Assyria, the main sanctuary ran lengthways, an immense artistic advance, inasmuch as the Broadway's lying hall was at best a clumsy contrivance which could never have given the sense of space and dignity conveyed by the other. To the genius of what builders are we to attribute this masterly comprehension of spatial effect? The question cannot as yet be answered, but Dr. Andre is inclined to seek outside Syria and Mesopotamia for the prototypes of Ashur and Jerusalem. In the palaces, be it noted, the lengthways hall was never adopted, but palace architecture is not well illustrated at Ashur, these buildings having been the first to suffer at the hands of the spoiler. The walls to the north of the temples are perhaps the most impressive part of the excavations. The mound on which the city is built reaches here its greatest elevation, and the gigantic masses of the fortifications rear themselves up from its very base. Time after time, the kings of Assyria renewed these bulwarks, setting them forward further and further against the river, which once washed their foundations. Its bed now runs a little more to the east, where the stream still flows under the eastern quays of Ashur. The upper parts of the walls are now of unburnt brick, but the lower, as Xenophon observed at Nimrud, are cased in massive stone. The stonework was not in reality as durable as the brick, for the Assyrians had no binding mortar, and the stones, being set together with mud, could not resist a pressure from behind, such as that which was offered by the mound itself. A mortar of asphalt is sometimes used in sun-dried brick, but binding mortar seems to have been a discovery of the age of Nebuchadnezzar, since it is first found in constructions of his time at Babylon. The fortifications sweep round southwards to the Gurguri Gate, well known in inscriptions and identified by epigraphic evidence. Between the gate and the temple and palace area, a great part of the ground is covered with a network of streets and houses belonging to a late Assyrian period. The larger houses consist of an outer court with rooms for servants and dependents, roughly floored with big cobblestones and traversed by a pathway of smaller cobbles, whereon the masters could cross to the inner paved court round which their chambers lay. Every house, however small, is provided with a bathroom. The whole complex has the appearance of another Pompeii, though it is more ancient than the Italian Pompeii by 600 or 700 years. Down in the plain outside the city walls stood a magnificent building which had been christened by the excavators the Fest House. It is a fine open court surrounded on two sides by a colonnade, while on the side opposite to the gate there is a raised platform of solid masonry. The court must have had the aspect of a formal garden, for at regular intervals there are holes in the hard conglomerate of the floor, which the excavators conjecture to have been filled with earth and planted with shrubs. In this colonnaded garden was celebrated the spring sacrifice, the annual festival in honor of the fruitful earth. The plan of the building is not Assyrian. The column itself is a non-Mesopotamian feature, but whence it was derived it would be impossible as yet to say. Throughout the area of the city, a series of deep trial trenches have been dug, cutting through the Parthian period, through the late Assyrian, and down to the earliest times. These trenches afford materials for the most fascinating studies. One of the earliest cities that stood upon the mound of Ashur is curiously enough the easiest to trace. The houses are in an unusually perfect state. Their walls, preserved not infrequently to a height of several feet, enclose little cobbled courtyards with narrow cobbled streets between. These worn and ancient ways, emerging from under the steep sides of the trench and disappearing again into the earth at its furthest limit, give the observer a sense, as of visualized history, as though the millenniums had dropped away that separate him from the busy life of the antique world. It is probable that the city to which they belong was destroyed by some overwhelming catastrophe, laid desolate, perhaps by an onslaught of the Mitanni kings of northern Mesopotamia, or of the Babylonians from the south, and so left in age-long ruin until a later generation completed the filling up of court and street, which had been begun by time, leveled the whole, and built their dwellings upon foundations of the past. The Assyrians were content to leave their story inscribed on clay cylinder or on stone. They did not, like the Egyptians, rear for their dead enduring monuments, but each man in turn was thrust into a clay sarcophagus or sepulchre jar lying immediately below the floor of his own dwelling. We counted as many as 15 burials in one of the smaller houses, or placed with a slightly greater regard for the comfort of the living in an adjoining subterranean chamber vaulted with brick. As Dr. André led me about the city, drawing forth its long story with infinite skill from wall and trench and cuneiform inscription, the lavish, cruel past rushed in upon us. The myriad soldiers of the great king, transported from the reliefs in the British Museum, marched through the gates of Ashur. The captives, roped and bound, crowded the streets. Defeated princes bowed themselves before the victor, and subject races piled up their tribute in his courts. We saw the monarch go out to the chase and heard the roaring of the lion, half paralyzed by the dart in its spine, which animates the stone with its wild anguish. Human victims cried out under nameless tortures. The tide of battle raged against the walls, and red with carnage rose into the palaces. Splendor and misery, triumph and despair lifted the head out of the dust. One hot night I sat with my hosts upon the roof of their house. The Tigris, in unprecedented flood, swirled against the mound, a waste of angry waters. Above us rose the ziggurat of the god Ashur. It had witnessed for 4,000 years the melting of the Kurdish snows, flood time, and the harvest that follows. Gigantic, ugly, intolerably mysterious, it dominated us, children of an hour. What did they watch from its summit, I asked, stung into a sharp consciousness of the unknown by a scene almost as old as recorded life. They watched the moon, said Dr. Andre, as we do. Who knows, they watched for the god. I have left few places so unwillingly as I left Kal at Shergat. End of section 12.